It's been 14 days since our arrival, of me and the man himself, Elon Musk, marking the first expedition of human life ever to step on the Martian surface. It was a beautiful day out from our site at Columbia Hill Station on Mars as I looked out the window. I got up, and when I glanced over to the other side of the chamber, to my surprise, Elon was awake too. Apart from the peas and the carrots that we had planted in the greenhouse, we were testing the fermentation of yeast with potatoes, which made vodka. And let's say Elon had a liking for it. Specifically the night before that, with no exaggeration, he had quite a lot of it. So it was surprising to me how he got up that early. His sheets were neat, blankets folded nicely. I asked if he was okay, and he nodded. Okay. I went out to turn on the data systems, but they already were running. There were many empty bottles lying with cans of caffeine rolling across the floor. All the screens were on, and only one location on every screen, the Rogers Triangle. Elon, for some reason, had a special interest in the magnetic anomalies of the place, some 20 miles away from our camp. I was still trying to make more sense when Elon appeared behind me and pointing at the screen in front. He begged me to go to that place. Sir, in all due respect, I think you should slow down on the alcohol a little. I've been working your shift too for the past couple of days, I said to him.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like you're doing an amazing job of really super leveraged,
Alright, you need to sleep, sir, I responded. He didn't want to, but I believe a part of him knew he couldn't work like that, or couldn't do anything in that condition for that matter. I didn't mind putting up with some of his vices. He was my boss, and the only other human in millions of miles of space. A few hours had passed when I heard the hatch opening. Knowing the stubborn nature of him, I was half sure what I was about to see. I looked out, and like I thought, he was sitting in the rover outside and called for me to the radio with a smirk on his face. We had to do some exploration work for some time regardless, so it wasn't something that I was justified protesting against. I checked one last time for any sandstorms. Mind you, these storms sometimes are so strong that the sand begins to penetrate to the suits like bullets. Anyway, I put my suit on and out I went to the rover. Apparently, with the smile that he had on his face, he knew something that I did not. We pushed on out of the crater where our camp was, and then began making our way over the Martian dunes to the site. What was different about that place was that whenever we'd send one of our robots in that direction, it would almost always break down, or its camera would stop working. Other than that, I had no idea why this would be of any interest. On the drive to the site, the man himself was driving and I was in the passenger seat. Then we stopped momentarily to switch seats because Elon, he clearly wasn't getting enough sleep. It took us, thanks to the 15 miles per hour speed of the vehicle and stopping occasionally for certain field checkups, just over an hour to get to the Rogers Triangle. As soon as we stopped, Elon got out excitedly and instructed me to stay inside. I didn't know what to make of it as he rushed away into the distance towards the triangle, calling out that he'll be back in a minute. A few minutes later, he came back and much disappointed. I tried to ask about it, but he won't answer. this was starting to worry me. I got out and walked over into the general direction he just came from, and only halfway through, I spotted a robot from a previous mission buried half deep into the sand. Is this what this was about? To receive no reply again. Something didn't feel right. So I drove us back home. Elon got out and inside the camp without saying a word throughout the journey. When I got inside, he hadn't even turned the lights on and was lying in bed as if he had been asleep for a few minutes now. That was a red flag too. Nevertheless, I began working my schedule, logging into everything, some follow-ups, that kind of things, and long pauses between each one of them. Then came the night, but Elon was still asleep. But at that point I was tired too and just wanted to lie down. There was a sandstorm predicted that night, so I made sure to bring all antenna and probes inside, and then locked everything away before going to bed. I tried falling asleep, and after a few minutes of rolling over, I finally did. It came in like a thunder and shook me right out of my slumber. The first thing I noticed was the decompression of the chamber. The main hatch was open and the chamber was losing oxygen quickly. Even before my eyes could adjust to the bright lights, I quickly reached over to it, trying to get the hatch shut. I grabbed the handle, got behind it, and put all my weight against it to finally get it shut. I leaned against it, with a relief, trying to compose myself, but destiny had it otherwise. Now, as my eyes had completely adjusted, I happened to look at the beds, and that sent me in a panic. Elon's bed was empty, and his suit was missing. In a hurry, I put my suit on and scrambled to get outside to search for him, but the door won't budge. The chamber was still regaining oxygen. I tried looking through the cameras, but there was just nothing visible. Even the rover was still parked outside. I tried calling him through the radio, to no response. I honestly didn't know what to do anymore. I was running out of options and my brain just wasn't working fast enough. The only clue I had was his tracker, and that too was not promising. He was some 50 meters away from the camp. He was not moving. The only help the space station could give was,
"Please try to regain communication."
I had never felt that helpless ever in my life. But the door took too long to budge. I don't think I'll ever be able to forgive myself. There must be something that I could do at that moment. But when I finally could get out, he was right there. I wish I knew what was going through his head, what made him like that, what changed him. What did he see there that I didn't? Was the triangle that broke him? The image that my suit took of the scenario was Mr. Elon lying on the red Martian soil, motionless. I remember once I asked him about his motives for the expedition, to which he said,
It's we're the first life on Mars, the furthest that life's ever traveled, and you'd have this money shot of green plants on a red background.
He did get the shot, but with himself in the red background. The red, cruel Martian environment. There is just so much more we know nothing about.
There are only 30 days left before a fleet of spaceships from planet Earth land on planet Mars, a new home for the human species after years of research and a vote of approval by the North American states. The first million people selected based on a health vetting system are ready to establish their new lives in the unique atmosphere. 20 days ahead of them are troopers in over 5,000 troop ships tasked to ensure safe travel and landing while protecting 1 million lives entrusted in their care. Leading the fleet of troop ships is a craft controlled by the mission leader of the relocation process, Captain Jerry Main, along with his 4 colleagues, Stephen, Tom, Jennifer, and William. And the spaceship shook a little. A moment of silence by the 5 soldiers breaks when Captain Jerry bursts out with a loud laugh as his associates join, believing it's only a bump ushering them into the new atmosphere. Jerry tells William, a spacecraft mechanic, to check if everything is fine with the ship. An hour later, William comes back to the central control room to report that the spaceship functions at total capacity, but nothing to cause any worry. As he heads to his seat, another boom sound ensues, and the ship begins to shake uncontrollably. Jerry remains on the steering wheel while the other soldiers get out of the control room to explore the sound source and see if there's any damage caused to other parts of the ship. Running a complete outer layer of the capsule, the troubleshoot process stops on the right side of the spaceship hood near the right engine. William heads to the hood, so Jerry notifies him and asks him to investigate the area. When William enters the maintenance room where the craft's engine is, he notices a humongous and scary-looking beast and immediately informs everyone on board that there's an alien outside the spaceship. Jerry immediately switches on all his communication channels, informing fellow troopers that there was an attack on his ship. He calls out,
ZAJ5-09, bang bang, there's an alien on top of our craft. I repeat, there's an alien on top of our
The
craft.
massive alien begins to strike the aircraft, and all the 4 soldiers start to run towards the main control center where Jerry is for safety. Another strike on the body of the aircraft by the monster wrecks its outer covering, giving it access to the outer core, which is the 3rd layer of the spaceship's 3 layers. The beast then proceeds to punch at the glass while fixing its eyes on William. When the creature realizes that the protective glass is too strong, it stops. In the control center, Jerry continues to send a signal to other troop ships, screaming for help. When William realizes that the monster cannot break through the glass shield, protecting the 2nd layer of the capsule, he notifies his colleagues. Jennifer and Tom walk to the maintenance room to check on William, while Stephen heads to the control room to check on the captain. The spaceship stabilizes after a short while, making everyone on board feel safe once again. Their silence is loud, screaming for the hope that the monster's silence is a sign that it has left them for good. As though the alien can hear their hearts, it disappears and remains untraceable using the capsule troubleshoot scanner. Jennifer and Tom ring the doorbell to the maintenance room where William was. Realizing that it was his colleagues, William heads for the door to let them in. But halfway to the door, he freezes and starts elevating into a sleeping position on air. Jennifer and Tom start banging the door, thinking something might have happened to William, and as Tom tries to use a metal bar to open the door, William opens the door with a smile on his face. The overly kind William utters,
"Come in, guys. I mean, guy and lady, of course. I'm still trying to figure out where the cables connect."
trying to find out if William was fine. Jennifer and Tom start to realize a strange pattern in William's behavior and communication. He struggles to complete his sentences and keeps calling Tom and Jerry guys, and then corrects it to guy and lady. When they realize that they cannot have a decent conversation with William, they start having suspicions. William gets tired of trying to contain himself around his colleagues' fears. He then swings a hammer aiming at Jennifer, who is pushed by Tom to save her. Jennifer and Tom run away from William, who seems determined to catch them. Realizing how fast William was, they decide to split destinations, with Jennifer heading to the control center while Tom rushes to the basement. William heads towards Tom's direction but meets a cooking pan to his face. The unmoved William looks up and notices Stephen on the high-level stairs, begging William to stop what he's doing. William grabs Stephen's neck and puts his face towards him. William then sticks out his tongue towards Stephen, but quickly changes to an angry look. He squashes Stephen's neck until his head was severed from his body. While running, Tom trips and falls, getting his foot stuck on a metal door clamp on the floor, catching the attention of William. With an axe in his hand, William looks at Tom with lifeless eyes, staring at Tom as he begs for his life. William moves close to his face and takes out his tongue, pushing it into Tom's mouth, endlessly stretching into Tom's organs, hoping for a specific reaction. Still, the only thing happening was Tom being suffocated by his tongue pushed into his body. When nothing happens, an angry William pulls out his tongue and hits Tom on his neck with an axe. He then picks up his headless, shaking body and drinks his blood from the neck. The bloody William stands up and tries to walk but struggles to stay on his feet. He eventually falls on the side of the hallway with a metal bar attached, and this slightly opens the glass door into the spaceship. As soon as the alien notices this, William drops on the floor and starts elevating on air again in his sleeping position and unconsciousness. The monster enters the craft and runs towards William's floating body, whom it has been controlling. The alien pushes its tongue into William's mouth, hoping to pair with his soul, but it soon discovers that his soul does not match William's. The now enraged creature uses its huge sharp nail to cut off William's head and then picks up his headless body, holding it in a position allowing it to drink his blood as it rains down from his neck. Shortly after its meal, the creature gets up a little dizzy and struggles to continue making its way around the ship. After a few steps, it falls on the floor and goes into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, the captain struggles to open the door to the main control, straining a screaming Jennifer, begging Jerry to open it for her. With none of the door control buttons working, the captain uses his chair, a hammer, and gun to get the door to open, but the stubborn door maintains its unshakable stability. What Jennifer's screams do achieve, though, is waking up the monster. Her high-pitched cry pierces through the ears of the monster, which slowly but gradually wakes up the creature from its sleep. The captain runs around his workspace, pressing every button he possibly can, hoping that one of the buttons will work. The monster appears in the hallway leading to the control room. Noticing the screaming Jennifer, she bursts into tears after seeing the beast, but by chance, one of the buttons pressed by the captain opens the door, and Jennifer runs into the main control area. The alien rushes to enter the room, but Jennifer uses a fire gun to spray it on the face. The space creature starts crying and making weird sounds while holding its face. The captain carries Jennifer and helps her climb up to the ceiling as their last chance to escape. As Jennifer settles on the roof, the alien gets a hold of Jerry. It grabs him with his neck and stares at Jerry's frightened face. The monster then slowly takes out its tongue and pushes it into Jerry's mouth and body organs. Finding Jerry's soul, the creature makes mellow sounds and slowly shrinks into the captain's mouth. Jerry then looks at Jennifer, but slowly fades into darkness as he falls into his sleep. In a split of a second, Jerry is on the driving seat of the spaceship, dancing to music as a soldier on the line checks up with him. He tells the troops that he has neutralized the enemy and that they no longer must intervene as everything is under control. Jerry informs the rescue ships that they will meet when they land in Mars. As he removes his index finger from the intercom button, he moves it to a glass filled with blood, still dripping from Jennifer's body and her severed head. Next to it, Jerry smiles. His eyes turn red and gives a loud, evil laugh.
This is translator Leonard Parrish, documenting live from Galactic Security Services headquarters on Mars. I've been tasked by the Intergalactic Court to record my findings. I will be viewing security footage captured aboard the scientific reconnaissance spacefaring ship, Kronos, during its final voyage. The date is January 1st, 2060, and I'm recording privately in Observation Room 13. Where did I put that? Here it is. I will now read for the court's reference the official mission dossier for the last assignment of the Kronos crew. The recent arrival of the black hole in the Milky Way galaxy, designated Tartarus, has necessitated immediate reconnaissance. It is not only the largest we have discovered to date, but it is also heading towards Mars at an exceptional speed. It is estimated that unless there is an immediate change in its trajectory, Mars itself may be consumed by it. Consumed? Where was I? Mars itself may be consumed. It is the objective and duty of all crew members and scientists aboard the Sci-Fi vessel Kronos to approach the black hole carefully and transmit all findings immediately back to GSS headquarters, where it will be processed further. Gotcha. I, translator Leonard Parrish, will now review all non-audible onboard recordings received from the Kronos' last voyage. As of December 31st, 2059, the Sci-Fi vessel and crew are now considered... What? Lists? Where's that code book they gave us at orientation? They are considered lost in space? How could we lose an entire ship? I mean, god damn it. How do other translators do this without messing up? I will record my findings while reviewing all assigned NOAR and hereby swear that I will not share what I discover in any unapproved format, including, but not limited to, written, spoken word, or through personal recordings. Okay. I won't tell anybody about the big bad Tartarus wolf. Now, what happened to those people? Whoa, my God. Okay. There are 3 women and 2 men that make up the Kronos crew. So far, they've just been chatting, eating, sleeping, and watching. It looks like a man and a woman are pilots, and the rest must be the scientists the dossier mentioned. Damn. What happened to you guys? Let's speed things up. Oh, what's this? Well, you sly little minxes. Scientists shouldn't be standing that close. Holy shit! They shouldn't be kissing each other either. Don't worry, ladies. I won't tell anyone. Wait. Oh, crap. What? Cut them some slack when you find them, officers. We may call ourselves Martians, but we're still human. Boring. There's nothing strange here. When does this transmission end? Midnight? Okay, so let's fast forward to... December 31st, 2059. 2300 hours. Alright, here we go, kiddos. What happened to you eggheads? What are you guys freaking out about? What? God damn it! Okay, this is court-appointed translator Parrish. Yada yada yada. There appears to be a disturbance aboard the Kronos. It's nearing around 2400 hours and... Holy shit! They just lost gravity! The pilots are buckled and seated, but the scientists are all over the place. A couple of the women are in the decompression room, trying to get suits on. Are they losing oxygen? Damn it! Television! Work! Ugh. My monitors are fully functional. I mean, it must be on the ship. Their onboard light source is starting to fade. It's getting dark and I can barely see what's happening. Wait, is that? Oh my god. One of the hatches in the loading bay tore open. The two women, they're being sucked into space. I can't tell if they managed to get their suits on. God, I hope so. Shit. The picture is getting blurry. There's so much static. They must have started losing connection to the GSS satellite. It's almost midnight. Jesus, what is happening? Wait, what's he doing? The male scientist, he's looking straight into the camera that overlooks the cockpit. He's blocking my view. It looks like he's trying to disarm it, maybe? What the hell is he doing? He's not disarming it. He's moving it. He's trying to show me what's happening. Yes! Come on, egghead, turn the fucking camera. Almost there. He's got it. Wait. Oh my god. It's the black hole. It's Tartarus. They're being sucked in. Jesus Christ. Even in black and white, it's still incredible. But the crew, they're all holding on for dear life. Everything is exploding. Oh shit. One of the scientists that got sucked out through the loading bay hit the windshield. They're dead for sure. The ship keeps getting closer and closer to the black hole. The pilots are pressing everything. Nothing is working. Ah! There was a flash of light. It burned through the screen. I can't see anything. But wait. There we go. I can finally see the screen. They're still there. They're okay. But what the hell? The ship's timestamp. I know I read somewhere that it runs on an internal clock. No, hell no. It's impossible. I don't know for sure. Well, but I swear that the date, it did say January 1st, but it was 5000. The Cyrex ship Kronos showed the date, January 1st, 5000. It's impossible. But maybe I was wrong. Maybe I didn't see anything. Please, don't make me watch it again.
Dr. Elena Gates submitting transition 2-1 aboard the lander spacecraft Aether. We are entering Mars's atmosphere and will arrive at our coordinates within the hour. Everybody quiet. I'm recording. Sorry, Houston. All of us aboard the Aether are extremely excited. For the scientists, it is our first step within the Mars's way station designated Tartarus. Our returning armed guard tells us that Tartarus and its citizens are the future, and we cannot wait to see it. Many of us have been preparing for this trip since the abandoned way station was discovered 10 years ago. We have been reading and studying all archaeological notes and transmissions submitted from Tartarus in the last few years.
We're breaking atmosphere gates. The boys in the cockpit are having trouble reaching anyone from flight control. They want you up front when we reach the pit. The other eggheads are starting to crack.
Bishop, I don't think it's an appropriate time to call humanity's first colonization out of Earth's atmosphere a pit. And scientists are not eggheads, we're doctors. Can you not handle it? These transmissions are required by Houston per your contract and mine. They're meant to keep us sane and level-headed while in space.
Whatever you say, Doc. Grab the portable receiver and get up front. Spread that sanity to the other eggheads.
Houston, transmission 213 will continue after a brief delay. This is Dr. Elena Gates, EN8965, signing off. This is Dr. Elena Gates of the landing ship Aether. We are seconds away from entering Mars' atmosphere and...
Shut that off, Gates!
We have to report this to Houston. Houston, Tartarus is dark. Officer Lawrence Bishop assumes a power failure. We believe that's why the pilots cannot reach flight control. We are attempting to land manually and will report back and...
God damn it, Gates, shut that off!
Houston, this is Dr. Gates, reporting from Flight Deck 04 of the Marsway Station designated Tartarus. We can't find anyone. Bishop and his men are talking about moving deeper into the station. It really is incredible. Under different circumstances, my team and myself would have liked to explore the architecture more. It is exhilarating to imagine that another society of higher-thinking life forms could create something so intricate and self-sustaining on such a dangerous terrain as Mars. I'm curious to know if the archaeologists that have been working here the last 10 years have managed to find an adjusted form of carbon dating. Could beings in space have been monitoring Earth and its evolution from this way station without us knowing?
We have to move, Gates. We gotta get the power back on. No telling when the life support went down. There's over 10,000 people in this station, and who knows how long they've been sucking up all the damn air.
We're moving deeper into Tartarus, Houston. Employee number 8965 signing off. They're gone! Everyone in Tartarus is gone! We followed Bishop and his men all over this damn station and there's no one left! I don't understand it. In the mess hall, there are half-eaten plates, as if they all had just sat down for dinner. There's even showers still running in the barracks! In hydroponics, we found planters and trowels scattered across the ground. Like someone just evaporated in the middle of their work. Bishop can't explain it, and his men expect us to. Because we're the eggheads, right? They left us here in the lab while they search for the power grid. Bishop hopes that they'll find survivors. Survivors? Survivors of what? I feel like I'm going crazy. This isn't what was supposed to happen. We were supposed to be a part of the greatest discovery in history. But here we are, possibly amidst the remains of humanity's most horrific tragedy.
Gates, do you read me?
Yes. Yes, Bishop. I can hear you. Did you find anyone?
Yeah, Doc. We found someone. I think it's one of the scientists from the labs. He's wearing one of those stupid white coats. We're having a hard time catching him, though.
Catching him? What do you mean?
No, I was hoping you could tell me, Doc. What have your boys found out in all those papers?
We're still working on it. One of the observation rooms here at Echo Free is sealed up. We're trying to figure out how to get it open when the power's back on. It would help if we had some light.
Yeah, well, we're still working on it. The egghead just ran into the electrical room. We'll find the breakers in there and get this place lit up. Just figure out what the hell is going on, would ya?
Yeah, I'm working on it, you piece of shit. Houston, I found some handwritten logs dated from the past few days. It looks like they were recorded by the main scientist charged with monitoring the life form until we arrived. Someone named Dr. Tegan Mayer, EN6714. Mayer was listing detailed descriptions over the time of the microorganisms designated Amira. And... Jesus. Oh my god. He started performing rogue experiments. No wonder these are written logs. He couldn't risk recording them.
Gate, my guys caught the survivor. He led us back to the breaker. We're gonna get the power back on. I'll let you know if we get anything from the egghead.
Mayer tried to reanimate Amira's tissue. He and his assistant used Echo Free to perform invasive tests until there was movement. Mayer says Amira started to flourish, but would become inactive at night. They started leaving it under controlled amounts of fluorescence. its rate of growth increased exponentially until...
We've almost got the power back on, Gates. Tell me you found something. The egghead we caught isn't making a lot of sense. He keeps talking about the lights. We checked his employee number. He's a doc like you. Mayor's the name.
Until Amira showed signs of intelligent life. Mayor and his assistant sealed themselves in the observation chamber. They attempted to make direct contact with the organism found on Mars' surface. Mayor hoped it was a member of the race before, the ones who built Tartarus. He wanted to be the first person to communicate with it, and it... Oh God. Houston, it consumed the assistant's head. It escaped into the ventilation system. Mayor followed its progress until it had consumed every living thing inside the station. They're all dead.
Hang tight, eggheads. Power's almost up.
Amira only moves in the light. It avoids all dark areas and shadows in Tartarus. Mayor fled to the electrical grid. He started switching off the power to areas throughout the station one by one, until the only place Amira could go was Echo 3. I can't really read the last sentence. I think it says...
Don't turn on the lights!
Don't turn on the lights!
Don't fucking turn on the lights!
Here she is, Mr. Vice President. We'll get some answers. Everyone, quiet. Welcome, Flight Engineer Melinda Tate. I'd like to introduce you to the Vice President of the United States, our Director of Homeland Security, as well as several members of our agency's ranks, as well as your own delegate from NASA. They will be joining us during this interview. I am Agent Elizabeth Keynes of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, and I don't care who you are. I just want to go home. Well, Tate, I'm afraid you won't be able to return to your loved ones until we learned of what occurred during your last mission. Do you understand? You already know what happened. They all died. What else is there? They did not simply die, Tate. They are missing in action. And you are the only one left. You will be answering my questions if you ever want to see your family again. Do we understand each other? I'll answer your questions, Agent, if you answer mine. I don't answer to you. Then just one. Do you believe in ghosts? Quiet! This is no time for games, Tate. You're facing serious charges. You may have survived, but this could still end with you losing your life. Do you understand? You want answers? I'm trying to give them to you. Shut up and listen. All right. Then tell us, what does the last voyage of the landing shuttle Polis have to do with ghosts? Everything. It has everything to do with it. We spent years preparing for this mission. They only picked the best for the Polis crew and trained us rigorously for Earth's first landing on the surface of Mars. We never truly knew what to expect, but we were trained to be primed for anything. Somehow, we still weren't prepared for what transpired. Go on, Tate. Tell us what happened. The voyage was normal. Even when we broke Mars's atmosphere, we landed safely with no complications. I sat on the flight deck for an hour after the touchdown, while the mission specialist deboarded and started gathering specimens from the red planet's surface. As a flight engineer, there were very few circumstances that allowed me to leave Polis's interior. There were only 5 of us. While our commander and the 3 science pilots made history, I remained stoically on board. I was a dedicated and determined soldier. I didn't mind being left with the ship. To be honest, it's probably what saved my life. I watched their work through the ship's exterior cameras. The commander kept in constant contact and provided me with updates throughout. Even from my seat in the cockpit, The view of Mars was incredible, and I was fulfilling a childhood dream. Until the commander made a discovery. There were signs of life. On the harsh terrain, our commander found what appeared to be a pre-existing work site, much like our own. When he described it, he sounded almost scared. He was the most seasoned of us, so naturally his fear infected us all. I found myself shuffling through feeds until I found a camera view that was looking directly over where the ground crew had moved. The commander was standing near a series of deteriorated shelves and miscellaneous instruments, just like the ones we brought to Mars ourselves. While he described the scene to me, I finally noticed that there was something wrong with the camera's image. There was 5 astronauts standing around the lab's remain. Not 4, 5. Had your crew fully recovered from flight? Had the physician tested all of your vitals? Are you sure of... Yes, Agent. I'm sure of what I saw. There was an astronaut standing behind the science pilots. He was not one of our crew, but he was wearing our uniform. I took so much time making sure that I was truly seeing him that I waited too long to say anything. He extended his arms and pulled our physician to the ground. I watched in horror, when in a matter of minutes, the other astronauts struggled to fix his suit while he suffocated to death. To death? Yes. Despite all of our training, the doctor died. When they pulled his corpse on board, his skin was purple and swollen. It was like he exploded from the inside. I didn't know how to tell the others about the man I saw sabotage his suit. So, I tried to show them. You played back the tape. We all gathered around the screen. I got sick all over myself watching the physician claw at his helmet. The other science pilots rushed to the lavatories, while all life extinguished from him. Our commander kept the contents of his stomach down, and ordered that I play it back again. And what did he see? He ordered me not to tell the others, and he made me focus on the screen and see for myself. The astronaut that killed our doctor. His face was wrong. It was purple, swollen. He couldn't have been alive like that. He looked just like the dead man in our medbay. The commander and I never said it, but something in me knew. Knew what? That the astronaut that killed the doc was dead. Maybe the commander and I would have eventually admitted it to one another, but we didn't have time. We looked up and saw something else. A massive wall of rolling dust and debris was heading our way. Unlike the dead saboteur, this is something we were prepared for. In the event of a Martian dust storm, we were to evacuate the planet's surface until it was deemed safe to approach. But the commander was not ready to leave. Quiet! And what did the commander do? He couldn't wait for an answer. He told me that if anything went wrong, to immediately abort the mission and head home. I tried to talk him out of it, but nothing would change his mind. He ordered one of the other pilots to accompany him. They got back in their suits and connected themselves to the ship's tow wrench. The commander told me no matter what, the other officer and myself were to remain inside. The scientist left on board with me remained in her suit and monitored the tether. She stayed in the decompression chamber, near the hatch, to quickly let the others back inside. The commander and the other pilot went into the dust storm. His reports back were distorted and filled with static, but I understood everything that happened next. He went back to where the dead man sabotaged the doc's suit. He searched the site and the dirt surrounding it until he found something. Buried in the dirt from the storms and time was a weathered uniform of a crew member of the landing craft Polis. Within the suit were several human bones that were almost completely deteriorated. The commander ordered his co-pilot to immediately return, but then there was all the screaming. The commander reported 2 rogue astronauts in the storm. They were standing next to the tow lines. He told us to reel them back inside. Reel us in! Reel us in! The strange astronauts were touching the lines. The inside of their helmets were filled with blood and flesh, but he couldn't see their faces. They didn't have any. They ripped the lines apart, and the commander and the pilot were crying. They were screaming until their voices drifted away, and we couldn't hear them anymore. I started the flight sequence. I ordered the other scientist left inside to come back to the cockpit, but she wasn't responding. I could hear the echo in the ship. I left the flight deck and ran to the hatch. She was there, locked inside the decompression chamber, pressing 1,000,000 buttons, trying to come back inside. An astronaut was standing behind her. He didn't have a face. I stared into the empty shell of blood and guts and watched while the hatch opened, and both the science pilot and the ghost were sucked into a vacuum created by the Martian dust storm. They were all gone. It was like a nightmare. I wasn't waking up, but I refused to die with them. I ran back to the cockpit, strapped myself in, and finished the sequence to come home. When I finally breached Mars's atmosphere, I looked back towards the surface. The storm was massive from space. It looked like a swirling inferno of fire and wind. I imagined the others' bodies swirling in the chaos. I cried for them. I didn't stop crying until I saw Earth again. I smiled, thinking I had finally made it back home. But now I know. You're never gonna let me out of here. Why do you think that, Flight Engineer Tate? If what you say is true, and you didn't kill your fellow astronauts, why wouldn't we let you go home? You're right, Agent. I didn't kill them, but I know too much. I know that they didn't tell us the truth. I know they didn't tell anyone. This was the second flight of the Polis. The country's unpreparedness cost the lives of several brave men and women in the original voyage. How many of them were there, by the way? On the Polis's first flight? 4. There were 4. Maybe that's why I'm still alive. There wasn't a ghost left to kill me. They already got their retribution. Now that everything's out in the open, Tate, why not be honest with me? Why not tell me what really happened to your fellows? We both know that Ghost did not kill them. You're right, Agent Keynes. Ghost didn't kill the men and women of either crew. You assholes did.
It's blowing up a storm out there. I don't know how you survived the transport in, seeing how no one else did. Would you rather I didn't? Depends on why you're here and they're not. And trust me, we're going to stay in this interrogation room until I get some answers. And when does the interrogation begin? You haven't asked a question. We should start soon before your commanding officer realizes I am gone. Listen here, smartass. We're not on Earth anymore. On Mars, rules tend to be laxer regarding police brutality, and we proud members of the Galactic Security Services embrace it fully. You with me? I know. We are not supposed to be here, Officer Salt. I heard your commander refusing your request to speak to me. They think you're crazy, and maybe you are. Whether we are on Earth or Mars, an interrogation cannot begin until you've asked a question. God damn it! It's blowing up a storm out there, Officer Salt. Salt, as in Direct Transit Commander Sheldon Salt. He was the last to die. Is that why we're here? Is that why you are risking your career to see me? Those are questions, officer. Feel free to answer them and then ask your own. Eva, I know you can tell me what happened on Mars Transit Tram 13. My CO sees you as a broken survivor. I saw the bodies. I know what you've been through a lot. But I can hear it between those damn clicks. You know more than you're saying. You want a question? What happened between here and the titanium mines? What happened to your DTC Sheldon Salt? Do you mean what happened to your brother? Yes, Eva. Please, tell me what happened to Sheldon. Officer Salt, all you had to do was ask. We arrived at the mines aboard the Mars Transit Tram 13 at 2000 hours. As you know by now, I am the train's conductor and Direct Transit Commander Salt, second in command. I stayed aboard the MTT-13 while the loading crew left the tram in search for our next titanium shipment. When nothing was found prepared and we failed to make any contact with the station, Sheldon ordered me to leave my post and lead another contingent of crew members to investigate the mines themselves on the surface of Mars. Right away, we knew something was wrong. Even late at night, work in the titanium mines never stops. It was the first time I had heard complete silence on Mars. Of course, it wasn't blowing up a storm, as you so eloquently put it. But it was strange all the same. There was not a body on the streets, not a single person leaving or returning to work. I had a gut feeling that if we looked in the barracks, we would not like what we would find. Did you look? I never got the chance. A man came stumbling from the mines themselves. He was covered in blood and screaming at us to run. We almost shot him on sight. He claimed to be one of the miners. He told us that no one was left and that we had to get out before it came back. Your brother came over the radio then. He told us to meet him back at the loading bay, that we were leaving the Mars mines with or without the titanium shipment. I obeyed the order. We secured the survivor and all reboarded the Mars Transit Tram 13. It was about 2100 hours. Eva, what happened on the train? Death. It started with your brother telling us what he found in the miners' mess hall. Piles of discarded and mutilated bodies were strewn across the tabletops. Sheldon said that they looked picked at, like roadkill that has had its eyes gouged by starving crows, like the leftovers of a hungry child that only eats their favorite parts of the meat. He vomited when he described it. Sheldon interrogated the survivor, much like you are doing now. The bloody man said a lot of things, much that did not make sense, and forced DTC Salt to strike him. It seems you and your brother have a lot in common. Come on, Eva, get on with it. I am only pointing out the similarities between siblings. Like you, your brother was very impatient, but eventually the bloody man just kept saying the same thing, no matter what Sheldon asked or did to him. See your own eyes, and you're dead inside. See your own eyes, and you're dead inside? What the hell does that mean? It started with one of the loading crew. We left him to guard the survivor. DTC Salt dismissed the others for rest and recreation, while we discussed the situation in the locomotive. We heard the prisoner's screams from the makeshift jail within the caboose. When we arrived, the guard was missing, but the crumpled, deformed mass of the survivor from Mars was left in the corner of his cell. His eyes were gouged out, and his tongue was absent. His face looked frozen in terror, as if he had seen exactly what we feared. We split up in search of the crew member and answers. What happened to him? I don't know for sure, but I think we left the original crew member's body back at the titanium mines of Mars. Whatever was with us on the MTT-13 was not, and never had been, human. It happened quickly then. Bodies started dropping one by one. Every time I would come across a survivor on the speeding train, they would talk about insane things, like seeing a demented, hollow-eyed copy of themselves. Eventually, I stopped finding survivors and started finding mutilated corpses. Roadkill. And Sheldon? What happened to Sheldon? We holed up in the locomotive. It was almost 2,400 hours. I had left the tram on autopilot. Soon we would arrive at Capital City. We only needed to hold out a little while longer against the entity from Mars. We even joked about Galactic Security Services Officer Salt swooping in to save us. But? Sheldon... He said something. He said he saw something strange amongst the shadows and carnage throughout the tram. What did he say? He said, "See your own eyes, and you're dead inside." Don't you see, Officer Salt? Your brother didn't leave me any choice. So you killed him. You killed him before he could change? I think I understand. He was already dead. You had to kill him to survive. They won't believe you, Eva. They're gonna try to pin it all on you. They'll never believe that some monster from Mars killed all those people? I don't. You see, I don't need dead men to believe anything, Officer Salt. Excuse me? Excuse me? What the hell are you doing? What the hell are you doing? Stop this! I'm warning you! I'm warning you! Eva, stay back! See your own eyes, and you're dead inside. Look into my eyes, Officer Salt. It's blowing up a storm out there.
Hello, this is Dr. Edmund Walker. Most people call me Ed. I don't know who will end up listening to this, or even if you should, but I am a scientist and believe that some information should be available to those who seek it. So whether you're an officer of the Galactic Security Services, who has finally arrested me for desertion, or a nosy drifter that happened upon this tape, either way, the story I'm about to tell you is not an invitation. It's a warning. When I was a boy growing up in Georgia, it was a dream of mine that one day I would work for NASA. Well, I actually did. Not as a brave astronaut like I always imagined, but as a temporary hire with a fancy title. Mission Specialist Ed Walker is what they called me. It's been years since humanity managed to colonize on Mars. Thankfully, this venture brought all of Earth's nations even closer together. Who would have thought that something like a massive arc to space would bring about world peace? People unified and have been thriving on the Red Planet. Instead of ambitions to reach outer space, I found myself dreaming of making it to Mars itself and being one of the scientists that gets to delve further into the planet's unknown and mysterious history. My father always said, you should be careful what you wish for. Damn it. They called it the parallel anomaly. It's an immaturely described glass-like gateway into another dimension. When I was brought aboard the project, I was informed that the anomaly's existence was to remain top secret. That until what it was and where it came from had been established, there was no need to disturb our hard-sought peace. At the times, I saw their intentions as level-headed, even noble. Noble my ass. They just didn't want to deal with the red tape of a dozen nations to send me in, and I was too excited to notice. Now that I look back, I see it as a hard lesson. Some things, man, just shouldn't poke their noses into. Sometimes we should just run. Well, I did it. Run, that is. I shoved my nose right on in. NASA and the boys at GSS made it easy. They said they needed me. That my theory and study regarding the existence of alternate and varying dimensions of reality was crucial to researching man's most recent discovery on Mars. I took the bait, hook, line, and sinker. I didn't ask questions about risk or dangers. Not when they strapped me into a shuttle for the first time and shot me to Mars. Not when they took me on an overhead viewpoint of the anomaly, where I ignored a perfectly circle of armed guards and wired fence line. And of course, I said affirmative when they asked me, do you understand all risk and possibilities of harm you are subjecting yourself to? I wasn't listening. I wasn't listening. I was staring. It was more beautiful than I could have ever imagined. While they shoved a helmet over my head, I stood several yards away from the parallel anomaly. I almost cried. It was an intimidating 10 feet in height, and its width pushed between 2 and 5 feet. It was like liquid glass that rippled and scattered outwards until it dissipated into Mars's empty atmosphere. It looked like chrome, reflective and shiny. I felt as if I was seeing the face of God himself. Yeah, God. You know something? I think God turned his back on Mars a long time ago. He certainly wasn't watching out for me that day. They hooked me up to a giant tow wrench. They told me that no matter what happens, I would be securely tethered, and there was no risk of me simply disappearing. I guess they'd hope I would sacrifice myself in the name of science and jump headfirst into another reality. God knows, I wanted to. The first steps I took into the circle of guards were timid. Whether I wanted to admit it to myself or not, I was afraid. The closer I got, the more I noticed that the anomaly was softly pulsing. It was as if it were breathing. I felt like it was pulling me, drawing me closer and closer towards it. A wave of healing warmth and comfort washed over me. So, I let it. Eventually, I was standing within arm's reach. The chrome rippling surface solidified when I drew near, and I could see my own reflection inside, like a breathing mirror. And then, I saw it. The murky, shadowy visage of a person on the other side. It was as if they were standing just behind me. I even turned around, but I only saw the men and women I had passed previously. They looked on with wide eyes and open mouths from a safe distance. There was no one standing behind me on the surface of Mars. But when I looked back into the anomaly, it was there. The Shadow Man. He drew closer and closer until I could make out his face. Damn it. It was my father in the mirror. He stood behind me and smiled. I felt as if he were proud of me. More people started showing up. My mother, little sister, grandparents, and even my best friend that passed away long ago. Loved ones I had lost and never thought I would see again were all there. They were all on the other side of the parallel anomaly, all with bright smiles. They were there. All of them. I could see them, and all I needed to do was reach out and I would feel my mother's face again. I plunged my fully covered arm into the void and waited for a feeling. Any sensation that would satisfy a need that had been building since I first laid my eyes on the anomaly. Please, I thought, please take me with you. The feelings began slow. It started at my fingertips and gradually moved up my wrist until it engulfed my arm entirely. My heart didn't want to admit it, but my brain knew that my skin was on fire. I looked to their faces for answers. Their smiles were gone. They were screaming. They were in pain. Invisible flames had consumed them, and their flesh was melting away. I could see nothing but skin melting into bone, and the frantic eyes of my mother and father that seemed to say, "Please, please take us with you." But I couldn't. I couldn't move. I couldn't break free. They were holding me inside. I started screaming, "Pull me back! Pull me back! For the love of God, pull me back! You bastards!" The toe wrench couldn't reel me in fast enough. Every second felt like an eternity. I watched my reflection in the anomaly as my own flesh melted away and exposed the stark white of my bones beneath. I screamed in the other dimension, and I screamed in this one. As a scientist, I can't explain it. When they managed to get me out of the suit, my flesh was fine. The suit didn't suffer any damage, and neither did my arm. Even now, it burns like a forgotten scar. The pain I felt never truly goes away. It's only dulled my senses to the point that I just don't notice it anymore. No. As a scientist, I cannot explain what happened on Mars, but as a man, I believe evil has infested Mars itself. I, Ed Walker, reached into the abyss and somehow I survived the cold touch of hell's fire.
Who would have thought that Elon Musk's project would eventually lead to the colonization of Mars? In a matter of 25 years, we went from not being able to send a manned mission to the Red Planet to generating an artificial atmosphere and a subsequent development of agriculture. We were also able to release underground water sources that flooded the surface, allowing the development of life in its entirety. The sudden development of space technology opened the doors to countless possibilities. In less than a breath, civilization began to be built. Homes were erected, gardens were planted, and dreams began to blossom. It was then that the concern of something we'd never considered flooded the minds of all of us who watched space with longing. Would only the rich have the right to colonize the new world? Thinking about travel costs and the value of a house on Mars was terrifying. Impossible to pay for ordinary people like me. Oddly, things didn't happen that way. All citizens of Earth had the opportunity to participate in a lottery to win a place on the shuttles. The only requirement needed was to pass an IQ test, have no criminal record, and be willing to go through the physical conditioning necessary to get used to the new gravity. Despite what it seems, there are not many people interested in leaving their comfortable lives on Earth to start from scratch in the colony, so we weren't more than 5,000 who arrived on Mars in search of a new home. We were assigned by family in apartment buildings built around the center of the first space city. Its name was Prometheus, and it was huge, competing with the cosmopolitan cities of the Earth. Belonging to the colony wasn't like going on a space vacation. Jobs were assigned from Earth, and when we arrived at Prometheus, we already knew what our duties to help the community were. We also had a bi-monthly shipment of supplies while our crops finished growing. Time went by, and the group of strangers with whom I arrived on a planet devoid of life found the order and solidarity that we didn't have on Earth. Life was peaceful and harmonious until we saw the comet approaching. This comet was a rather large rock that left a trail of light behind it as it approached absurdly fast towards Prometheus. It was really weird. This comet had come out of nowhere. No satellite had detected it before it was too late. Regardless of the planet's rotation, the comet always adjusted its route towards us, as if it was being controlled by someone. This rock became the main source of concern in the city. For the first time in the 7 years we'd been living there, we felt threatened by something we couldn't control. It's complicated to explain how this news disturbed the peace that had reigned in our city. Prometheus, for all of us, was the new Garden of Eden, a place full of joy that had not been stained by sin. Prometheus is such a wonderful city that we can boast that our unemployment and crime rate was equal to 0. Any inconvenience in the town was solved by public assemblies where peace and cordiality were advocated. We all had a role to play to contribute to society, and we worked like a well-oiled clock. The definition of paradise, without a doubt. Due to the social and pacifist nature of Prometheus, we had no need for any military weaponry that would allow us to destroy the comet. From Earth, none of the governments in the different countries had the adequate position to exploit the rock without putting us in danger. Even if they wanted to send us the necessary weaponry, it wouldn't reach Mars before the collision. We had no choice but to watch as the comet came closer and closer, threatening our lives. About 3 months had passed when, almost by divine intervention, the comet changed its trajectory at the last second, crashing more than 100 miles from the edge of the Martian city. To our fortune, the impact hadn't caused any relevant damage. The dust cloud that was raised didn't even come close to our crops. Once the fear of death left us, we gathered in the central square to organize an assembly. Most of the people who signed up for the lottery were science lovers or sci-fi nerds, so we quickly decided to establish a commission to organize the recovery of the comet. This was not only for the economic benefit that it could represent to us with respect to the Earth. The rocks that travel through space usually contain one or another precious metal inside them, but because our scientific spirit asked for it. After a long discussion, we agreed that the best strategy was to send the fittest young individuals. So we made a quick evaluation and generated a recovery team that would recover their remains. Fortunately, I was chosen for the mission. In Prometheus, there were very few means of transport. The city in good weather could be covered on foot in 2 hours, so we were forced to reassemble several elderly auxiliary cars to create a vehicle strong enough to traverse the rocky soil of Mars without being destroyed. At the same time, we were given a GPS adapted to the solar system that indicated where the foreign body was located, and a set of ropes, harnesses, and pulleys to get it on the cart that we were going to join the vehicle. My team consisted of 4 inexperienced people who didn't know any protocol for collecting fallen rocks from space. Our only protection was the spacesuits we'd brought from Earth in case the comet had high levels of radiation. The trip to the comet was long and bumpy. We couldn't go very fast because the engine of our vehicle didn't exceed 5 miles per hour. To avoid fatigue, we each took turns driving for 3 hours until the sun disappeared over the horizon and became night. The length of the day on Mars is quite similar to that of a day on Earth, and anticipating it would be necessary to sleep away from our homes, we brought with us an automatic tent to insulate us from the freezing night temperatures of the desert. We all retired to bed and quickly fell asleep. The next morning, we ate from the dehydrated food we brought with us, and from then on our journey was mostly dominated by silence. We'd been unlucky in that all of us selected for the mission were introverts. Together, we advanced through the dry and rocky environment independently, as if the others weren't there. About 30 hours passed before we managed to locate the crater created by the comet. The closer we got to the impact site, the bigger the crater that had opened in the middle of the reddish surface seemed. The outer edge of the hole was slightly raised, as if it were a wall, and we had to jump over it to slide down the slope to the center of the crater. The hole the comet had created was immense. The 4 of us could easily lie down in a straight line and not cover the radius of the crater. In the middle of it was the rock we had come for. It was a dark gray, almost black, no bigger than a microwave, and so heavy I could barely hold it in my arms. Not sure how to proceed, we returned to our vehicle while we established a strategy. After much discussion, we decided that I would tie one of the ropes to my body and go down into the crater to retrieve the comet while they stayed outside, and once I had the stone in my hands, they would pull me back to the surface by lifting me up with their combined weights. I was about to leave the crater when the comet slipped out of my arms and fell all the way to the bottom of the hole. It broke in half, showing that this rock was only the surface of a container. My colleagues released the rope so that I could investigate what had happened. When I got closer, I saw that inside the comet there were 2 tablets of stone engraved with words in a language I was not able to read. I took one of these tablets and turned it over. On the back it had engraved, "Do it right this time." I was trying to analyze what this meant when a big creaking sound accompanied by a bright light deafened my ears and made me close my eyes for about a minute. When I could compose myself, I left the tablets on the floor and asked my colleagues to get me out of there. They looked as confused as I was by what had happened. Then, I ran to the vehicle and took the GPS that we had brought with us looking for the remains of the other comets. There seemed to be nothing. With my heart jumping inside my chest, I reduced the image in search of anything suspicious. What I found on the GPS was an empty space where the Earth used to be.
Hello, I am Evons, your electronic virtual onboard navigation system. How can I help you? Commander Alistair Harding?
Evons, begin audio recording.
Thank you, Commander. I am processing your request. Your log will begin recording promptly. Recording.
This is Military Representative Commander Harding aboard the colonizing vessel Helios. We are entering our 7th month en route to the Jezero crater station on Mars. Moments ago, I received some troubling news. In the last stages of our voyage, my ship and its crew have become an involuntary reconnaissance craft. Now, this new order from Earth worries me. It's not what we were sent out here to do. Even though they're military, my people aren't trained for this. The civilians on board won't understand why Earth would rather put them at risk than unload them safely at Jezero. I don't understand either. The Helios is geared towards spacefaring small distances. We're not equipped for scouting rogue entities. They detected radio communications from somewhere beyond the Red Planet. They're coming from an unknown location with an uninterpreted meaning. Military personnel on Earth expect us to make a loop around Mars to discover its source before reaching Jezero. Life on board the Helios has not been unpleasant, but God, how I want to be free of it. I want to take my first steps on the surface of Mars and breathe the terraformed air. But I'll have to wait. My superiors believe the signal could be some sort of Russian insurrection. More than likely, it's simply a damaged satellite. What a waste of time.
Transmission received for Commander Alistair Harding. Would you like to initiate playback, Commander?
Another transmission? What more does the military want from us? Yes, Evans. Go ahead and play it.
Request confirmed. Attached to the recording was a message addressed to Commander Alistair Harding. Would you like me to declaim the message, Commander?
A recording? Must be the one they received. Yeah, go ahead and read the message, Evans.
Request confirmed. The message reads as follows. Harding, I'm not sure what good it'll do you, but here's the recording transmitted from the other side of Mars. That's probably nothing, but you know how military eggheads are with red tape. Follow up on this, and you're one step closer to reaching Jezero, making history and getting all the glory. End of message. Would you like to play the attached recording, Commander?
Play it.
Request confirmed. Playback will begin shortly. The recording has ended. Would you like to hear it again, Commander?
No. I mean no, Evans. That's no necessary. Actually, I need you to call Beltran to the command deck. Let him know it's urgent. If he asks why, Avons, don't tell him.
Request confirmed. Dr. Xander Beltran will be with you shortly, Commander. Would you like to conclude your recording?
Yes, Avons. Shut it off.
Thank you for using the Evons interface. Your recording has ended. Goodbye.
Avons, record message. Record now, damn you.
Commander Alistair Harding, I am reporting several breaches in the Helios hull. The medical bay and barracks have lost life support. I also see that you are attempting to detach Escape Module 3. If this was by mistake, I can deactivate Escape Sequence 6, 9, 2...
Avons, if you do not stop this fucking pod, I will reach into your cheap, military-grade robot brain and yank it out! Do you understand me? Don't stop the sequence!
Request confirmed. How can I help you, Commander?
Listen to me carefully, Evans. I need you to configure my deployment trajectory towards Earth. The pod's controls were destroyed in the attack at...
Invalid audio entry. Earth is not a valid destination. The escape pod can only reach distances of 1 point...
Fine. Send me to Mars. Send me to the military Jezero crater station. Do it now, Evans.
Request confirmed. Your ejection will begin in 2 minutes. Would you like to end your recording, Commander?
No. Evans, keep recording. Record until I'm gone. I have to tell them. I have to warn Earth's military of what's coming. When I'm ejected, send this message to them as fast as you can. Do you understand?
Request confirmed. 120 seconds until launch.
We did what you wanted. The people of Helios are all gone. Only I reached the escape pods. I was awake in the command deck. They attacked the barracks and killed them all in their sleep. It's like they knew exactly where to strike.
80 seconds.
The egghead Beltran. He was with me on the command deck when we reached the other side of Mars. Those things. They infiltrated the Helios, broke her in two. They were metal. They were cold. They were inhuman. They took him. They took Beltran. I can still hear him screaming.
40 seconds.
Avons is sending me to Jezero. Don't come looking for me. Don't come to Mars. They'll either hurt me or find you. Don't make it easy for them.
20 seconds.
I'm leaving my ship. I'm abandoning my crew. I am a deserter.
10 seconds. 10.
If you find me.
9.
If you make it to Mars.
8.
Put me in prison.
7.
Leave me to rot.
6.
I'll die there.
5.
After this.
4.
I don't want it.
3.
Fuck glory!
2.
I won't come back to Mars.
1. Escape pod ejection overrode. Sequence interrupted. Would you like to end your recording, Commander?
Stopped. Why did you? Oh, God. Fuck. No. Stay away from me. No!
Recording deleted. Thank you for using the Evons interface. Goodbye.
From the many things that people ask me the most, one of the things that often comes up a lot is the question about other intelligent life. Now, unfortunately, I was a civilian, so even if there were people talking to other beings, I wasn't one of them. But I don't like to disappoint people by saying that, so I tell them the only moment of horror and dread that I felt in my sheltered life. It was the day of the departure of Newton 01 from our homeland Mars. This was the first commercial intergalactic sightseeing travel, so naturally everyone was pretty excited, but only the rich were traveling. At the time of the departure, I was 17 years old and was allowed on board only because first, my father was the lead technician and he was my only family back home. May God rest his soul. In the people who were traveling were many of the popular celebrities and journalists. Some traveled alone, while some with their families, with their children, some younger, some of my age. The liftoff, considering the press about it, was uneventful and smooth. Now we were 2 hours into the flight when I started to really understand what all the hype was about. It was beautiful, and if you focused hard enough, you could actually see the stars moving ever so slightly to the side. I had traveled to the moons before, but this was something else. 10 hours in, the excitement had worn off. There were no more children clinging to the windows, and everyone was doing their own thing now. It was peaceful and made me more comfortable about being there between all these people. I remember thinking when my father's shift was going to end. That's when the announcer in the speakers told everyone to look at the left side of the ship to catch a glimpse of the black hole 14M, the smallest and the most stunning of them all, near which we could actually slow down a little. There was a mother and her daughter sitting in the seats in front of me. The kid would keep asking her mother about it. I was also marveling at the stunning subject, straight out of a movie. Just moments after we passed that, the whole ship was rattled by a few jolts and the blaring red signs to fasten the seatbelts. With that, all the doors around were shut with a slam too. Everyone was confused. Some ran back to their seats, some fumbling around with their seatbelts. I was already seated, but I admit getting a little freaked out by this. I didn't want to die just then. It was about to incite a panic attack when the sirens finally faded down and the announcer apologized for the inconvenience, that it was probably because of the pull from the black hole and that there's nothing to worry about anymore now. Everyone was relieved, but still on edge. It was quiet. At the moment when everyone was looking around half nervously and not talking, there was this sense of dread that surrounded everyone present there. It cannot be described, but it was that feeling when you know something's just not right. I also wanted to be with my father, but I was afraid to move. Like, I expected something terrible was going to happen to us. But then soon after, I heard the most blood-curdling scream from the child sitting in front of me. Everyone looked at her as she pointed out one of the windows. I do remember noticing that there was more light coming now through the window. That meant there was something blocking it before. The mother tried to calm her down and ask her what it was, but she just couldn't talk. Then came the deafening sound of metal screeching that did it for everyone. Which immediately was followed with the sirens again, telling everyone to remain in position and not to move. The screeching vibrated the whole cabin. That, combined with the screams of other people, made me want to throw up. It was the most horrifying moment of my life. I'd rather prefer dying than stay there any longer. I put my hands on my ears and I put my head down, trying to distance myself as much as I could from this living hell. That's when we were pushed further back into our seats when the ship accelerated quickly. With that came the metal screeching again, but then never after. When the alarms went down, I could hear people crying who held up till now, and the sounds of many seatbelts unbuckling. Someone tried to get me out of my trance, and when I mustered the courage to look up, it was my father. My father asked me how I was, and I don't exactly recall what I said to him, but then he gave me a hug, opened my seatbelt for me, told me to sit tight, and that he'll be back in a minute. Some people apparently saw him get inside through the doors and came up to him as he was walking back. He stood there talking to them and then quickly went through the doors again. I was still in disbelief. That tour by Newton 01 was cut short and was never completed again. To this day, we don't know what that was. The story didn't make it to the news. The girl later says she doesn't remember what she saw that day, but she remembered being scared for her life.
It's a cold winter night as a woman, dressed in a long brown jacket and black boots, sits in a queue. The woman recalls the day her husband left for his space mining contract. The husband assures his better half that this was his final contract before retiring from space travel. At 2:15 a.m., an officer calls out her name. Tara Hill follows the officer to his office. Tara tells the officer that she is trying to communicate with her husband, who has not responded to her calls for 3 days. She further notifies the officers that for the past 6 months, she and her husband, Damon Hill, have been communicating undisturbed. Damon embarked on a 1-year-long mining contract across 9 constellations in the Milky Way with a group of space miners. After making a call, the officer informs Tara that her husband is doing fine, but she insists on personally talking to him. A man wearing black sunglasses walks past the room while staring at Tara through the window. Tara finally realizes that she won't get any assistance from the officers. She sneaks her way through the corridors to the launch control center. Tara takes a look at the launch room filled with engineers and scientists. A man drags her away to a room, holding his hand over her mouth. After the man tells Tara not to scream, she realizes that this was the same man who passed by at the office earlier on. The man tells Tara that he will help her find Damon. He instructs Tara to change her clothes and pretend to be his assistant. As they launch off to Aquila, the man introduces himself to Tara as Jacob. They finally land at a gas station that sits at the center of the Aquila area. Tara and Jacob realize that there are thousands of spaceships working on various asteroids and landscapes in the area. An alarm goes off, alerting security that there are unauthorized people in the area. Tara and Jacob go into hiding. Tara picks up a distress signal that matches the mining ship of her husband, but it's from an entirely different constellation. Tara tells Jacob that they need to travel to the area immediately. Jacob smiles and allows her to lead the way. But as soon as she does, he covers her face with a cloth, which makes Tara faint. Waking up after a short while, Tara cannot find Jacob anywhere and realizes that her belongings are missing. She picks up her tracker on the floor and heads to the launch center. When Tara reaches the center, she finds a space pilot. Tara then picks up a gun close by and instructs the pilot to take her to a star showing on the tracker. The pilot tells Tara that going to any part of that constellation is a suicide mission. The pilot further informs Tara that the constellation has not been secured by explorers. Tara tells the pilot that if he does not take her to the star, she will shoot him. The pilot tells her to go ahead if she has the balls to. Tara accidentally pulls the trigger and shoots all around the chamber. When the gun stops discharging bullets, the pilot's cracked eyeglasses fall off his face. The shaky pilot finally agrees to take Tara to the constellation. They enter the completely dark star and land their ship on a flat surface. Using binoculars, Tara sees Jacob hanging in the air and tells the pilot to fly up again. The pilot informs Tara that the star lacked enough oxygen to launch off. After dressing up in their spacesuits, they walk towards Jacob. The barely conscious Jacob tells Tara that her husband is somewhere near them. Their spaceship explodes, causing Tara, Jacob, and the pilot to fly away in different directions. Having been thrown away from Jacob and the pilot, Tara is now on her own. She follows a light as she hears her husband's voice whispering through the heavy wind. Tara finally enters a huge cave and discovers hundreds of trapped souls. Tara shakes in fear after realizing that her mother is among them. Tara's mother died when she was 5 years old. Making her way past the souls, the pilot sits on a rock. The pilot tells Tara that they have been trying to get her here for the past 25 years. The pilot asks Tara if she doesn't recognize him. Tara now recalls seeing the pilot at her mother's funeral. Jacob appears from the darkness and sits next to the pilot. The pilot tells Tara that Jacob is his son and that they had to pull every trick in the book to ensure that she makes it to the place. The pilot continues his speech to Tara and reveals that the star captures human souls after death. It then serves as a transit to the next life in a completely different galaxy to Earth. The pilot then tells Tara that all the souls she sees from past generations. One of Tara's ancestors was an evil ruler in the 1600s who became so mischievous on his path to the incarnation that he blocked his family path, causing every family member who died after him to get trapped in this cave of souls. Tara turns towards a banging sound and sees her husband in a cell. Tara begs the pilot to set Damon free. The pilot asks Tara if she has no interest in discovering why he wants her there so much. The pilot tells Tara that the family has requested him to bring her here as she has the key to the entire family's freedom. Tara tells the pilot that she doesn't own any special key, but the pilot tells her that her pure soul is the only key. The teary Tara asks the pilot if she is supposed to die, but the pilot tells her that she has to exchange her soul with the evil ancestor who caused all this mess. Tara agrees to have the exchange, but asks to leave with her husband afterward. The pilot agrees but tells Tara that she can leave with anyone else she wishes to. Tara then elevates into the air over a blue fire. As she holds the pilot's hands, she feels a strong connection with the pilot. Tara asks that she leaves with her mother. Though the pilot agrees, he lets Tara know that it will be at the expense of her husband, since she can only go back to Earth with one person. Tara turns to look at her screaming husband as he begs her not to go ahead. She then turns to her mother, who whispers words of love. The pilot tells Tara that she will return to Earth with the one she loves the most. The pilot starts reciting a spell as they both spin. As Tara's soul slowly leaves her body, she asks to see the ancestor she's exchanging souls with. The pilot looks into her eyes and smiles while gently replying, "I am he, my precious Tara." Puzzled, Tara tries to stop the process, but her soul rushes out of her body, and a yellow light flashes out the experience. Tara wakes up in her bed on Earth. She hears someone whistling a song downstairs. Walking down the stairs, she sees her mother making pancakes. Tara's mother looks at Tara and smiles. She tells Tara to come downstairs for breakfast.
When Arlette embarked on her first interspatial vacation trip, she never imagined how sick she would feel as she stepped out into the void of the universe. Arlette hated wearing a protective suit, and the almost imperceptible rocking of the spacecraft made her stomach churn, causing her horrible nausea. She didn't really like the space, even when she had already embarked on the trip. Going to see planets inhabited by underdeveloped creatures was not her definition of a dream vacation. She could hardly believe that her partner had dragged her on this unfortunate adventure against her will. Arlette's only consolation was that there were only a few days left to set foot on land. Very few days for her vacation to really start. The first thing Arlette's eyes saw when she landed on the small planet was a large field with thin plants. These had golden fruits, like gold growing high above her head, stretching up into the sky. Neil, her partner, seemed as impressed as she was, while they walked among the never-before-seen plant life. "Do you think they use them for food?" she asked Neil, curiously. Any trace of apathetic disinterest in her vacation had left her, and she was looking at everything around her with the curiosity of a little girl.
Maybe. Do you think we'll get to meet one of them soon?
Arlette didn't know the answer, So she didn't say anything. Meeting the planet's inhabitants excited her as much as it scared her. The vacation agency had promised that nothing bad would happen to them if they didn't approach to their territory. But with the savages, you never know. They both walked aimlessly until they emerged from the plants. Out of the field was a wide and extensive land that was covered in a kind of greenish fuzz. The surfaces curved in strange ways, and in the background, small rudimentary huts indicated the colonies of the alien beings.
Do you want to get closer?
Neil said. His gaze had been captured by the settlement. Are you crazy? Do you want to get us killed?
You don't have to talk like that. They're not listening to us. Come on, let's do it. We're on vacation, don't be a coward.
Arlette hesitated for a moment. She didn't want to get close, but she didn't want to make her partner angry either. It wasn't nice to deal with him when he was in a bad mood. The sun that illuminated the sky had begun to set on that unknown planet, plunging them both into the deepest darkness. She knew it was dangerous to prowl around an unfamiliar place in the middle of the night, but she was more afraid of her partner's wrath than of the underdeveloped aliens. The hut looked significantly larger and more intimidating as they approached down the sloping road. Its architecture was rectangular and had huge doors built with an unknown reddish-brown material.
What do you think they're doing in there?
Neil asked, peeking through one of the transparent surfaces embedded in the huts. Arlette also tried to look inside, but the surface was way above her height. What do you see? What's inside?
I see a rectangle. Shit, this transparent thing is solid. Rectangle has some kind of plant on top of it, surrounded by other smaller, thinner rectangles. Hey, I think I see one. It's getting closer. Oh, shit, I think it saw me.
Arlette and Neil quickly got up and started running away from the shack, their short legs struggling against their weight, and their green spacesuits making it difficult for them to breathe. They ran in search of the spaceship. They needed to get back to the field. Their vacation was over. They ran as if their lives depended on it, but the way back somehow seemed longer and steeper than the way there. From the same sky, an intense light covered their bodies, as if they were being signaled by the sun. They refused to stop, but this light was getting more and more intense, and by the time they realized it, a bunch of aliens descended from a strange spaceship hidden in the clouds. The strange aliens were tall, with long limbs, and with heads too small for their wide bodies. They also seemed to be protected by shiny black armor. Arlette wondered if these were their war clothes. These beings blocked their way and did not allow them to flee. The couple had nothing to defend themselves with. They had left everything in the spaceship to enjoy their vacation properly. They were captured by the savages. The evil ones had trapped them and kidnapped them. Arlette, for the first time in her life, felt terrified. The beasts of that planet locked them in a box too small for the two of them and shook them for many hours. When they were released from their confinement, the spaceship had been replaced by a large shiny room with a rectangular surface and a pile of silver instruments. The aliens had changed their suits for wide blue gowns, and there was no distinguishable faction on their faces, covered with masks. They turned a deaf ear to the couple's pleas and separated Neil and Arlette by taking them to different rooms to perform painful and indescribable processes on them. The first thing those creatures did when they were alone with Arlette was to secure her body on a metallic surface and destroy most of the spacesuit that protected her from the poisonous atmosphere of that planet. The travel agency had told her that the underdeveloped inhabitants of that planet were not intelligent enough to leave their solar system, but they still managed to get rid of her suit without cutting off her air supply. Without her protection, her delicate skin began to swell and itch rapidly, generating enormous scabs that multiplied with each of her involuntary spasms of pain. It was then the turn of the elongated metals. They nailed several elongated metals attached to a tube of crystalline material into her arms and legs without any kind of contemplation. She screamed and whimpered, but they didn't seem to care as they extracted her vital fluids. Arlette was aware that she would not survive. They had invaded her territory, and the savages had responded. She didn't want to survive anyway. She felt too much pain in her skin to want to. She wondered then what would happen to her family back home. They would never know what happened to her on their vacation. She also wondered what would happen to her partner. Had the aliens already killed Neil? Or was he also being tortured like her? In a last attempt, she tried to untie herself from her bonds. She screamed and begged with all her strength, in the simplest language she could think of. They ignored her. Arlette felt her body begin to give way against the poisonous atmosphere when one of the creatures held up a sharp-pointed metal utensil. She knew what that meant. The beast thrust the sharp metal point into her naked chest and split her in half in a clean cut. With the last of her conscious mind, she wondered if it wouldn't have been better to face Neil's wrath before agreeing to go on vacation to Earth. Arlette thought she would find relief in death, but they weren't willing to let her go so fast.
Commander, this is O'Neill. Do you read me?
I read you loud and clear, Daria. How's it looking out there? Any damage to the satellite?
Nothing so far. There's no issue with the antennas. Reaction control thrusters appear to be fully functional. I'm surprised we're up here checking it at all. These are some of the most durable modules I've ever seen. It's slow going, but I'm moving to the solar array next.
Slow going? How long have you been a flight engineer, O'Neill? Is this your first spacewalk? Last I knew, NASA didn't hire people that go slow. Get the lead out. I want to get home in time for Christmas.
Yes, Commander.
Relax, Daria. NASA won't fire you for being human. Do you have any plans for the holidays? I'm going to Kansas to see my sister. She made me a couple of nephews since I've been in Houston. What about you, O'Neill? You got a husband? Maybe a wife waiting for you?
There's some damage to the panels, Commander.
Then fix it. Come on, Daria, talk to me. You'll get stir crazy up here if you don't.
Sorry, Commander. NASA did not hire me to talk, and I'm not stuck inside a shuttle. I have more room out here than I'll ever need. Don't worry. I'm definitely not going stir crazy.
Wise ass. At least you're human. All right, O'Neill, what's wrong with the solar array?
It's strange, Commander. The only reason there would be this kind of damage is from a massive force, like an asteroid or at least an object hitting it with tremendous intensity.
What's strange about that? I'm sure rocks fly through here all the time. That's why NASA sent us up here. Daria, fix it.
Commander, it's not normal. If it did get struck by a rogue entity, there would at least be signs of the object itself. Like pieces of the meteorite or metal shavings from one of NASA's trash satellites lost in orbit. But there's nothing. It's like something hit it, but left no trace of itself behind. It couldn't be an asteroid.
If it's not an asteroid or some other object, then what, O'Neill?
Wave?
What the hell was that, O'Neill? Did we get struck? Did the satellite hit the ship? Talk to me.
It wasn't satellite. I don't know. There's nothing. My lock. Commander,
Daria, please respond. Are you still with us?
I'm here.
Oh, thank God. We don't have any hull breaches, just some warnings from our reaction control thrusters. Shut that off. What about you, O'Neill? Are you banged up? What happened?
I don't know, Commander. I don't know what to do.
Daria, listen to me. Just breathe. What's happening? Is your suit ruptured? We'll pull your line in. You have to keep talking to me.
There's no line. It broke off in the first wave. I'm overboard. I'm spinning. Commander, I got propelled into deep space. I don't know what happened to the satellite. How do I get back? What do I do? Please?
O'Neill, listen to me. NASA equipped your suit with a safer jetpack. What does SAFER stand for?
Safer, that's simplified, aid for, EVA rescue.
That's right, O'Neill. We are going to rescue you. But you have to help us. Use it and steady yourself. Stop the propulsion. Do it now!
Oh, okay.
O'Neill? O'Neill, are you there?
I'm here. It worked. I stopped spinning and I'm not being propelled anymore. I'm just here now. But I'm scared, Commander.
Scared? That's good news, O'Neill. You can use the propulsions to get back to the ship. We're already engaging the robot arm to grab you. What side of the shuttle are you on?
I don't know. I can't see the ship. I can't see anything. It's all black. There's nothing but faraway lights. I don't know which way you are. I don't know where to go. Am I gonna die up here?
No, Daria. No, you are not. NASA didn't pay you to die. We're gonna figure out which way you went and get you back. Just keep talking to me. Tell me anything you see, okay? You've got at least 7 hours left of your oxygen. If it takes every bit of that, I will find you. Do you understand, Daria? I won't let you die. O'Neill. Daria, you answer me right now.
There's something here, Commander.
What, like a satellite? Describe it for me, Daria.
I think it's opening. It's made of the dark. I'm afraid.
Stay with me, Daria. You're just seeing things. Check your pulse. How are your beats per minute? Count them for me. That's an order.
My heart, it's fine, Commander. It's here. I can hear it in my head.
Stay focused, Daria. There's nothing there. You're in deep space. You're probably going into shock. Close your eyes and breathe. Can you do that for me, O'Neill? Close your eyes.
Even when I close them, I can still see. It's part of the dark. It is space. There are no stars. The lights I see are a part of it. The satellite didn't hit the ship, Commander. It was waves. It was force. It was him coming.
Daria, listen to me. I'm going to get you to your family, okay? We're gonna spend Christmas at home. Who are you going to see during the holidays, huh? Tell me, Daria. Daria, please.
There is no family. There is no home.
I bring destruction. I bring change.
Humans are a great destroyer of all they are gifted. I will consume all they have made.
Daria?
I am your end. Your world will fill me until I am in need again. And yet, you have destroyed more than you created. I will leave hungry. What a terrible waste.
By the time humans were able to generate and contain dark matter, it took us a couple of years before we could build the revolutionary technology needed to destroy black holes. So, once the Earth started to be attracted by the large gravitational field of the black hole at the edge of the galaxy, we were more than prepared to face it. We quickly adapted a spacecraft to have the ability to capture, contain, and destroy the dark matter. The mechanism behind this addition was highly complex and difficult to understand. Less than a century ago, the destruction of this kind of matter was considered impossible, but we had achieved it. It was then that the team that would be sent on the mission was assembled. We were all experienced astronauts who had been thoroughly trained to make contact with the black hole. The mission was almost suicidal. If we were trapped in the gravitational field of the hole, we wouldn't be able to escape. Foreseeing this, we were even forced to sign a liability waiver and to prepare a will in case things went wrong. When the technology on which your life depends has only been tested under ideal conditions in laboratories, it's natural to feel worried. Anyway, not completing the mission was not an option. If we failed, we would die. We would be sucked into the black hole, and all those who were dear to us would be able to do nothing but watch as death rapidly approached them. If we succeeded, we'd all be saved. I felt no fear when we were ejected into the stratosphere, neither when the gravity of the hole facilitated our goals. Feeling fear was not an option. Our trip lasted exactly 311 days. In normal conditions, reaching the ends of our galaxy would take 100,000 light years. We made it in less than a year. Any doubt that our planet was in danger was overmastered by the immensity of the dark monster that was in front of us. The feeling of approaching a black hole is indescribable. There's no light, and there seems to be nothing around me besides my consciousness. Activating the machinery wasn't easy, and the lack of light only made it more complicated. We had been trained to execute the controls blindly. We just didn't count on Richard having a fulminant cardiac arrest. In the last seconds of consciousness, I could experience how my body was stretched and crushed by gravity until I was thinner than a sheet of paper. My bones ached as they were broken. My internal organs burned, and I could feel the blood seeping from every pore in my body. The pain was so intense that I collapsed in the remains of my seat in the ship that folded like origami. When I awoke, my eyes were burned by a bright light that hurt my retinas. I thought I had reached heaven. I'd never really been a believer, but it was the only explanation my aching brain could conceive. It will come as no surprise to you that my assumptions were wrong. Not only was I not dead, my body was in perfect condition. The pain I felt was only in my head. My crewmates also seemed as alive as I, except Richard, of course, and the three of them that didn't seem to have signs of evident damage. The ship, on the other hand, it was completely destroyed. I got up from the floor. My chair no longer existed. I went to check the front panel. It was completely ruined, emitting sparks and smoke. Since my crewmates didn't wake up, I went to check what we had left. There wasn't much. We'd kept the suits and the oxygen tanks and nothing else. The ship had large gaps where the machinery to trap the dark matter should be, and also where the food storage was supposed to be, and I didn't even know where we were. I peeked through one of the gaps on the side of the ship and looked where we had landed. It seemed to be a planet, an inhabited planet. The sky of this unknown planet was bright purple. No clouds present. The ground was covered with some sort of algae that resembled red, moist sponge. And looking at the horizon, several stark-looking mountains could be seen. And the animals, I had no idea what they were, but creatures of the most diverse and bizarre appearance covered this red plain. They seemed to be very interested in us. I ran to lift my crewmates from the ground. They looked at me confused as their minds emerged into consciousness. There was no time for any explanations, and I ordered them to take only the essentials with them and not to bother to put on their suits. Obviously, we didn't need them. We had no time to wonder how we had escaped from the black hole as we tried to blend in with the environment to avoid attracting the creature's attention. We stuck very close to the ground all the way. It stained us with some kind of red ink that spread the plants as we stepped on them. We advanced very slowly, without being able to speak. Our training had not conditioned us for this. They, my crewmates, followed me with the trust that is only placed in a leader, and I begged anyone who would listen to guide me along the right path. The sun had been replaced by darkness when we reached the base of the mountain. We quickly checked the first cave we came across, and to our surprise and good fortune, found that it was empty. We barely managed to lie down, huddled on the ground, when we were overcome by exhaustion. I'm sure that a day on that planet is much longer than one on Earth, because when we woke up hours later, the sky was still dark. We waited until the sun peeked over the horizon before we dared to leave the safety of the cave. The night's sleep had not helped to alleviate the confusion we felt. Craig had managed to bring along a portable radio with him, but it was unable to pick up any signal. We were completely lost. Lost and alone. Determined to survive, we walked at least half of the way we had done the day before in search of water. If we didn't drink some kind of liquid, we wouldn't last more than 3 days. It took us some time, but we finally got to a stream with a crystal clear liquid. Our throats tightened as we watched it flow. We were desperate to drink something. Anything. We followed the water upstream for a couple of miles to find its source. Barely resisting the temptation to dive into the liquid, we advanced until our feet ached and didn't stop till we caught sight of the intimidating animals drinking and bathing in the stream. I saw my reflection in the gently rippling liquid. I looked disheveled, deep, dark circles under my eyes. My body was covered in red, almost like blood. My instincts were telling me that drinking from the stream would not be a good idea, but my colleagues disagreed and were very vocal about it. We're going to die here anyway. I'd like to not suffer in the process if you don't mind, Craig said to end the discussion we'd gotten into. The balance of power had shifted and he had prevailed over me. I had no choice but to accept the situation, and I turned around to make sure that the animals didn't attack us from behind. That's when I heard the first scream. Craig was screaming at the top of his lungs, and it wasn't more than 2 seconds before our other crewmates followed him. The 3 of them were screaming as if they were about to go crazy, tearing at their chests with their nails as if they wanted to get to their own stomachs. And when the drops of blood began to fall to the ground, the animals became aware of our presence and cautiously began to approach us. I really tried to bring them with me, but they were unable to hear me. Their screams wouldn't stop, and their eyes looked pale and glassy, as if they were no longer of this world. Finally, I had to accept that if there were no other way out, there was no other option but to run. I ran with all the strength my legs allowed me to the place where we'd spent the night. The animals didn't follow me. My companions had served as enough of a distraction. In the solitude of the rocky cave, I tried to think what to do. I couldn't contact the Earth, and I was on an unknown planet. I had nothing to drink and nothing to eat. How long could I survive? 1 week? 2? I dropped my head against the stone wall to try to cover the emotional pain with the physical pain. There would be no salvation for me. I think I think I will look for the most painless way to end my life. I need to kill myself before the temptation to drink that liquid to quench my thirst becomes too much to bear. The madness I saw in their eyes is more terrifying to me than any kind of death.
Hello, I am Evans, your electronic virtual onboard navigation system. How can I help you, Dr. Xander Beltran?
Hello, Evans. So I am Xander, then. Makes sense. I've been wearing his uniform since I woke up.
Invalid audio prompt, Dr. Xander Beltran. How can I help you?
I'm tired of having no one to talk to. I'm tired of being alone. So, without going completely crazy, I'd like to talk to you, Evans, if that's okay.
Invalid oral prompt, Dr. Xander Beltran. Would you like to enter an audio log? I will begin recording. Recording.
Yeah, I guess that could work. If I die, maybe a recording could help someone at some point. If I don't, well, it's going to be a very depressing reminder of what I'm guessing is the worst point in my life. So far. I suppose I should make this sound official. How do people normally start logs? Ah, the date. The day is... Well, I don't know. The time... Yes, I don't know that either. Come to think of it, I haven't seen any clocks yet. I guess people don't keep time in space. Time and space. I don't know what happened. I don't know who I am or how I got here. I know what I can see. I'm wearing a uniform embroidered with the name Xander. There are massive windows. I can peer outside and look at nothing. It took a few moments of wandering around to realize I was in a massive station, somewhere deep in outer space. No matter where I am in the station or what window I'm looking out of, there's nothing close by. No planets, no ships, nothing that looks human or remotely like Earth. And there's no one else. Just Evans. This was a stupid idea. How do I turn this off, Evans? Stop this.
Thank you for using the Evans interface. Your recording has ended. Goodbye.
Evans, it's Xander. I guess I'm going to give this another shot. It's probably been a day or two since we last talked. I'd like to make another recording, if I could.
Request entered. Hello, Dr. Xander Beltran. Your log will begin recording immediately. Recording.
Thank you, Evans. What am I saying? It's not a real person. You're alone, you idiot. It's just you up here. Now, I need to do this. I need to maintain sanity, or I am definitely going to lose it. I know there's no one here. I know it's just me. But things are moving around. Stuff gets left places I don't remember. One day I'll walk by the rec room. I go there sometimes to run on the treadmills and feel normal. And I'll blast whatever music they have so I can imagine a filled room, but I don't ever swim. I'm not sure if I know how. So it doesn't make sense that I keep finding discarded and wet towels hanging out to dry next to the pool. I swear they weren't there yesterday. And even if they were, how could they still be wet? How could I forget going swimming? Oh, okay, Evans. That's enough for today.
Thank you for using the Evans interface. Your recording has ended. Goodbye.
Evans, I want to record.
Request entered. Hello, Dr. Xander Beltran. Your log will begin recording immediately.
Recording? Recording. Yeah, Evans, I know the drill. Look, I'm not crazy. I know what I saw. There's no one here to argue with but myself and... I guess you. But I know it's true. I know I'm not alone here. A couple of days ago, I found a digital camera in one of the empty living quarters. I took pictures of every fucking inch of this station. When I went to sleep, I took a pint of salt with me.
I made a thick circle around the bed, one that was impossible to jump across. I even took pictures of the circle just to prove to myself that I did it. I woke up today. The salt hadn't moved, which means I didn't move either. But something else did. I went through each room. I walked all over this goddamn station. I compared the pictures I took to everything I found. For a while, I couldn't spot any differences. But when I got to the cafeteria, I saw it. It was such a small change, but I caught it. The chairs. Now, I never pushed them back in since I woke up. They'd all been moved. They were under the tables, perfectly in place, like someone was cleaning up around the station. I don't understand it. Why change that? Why alter something so small? Jesus Christ, what the hell is happening? Can a space station be haunted? Oh God, I'm going crazy. I'm going crazy. Shut it off, Evons. I have to stop. Just turn it off.
Thank you for using the Evons interface. Your recording has ended. Goodbye.
Evons, start recording. Please, Evons, please don't say anything. I'm not alone. I saw them. How stupid I was to think it was ghosts. They're here now. They're hunting me. They know that I know. I don't know how long I can hide. I took some shots of caffeine and pretended to fall asleep in the night. I thought I could sneak up on something, but it snuck up on me. It took everything I had not to scream. I think they've always been here. They've always been watching me. Maybe they're doctors like I was. Maybe this is all a fucked up experiment. Maybe Evons is one of them. I'm probably going to die. They know that I know, and I'm scared that I'll forget. I'm scared I won't remember. Oh God. Oh fuck! Please, no!
Messages deleted. Thank you for using the Evons interface. Goodbye. Hello, I am Evons, your electronic virtual onboard navigation system. How can I help you, Dr. Xander Beltran?
Hi, Evons. And Xander. That's who I am. That makes sense. I am wearing his clothes.
Hello, dear televiewer or radio listener. Welcome to my tale of personal misery. Who knows how you got here? It really doesn't matter. I wanted someone to hear my story, and here you are. Without further ado, I cordially invite you to take a seat. This story is no act for Cardiac Baby. You're about to listen to a Greek tragedy. Let me introduce myself. My dear mother taught me not to be impolite. My name is Brian White, and I am a faithful worker, slave, of the government of our beloved nation. I work specifically for NASA, the most overrated and underfunded agency in the country for the last century. Oh yeah, I've been getting trampled by the work routine for the last 6 years. Please, don't feel offended if I'm touching your sensitive heart. I know that flying through space was probably your big childhood dream, as it has been for any little kid since the beginning of the postmodern era. But it's just that simply being an astronaut wasn't my first choice. Of course not. I would have preferred a simpler life as a teacher or an accountant. When I was little, I dreamed of working as a host on some TV show. I know it's absurd, but sometimes I still imagine it. Brian White, space star interviewer. Yeah. Sounds nice, doesn't it? I honestly would have preferred anything but to follow the fate imposed on me by my parents. The perfect government agents. Can you believe that as a kid I spent more time in a cubicle in some NASA office than I did in school? I don't want to sound ungrateful, but when you're a third-generation astronaut in your family, you start to feel the pressure. I think it seriously would have been fun for me to stay on Earth. Thinking about what is still hidden in space is certainly much more enjoyable than trying to discover it. My knees would have also thanked me for a wiser decision. I have invested most of my life in incessant hours of physical training, only to find that every time I returned from my trip to the International Space Station, my bones became weaker. I am 32 years old, but my kneecaps look like those of an old man of 50. Osteoporosis is an occupational hazard, apparently. Not everything is terrible up here. At the time, I had a beautiful view of the Earth from the windows of the station, 24 hours a day. Floating is even still fun nowadays. It's almost like being Superman. Except when you want to take a bath, the baths are the worst. The water just collects in a big drop over the head and refuses to moisten the skin. I never had much to do when I was still working at the station. Back then, I spent most of my day taking care of my beloved crop of plants. These were part of an experiment with which I was trying to accelerate the growth of wheat stalks. My goal was to make them from growing in a week to growing in a single night. Sometimes I also worked on maintenance. After all, it was quite common for small debris to collide with us. A meteor the size of a golf ball could pierce one of our walls. Those problems are very easy to fix, but others? Yeah, well, if I'm honest, it's only really bad when you get nasty coworkers. It's almost like having horrible office mates, but you live with them, and you trust them with your life in case of an emergency. Well, maybe it's worse than an office mate. There's also the problem of how the microgravity affects the cardiac tissues, and when we have to pee inside of our suits. Who cares about such trifles? It's silly. When you get into the NASA space program, you know that being on a ship is like being in high school. There are always the nice people, and people whose sole mission in life is to make yours impossible. Yeah, life in general is like being in high school. So when you're a cool guy like me, and I'm not looking to sound cocky, those problems become unimportant. I don't even know why I'm talking about this nonsense anymore. I guess I just want to prove that I'm not a bad guy, that I didn't do this on purpose. As I was saying, high school was fun. In those years, I was enrolled in the film club, and we had a great time watching movies from the early era of the 21st century. If I remember correctly, at some point, we even did a project where we filmed a low-budget movie about space. In it, I was the captain of the ship. If someone decided to make a documentary about my life, I would love to have parts of that film in the opening credits. My 13-year-old self would have been very impressed to learn that his script, made 2 hours before the deadline, was actually quite accurate in how my life would unfold. I didn't want to be an astronaut, but I'm a committed man, and I did the best I could at my job. I quickly climbed the corporate ladder, and at just 28 years old, I was appointed captain, and I was given my own crew for the longest manned mission based on Taiwanese technology so far. We've been sailing in the void for 4 years, 3 months, and 17 days. Everything had gone so perfectly until now. I know that not all accidents are unpreventable, and that there are things beyond human control, but I can't help but feel bad. My crew doesn't deserve this. We humans will always be human after all, no matter how fast we make our ships, no matter how we manage to travel distances, light years from home in days, no matter how much I hate this miserable job, because today I'm going to die. If I could start over, I would have liked to start my own radio station. Bring back that old dead generation. It would have been fun. My family says I have a good voice. I also would have liked to have been a better astronaut, or at least a better person. I should have listened to my sub-captain and not entered this area of the galaxy. I knew that huge star was dying, I knew it, and I still made us get close enough for our telescope to capture it. I wanted to keep that image in my head. I thought I would never get a chance to see a red star almost the size of our solar system again. I thought we would be safe. We weren't close enough when the supernova was generated to be affected by the explosion. But even so, we were trapped in a gravitational field that came after. We are tired of fighting. There is no way to escape. We are resigned to be pulled faster and faster into it. We know that if light can't escape, we won't either. I have condemned my people for my own selfish desire. If I were the protagonist of my own movie, I would surely be the villain. I don't even know if my confession will reach anyone's ears. But I still wanted to leave my confession recorded, that I'm sorry. I didn't want this to happen. I am not a villain. I never wanted to be. But I know that men are judged by their actions and not by their intentions. I can't ask anything other than a forgiveness that I know I don't deserve. Thank you so much for listening to me. If anyone does, I would have liked to give you a happy ending. But this is all I have. The show is over.
Hi, honey. Are you awake yet? Love, I can't hear you. This communication is one way, so whatever you're trying to say, I can't understand it. You must feel very confused, don't you? You were never the smartest type. You always cared more about strength. It's a pity we've come to this situation. My sister warned me, but you know how I am. Sometimes too foolish to listen. Oh, honey, don't think that I like having you like this. Of course not. If things were a little different, I could be there with you, talking face to face. But if I saw you right now, I don't know what I'd be able to do. It's just that I've devoted too many years to this relationship. God, this is so... I don't understand what I did wrong. I was such a dedicated wife. I helped you in all of your goals and projects. I gave you your space and let you go out with your friends. I gave you a room in my parents' house for your consoles. I even begged Daddy to let you enter the space program even though you did not have the necessary knowledge. I gave you every second of my life. And you went with her. I've been watching you for some time. You're not exactly careful, my love. The unexplained outings, the constant texting, the long time you locked yourself in the bathroom. I noticed that she was in our unit the first week you started dating. Is she really the best you could get? Of all the women working in the space program? No, of all the women working in this building, is that the best you could get? Having me? You choose her? It's just that, objectively, I'm a better woman. Not only do I have a higher position and my salary is much higher, I'm much more attractive. She's so bland. Thin where she should be voluptuous and voluptuous where she should be thin, and her hair. Damn it, her hair's a mess. There's no point to it anymore. No, it doesn't matter anymore. As I was saying, I watched you for a long time, Teddy Bear. I also spent a lot of time thinking about what to do. I couldn't just accept that my husband was cheating on me with such a low-ranking officer. I would be a laughingstock. I'm the youngest woman to reach the position of lieutenant in our unit. I have a reputation to uphold. No, that's not really the reason. At least, not the main reason. The truth is, I hate you. I hate you so much, you have no idea. You are the most useless man I know. And you don't even know how many nights I've comforted myself by imagining placing a pillow over your head until I released you from your last breath. When I found out you guys were making fun of me, I was almost relieved. But apparently, my lawyer didn't check our prenup. You weren't even my first choice. But Karen got married and she just kept rubbing me about her pregnancy. You weren't even good enough for that. So, we got to this point, with 3 of us locked in a metal box in the middle of space. You're the most useless of our group. Did you really think you were good enough to be chosen for this mission? You're so delusional, honey. If you weren't such an asshole, I'd have tenderness for you. I also managed to bring her along. That was not so difficult. She's a woman with bad taste, but dedicated enough to her work. I had to beg Dad a lot, but he's always had a soft spot for me. So before I released the first tear, he had already assigned us to this task. I had to put up with watching you two flirt, while you thought I wasn't looking at you. It was the longest training of my career. But my ultimate goal kept me strong enough to continue. And on the ship? Damn it, we've been up here for 4 months and you haven't let me sleep even one night. You haven't bothered to try to be careful about picking up the liquids. We're in space, love. Everything floats, haven't you noticed? I'm tired of cleaning up the debris stuck to my clothes and hair. A shuttle normally needs 6 people to be driven. I'm capable enough to cover 3 positions. Your new woman is capable of filling the other 3. She's clearly not counting on you, and obviously neither am I. I've seen you do absolutely nothing but complain about how cramped we are. Welcome to reality, love. Being an astronaut is no fun. I won't miss you. You've been really nothing but a bundle I've had to carry around for years. But I still wouldn't want our parting to be bitter. I don't want to leave you with any doubts. I'm going to kill you, honey. I'm sure you have no doubt about it by now. I don't think the news will shock you. I've had all this time to think about how to get rid of you. I thought of the traditional method. Taking one of the razors and going for your neck while you sleep with your lover. But blood floating on a ship is not a good idea. There's no chance I'll get rid of all the traces. Then I thought about causing you to overdose. It only takes 3,200 milligrams of Advil in one day to cause you liver damage. I could have medicated you for days until you died in agony and pain. But crushing the tablets to put in your food leaves many incriminating traces. Do you know there's no protocol for dealing with people who die in space? No one has ever died up here, knowing that the government wants to recover. Haven't you ever wondered what would happen if the human body is exposed to the vacuum of space? Of course not. You're too basic to wonder things. If you went out into space without a suit, your body would swell, while any liquid inside you would vaporize. It would be agonizing. Pitifully, you would only go through this pain for about 10 to 15 seconds before you would lose consciousness due to the lack of oxygen. But, on the other hand, no one would ever find your body. You would stay here, floating for the rest of eternity, a death without footprints, and any traces of DNA. No one will ever know that I gave you a sleeping pill, that I tied you with your own clothes, and that I gagged you so you couldn't utter a word. Anyway, it doesn't matter, honey. In the place where you're going, no one is going to be able to hear you scream. I'll be back on Earth in about 20 months. By then, I'll be a poor widow who couldn't avoid a work accident. Must be your woman. There's no one else here anyway. I haven't decided what to do with her yet. I might send her to accompany you. Or I might keep her for myself. It's not like it's any of your business, love. We're about to say goodbye. I'd like to say I'll miss you, but I'm not so satisfied easily. Goodbye, sweetheart. I hope I don't see you in another life.
The torrid heat from the fire persistently separated the man from his family. The piercing cry from his daughter and wife kept him moving in erratic patterns on the precarious floor. He finally gathers enough courage to make a jump, but the roaring fire shattered the only opportunity left. All hope was lost when his daughter and wife's screams lowered to complete silence. He heard the footsteps coming from the dark, flickering hallway. He ran away, jumping wood particles on fire. The man ran inside an open door, hiding between the grocery cases. The sound of footsteps followed him to the door. After a moment of silence, the door slammed and locked. It was when the man started feeling cold that he realized that he ran into a freezer. The excruciating pain from the worsening room temperature instantly turned to ice, freezing every cell in his body. The whole planet was in chaos. The aliens had taken over the Earth, tearing down buildings and slaughtered any human on sight. Many humans managed to escape, but I was only 2 years old at the time. I was sneaked into a stranger's suitcase by my mother. 50 years later, I was starting a new life in a whole new world. My wife Layla had been comforting my son Calvin, who was diagnosed with extreme automatonophobia. His fear of robots affected his quality of life, though he had never seen them before. My daughter Lucy paid more attention to the native cat-like pets. The extraterrestrial animals were beautiful. Most of them had glowing skin. The atmosphere's temperature was always high. But Layla and a group of other scientists were involved in cryogenic research, which sought to combat the heat through artificial weather. As a technical engineer, I played my part in the new civilization by designing solutions for telecommunications. Layla woke up from her sleep one night after hearing sounds in the house. My courageous wife decided not to wake me up. She instead sneaked out of the room to follow the sound. She noticed a moving shadow until the edge of the window curtain popped out of the dim passage. The window behind the curtain was wide open. She closed the window but heard the sounds of a girl crying. Layla rushed to Lucy's bedroom and found Lucy standing next to her bed with her head facing the roof. Layla picked up Lucy and put her into her bed. After realizing that she was sleepwalking again, the noise persisted, so Layla sneaked up to Calvin's room. She held up a chemical spray as she stormed into Calvin's room and found Chloe teaching Calvin to perform a demonic charm. That's when I heard my name called out. I rushed to the scene. We had never seen the girl before, but Calvin introduced her to us as Chloe, his girlfriend. For the next few days, I kept myself busy with my force-filled invention. It could limit unsolicited communication from the universe and protect the planet against future alien attacks. I saw the vision as I shaved my face every morning. I would be the orphan that became the richest person on the planet if only someone took me seriously. One evening, I came home after work. I then heard a sound near the trees. Since it was already dark, I opted to rush into the house. The walk to the house felt like an hour's hike. I then realized that I left the house keys in the car. Well, I was not going back to the car. I decided to knock on the door, but the door opened on its own. While in shock, Chloe jumped from behind the door and greeted me with excitement. I discovered that Layla had called Chloe over. My son was clearly in love with Chloe as they held hands. Honestly, I felt strongly attracted to Chloe. I learned that Chloe was an orphan. I instantly resonated with her story, though Layla maintained her resentment towards her. I couldn't help but notice that Calvin was as fearful of Chloe as he was towards me. I have always interpreted his fear for me as love. I was now convinced that Chloe was the right woman for Calvin. As Calvin told us that he wanted to marry Chloe, the lights went off and then flickered a few times. Each flick showed Lucy standing alone in the room with her head facing up. Lucy screamed as she woke up from her sleep. The ground shook, almost tearing down our house. The town emergency call was made. I ran to my car and rushed to the Air Force Center as my family followed me behind in a separate car. The lead engineer met me as I walked into the meeting point. He told me that I could launch my invention as the Army leadership strongly believed that the aliens from Earth were spying on us through artificial intelligence. It took me about 10 minutes to set it up. My family had stopped on the road when they came across what seemed to be Chloe crossing in front of them. They realized that Chloe was no longer with them in the car. The road started moving in waves as though it had been floating on water. After instructing pilots on air, my self-invented force field launched, stabilizing the whole planet again. The crowd celebrated my invention. I finally did it. I'm going to be a rich hero. But I soon realized that my family did not make it here with me. I told the lead engineer who launched a search mission to find my family. As we ran to our cars, I saw Layla and Lucy standing in the middle of a street nearby. Their car had overturned. I rushed to them and asked where Calvin was, and they told me that Chloe had taken him. Chloe slowly appeared from the darkness, dragging Calvin's blood-covered dead body. Chloe's eyes turned green. She instructed all androids to kill every human on sight. Soon, half of the humans on the ground and those still in the sky revealed themselves as androids. they started killing as many humans as they could. I saw Chloe dragging my wife and daughter, so I pursued her. A stray sword went through my chest. Instead of blood, I saw light shining out of my chest. Instead of pain, I felt confusion. Was I also an android? I soon realized that the androids attacked everyone around me but me. I then figured that I was not human or an android. I was both. I was a cyborg. This explains why my son feared me so much. I had the opportunity to put a sword into an android's chest as it lay between my knees, but I couldn't. It felt like family. I couldn't bear the thought of killing Chloe to save my family. So I jumped to my death between a cracked surface on the ground. Layla and Lucy knelt on the floor as Chloe prepared to execute them. However, the ground shook. Chloe missed a step and fell between a cracked road. The aliens tore my force field invention apart. My family rushed to open all cryogen containers for all humans to enter. After explaining to Lucy that their bodies will be frozen and restored at a later stage, Layla securely locked Lucy on her cryogen and switched them all on. As Layla tried to get into her cryogen, an android grabbed her shoulder. My daughter screamed as she watched an android rip her mother's head off. It then pounded on Lucy's cryogen. The android went for the final punch, but the planet exploded, casting all cryonics across the universe. So here we are today, particles in the void space, scattered across the cosmos. Are we dead yet? I don't know. But what I do know is that my name is Austin Green, and I've been through fire and ice. I had been waiting for the elevator when I heard Samantha Collins, head of accounts, telling a colleague that she has had no sleep waiting for the Gemini V10 ship to arrive. Her husband, Mark Collins, was one of the astronauts who embarked on a trip to Mars. She rushed to ride on the elevator with me. I reminded her that Mark was my best friend and I would not allow anything to happen to him. Her face communicated distraught, but her mouth told me she trusts me. Reaching the office, worry covered everyone's face.
Hey, Walter.
A command sergeant major was calling me.
How are you doing today? How are you enjoying your promotion?
I had been promoted 5 days ago. I replied, "Go ahead and make coffee for me now." A distress signal went off. I set a retrieval team of 5 soldiers to take off. Samantha ran to me and begged me to go with the crew. I told Josh, Henry, who would do anything to get attention, Ian, a computer scientist, Hunter, and Owen that I would be joining them as their captain for the trip. We eventually launched, and after several hours, we found the Gemini V10 ship floating in the void space. We split into groups of 2. Ian and I headed for the main control center. We started hearing weird sounds coming from the darkness. Each step felt like something dark was about to overpower us. I could swear something dark was following us from behind. Every part of the ship looked like a creature figure staring at us. None of our tracking devices had traced any life form at this point. This didn't make any sense. After reaching the main control area, we slowly opened the door and Ian entered as I covered for him. Ian found a switch to turn on the lights. The lights did not go on, regardless of what Ian tried with the main switch. We walked back to the entrance area to meet the other crew who were already waiting for us. I tried to communicate with the team on Earth, but our signal had been blocked. It felt deliberate as Ian struggled to code past the block. Having assessed the ship to the best of our ability, there seems to be no sign of violence or damage to the ship. We suddenly heard a sound like a whistling wind coming from the darkness of the hallway. Everyone started moving closer to each other. We slowly walked into the darkness, allowing everyone to go past me. I realized that we were only 5. Guys, one of us is missing. They all turned back in fear, and we realized that Ian was no longer with us. Henry went into a panic attack. He struggled to breathe. I thought to myself, this is not the time, Henry. Josh helped me inject Henry with benzodiazepines. When we were done, we noticed that Hunter and Owen had also disappeared. We all stood up and stared into the darkness. Our torches struggled to overcome the darkness and atmosphere. We waited in silence, though we're not sure of what we were waiting for. A huge wind passed close to us, which was accompanied by strange sounds. We all immediately started screaming and kicking the exit door of the ship. I immediately stopped when I realized it was only me and Henry kicking the door. I asked him where George was. Every sound in the craft felt like it crawled under my skin. I didn't know what to do, but I had to remain strong and in charge for Henry's sake. I told Henry if the guys were playing a prank on us, I would kill them. Henry laughed as though he knew something. I held the chest part of his suit and demanded him to tell me what was happening. He started crying. I figured there was something strange about Henry. When my head torch pointed at a side table, I noticed an ID. I picked it up while holding Henry's hand. The name on the ID was Mark Collins. This was the proof I needed to confirm that my best friend and his crew were here. Henry and I went to the main control center, calculating every step and checking the space around us. Again, it felt like something was following us. Every time I turned back to see, but there was nothing. A banging sound of a door nearby caused my heart to race. We entered the main control center when I asked Henry to lock the door. Henry! 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 I screamed my lungs out, calling Henry. How could he leave me alone? I locked the door and took out my gun, pointing at the door. I stared at it for a while until I looked stupid, fighting something I didn't know. I turned on the switches to have something working on the ship, but nothing worked. I ran to a corner and sat there shaking. Sudden noises started overwhelming me as I couldn't locate where they were coming from. After holding my ears, and shaking my head to cast the sounds away. My torch broke and the sound stopped. The next few minutes were filled with absolute silence and darkness. I called out the names of my crew, but none of them replied. I started calling out Mark. I longed to see something, even if it was my hand. But the darkness stole my hope and strength. I raised my face and suddenly saw a shining human figure which stood in the darkness. I attempted to scream. My mouth opened, but my voice wouldn't come out. The figure kept moving towards me and growing bigger as it did. I wanted to wake up if I was sleeping. As soon as everything became dark again, I asked the creature to make my death quick. The creature lit again, and it wore an oversized hoodie. The face! It was Mark. In a split of a second, he grabbed me and threw me into a shining circle in the air. I fell at the same place I was in, only this time, the lights and the ship's engine were on. I was tied to a bed, and I looked around and saw the dead bodies of my crew members. Mark laughed as he held what seemed to be a small drill. He explained to me that he was an alien sent to Earth by his lords 10 years ago. Mark and Samantha were sent to Earth to learn human ways in preparation for an attack on Earth. He let me know that they would now be sending a number of aliens to Earth, disguised as us, and he would need our bodies to fulfill this. This is when I noticed that inner organs were removed from the bodies of my crew members, as Henry's body had just been caught near where I was laying. I asked him where we were. That's when he told me that we had traveled 5 days into the future, making it impossible for anyone who comes to the ship to discover the operation. The plan was for the aliens to go back to the accurate time with our bodies and pretend to have found everyone on the ship. He looked at me with malice in his eyes. He dug into my chest as my eyes dimmed away.
I have seen people scream for their lives. I saw women clinging to their babies. I saw moments so vicious that I can't explain. This is for the people whom I lost that day. I am tired of lying. I don't want to do that anymore. I'm sick of it. It's a disgrace to the happy working family that may have survived if we had not been kept in the dark. No matter what the government thinks of me, I don't care what my punishment may be. Today, I'll narrate the whole incident to you to the best of my ability, in the honor of those who died. My name is Robert O'Brien. I was the captain of the Tycho spacecraft. The day was the 47th day of the Orion calendar on planet Orion. That morning, I was briefed by the fleet guard on the route that I was supposed to take. And contrary to popular belief, I was informed nothing of the collision procedure that was underway there. The one where 2 planets are collided to make a small sun out of it, for energy. While I sat there in the waiting room, as Tycho, my ship, was being pulled out of her hangar, I distinctly remember a little girl of the same age as my own son, sitting opposite to me with her parents, who also were supposed to be boarding Tycho in economy. Many hours later, we were midway through our journey. We had exactly 785 souls on board. I had my co-pilot Andrew and reserve pilot Beckham taking over the cockpit. And I was out of the cabin for lunch at the moment and was just going through my meal when the first wave of turbulence hit. There was a slight rattle in the ship.
We'll be experiencing some turbulence. Shouldn't last more than 15 or 20 minutes.
To some degree, we get constant turbulence by solar flares when at high speeds. So this was nothing out of the ordinary, but suddenly the turbulence stopped. It became quiet for a few seconds, and then there was a bright flash coming through every window in the ship. It was so bright that we had to cover our eyes to not go blind. Many of the passengers let out screams too. The light had so much heat in it, and I had absolutely no idea where that light was coming from. I was still thinking that amidst the panic among the passengers, when the whole ship was shaken violently, like it had no weight. And then everything stopped. The light went away and the shaking stopped too. I stumbled over to the cockpit to see what was going on, to see Beckham trying to get on a call with the space station, and Andrew focusing on the navigation and radar systems. When I got closer, Andrew looked up and shot me a look of confusion. "We are not in the right place," he said. "No one's on the other end." Beckham joined too. The ship at that moment was continuously in a slight vibration that was very alarming. Something strange was happening, and I was not going to put up with the blame of anything going wrong. I was not paid enough for this. So I sat down, and despite the lost connection with the space station, I started navigating Tycho to our home planet Orion. Many distress calls were made to the space station to no response. It had only been 1 hour when our solar system's sun started becoming visible. Andrew and I exchanged looks before I checked our speed again. We were on cruising speeds and it wasn't supposed to be visible for some time. Anyways, we were approaching Orion, so we began our descent. We were about to land, but still, we got no response. After we struggled to land without assistance, we kept waiting for the staircase trucks, but again, nothing. The whole site looked abandoned, like a storm just went through here. I told the hostess to ask everyone to stay calm, while I used the emergency ladder in the cabin and got out through the cockpit window. I was the first one out and decided to check the terminal first. I walked over the 200 yards to it, and like I feared, not a single person was in sight. There was dust everywhere. As I began walking inside, Beckham called me on the intercom that someone in the back was having a medical emergency and that people want to get out. Also, that he's made contact with the station. What happened here? I don't know. They didn't respond on that. Alright, I'm coming. Try calming the people down. Till then, I'm on my way. Saying that, I went just a few steps deeper into the building to find a horrifying smell. It was coming from one of the side corridors. When I peeked into it, there were dried pools of blood in the middle of that corridor too. The dust, the blood, the smell, the absolute silence mixed with a constant clicking noise coming from one of the rooms. It was like we were in an apocalypse movie. Honestly, this was frightening, alright, and I didn't want to stay there much longer, so I speed walked out of there to the ship. I was midway through when I saw people pouring out of the spacecraft through an evacuation slide. What in the... This blunder, as we later found out, was by a space hostess that came under pressure and deployed the slides. Andrew was still in the cabin while Beckham met me outside. As we talked, a few people came up to us, asking obvious questions, and when we were done responding, I looked up to see that many passengers were walking towards the terminal now, while others stayed in place. I called for them to stay together until further instructions, but only the ones in the back stopped. The ones up ahead kept walking. A group of young boys entered it first, followed by a family of 4. The others were some distance back. I kept looking at them, and for some dark reason, I couldn't keep my eyes off of them. Then I saw something that I don't think I can ever forget. I saw those 3 young men running out of there in a panic. The other family was already very close, but seeing this, they turned back around in confusion and began walking back when something from inside grabbed a hold of the father's leg and dragged him across the pavement into the terminal. It was pale, had long limbs, and was very thin, so thin that you could make out the ribcage. But the family looked tiny in front of it. Then the screams of intense pain were so blood-chilling that I never thought a human could make such noises. This ordeal seemed like it went on forever, but after a few moments, everything became quiet again. The family was on the ground, unable to move, stunned in terror. Some passengers shouted at the family to run, when 2 others came out of the shadows and killed the wife and the children in front of us with their sharp, piercing arms, then dragged them inside as their blood trailed across the floor. Seeing that, all passengers started panicking and everyone tried to rush back into the ship, up the slippery evacuation slide. In this intense anxiety, everyone kept looking back at the terminal while trying to get on board. Every passing minute kept adding to the pressure, and this was making me sick. When a station ship out of nowhere landed between us and the terminal. A team of soldiers got out and into the terminal, after which many shots could be heard firing, and then it all came to a stop. But the damage was already done. This was not our world. I believe we were test subjects. We were willingly not told of the planet collision that had gone wrong. I believe we were willingly shoved into a portal to see what became of us. I will say now what I have never said before. The culprit is the government and no one else. I don't know the science, whether it was an alternate dimension or our distant future. No one can bring those children back to life, and they did nothing to deserve this.
James! Someone gets a hold of him. Pin him down now! You can't stay here. Run, Russell, run!
After this commotion on the ship, there was a great silence. It was like nothing had been happening for the past 15 minutes since the group got back on board to return home. At this time, space mining was made possible, and we could now walk on Saturn's rings. It was 2081, and a time that characterized a massive development in space exploration. Life as we know it has transformed greatly, with people being able to gather enough materials, minerals, and space debris that will change the course of human history. So they thought.
This has to be my last mission for real, dude.
Tim exclaimed to Pam. They had a unique relationship, Pam and Tim. Tim never really saw Pam as a soft lady, but he admired her tenacity, especially on the last mission when things almost went south. After getting back on board on the last mission, space debris out of nowhere hit the fuel tank. The team stayed back for weeks with another rescue team coming to save them.
I have to stay for my daughters and wife. After we get the space debris back home, I am done for good. Tim continues talking about his far with Pam. Remember what happened 4 years ago? I can't after this. I love it, but there are too many risks involved.
That's what you said the last 2 times, and look at you now. It is just as you said, passion makes us do this. As for me, I have nothing going on back home, so this is always my solace.
Okay, gather round, team. We have been tasked to retrieve space debris from Saturn's rings. This is seemingly a dangerous mission, as every other one that we have been on. However, we have each other's backs. There is no telling of what we will encounter over there, no matter how many times we have been out in space. We need to stick together to complete this mission. In all of Tim's 20 years of going on space missions, this seemingly easy task was proving to be a constant itch. He could not just shake off the feeling, but as a leader in his own right. Tim goes on, believing in the wealth of experience that he sees in the space shuttle. As they launched into space, there was peace and calm in the shuttle. The team of 6 who have always worked together on space missions were relishing another time together. For some of them, it was going to be their last mission, not for the reasons they thought. They safely landed on Saturn's tiny little moons. Those were the rings that surrounded the second largest planet. It was actually a beautiful sight to behold. The team settled, set up camp. It was going to be some couple of weeks before they returned home. Tim and Pam always stuck together as they knew the importance of the mission. Through their safe exploration of space debris from Saturn's rings, there would be a host for groundbreaking revelations that will be useful on Earth. Although the beginning of the mission was somewhat traumatic, there was a problem setting up the signal to communicate with Earth, with debris interfering with the satellite. The first few days were hellish. Some of the team members started to question the motive of the mission. It was earlier briefed to the team that the mission to Saturn will be put on hold for some years, only for a few months. They all get a call to return to base. Some thought it was sudden. Tim, Pam, and James actually did think so after a night out together some months back. But it was yet another thrill for the certified astronauts. To them, the great thrill was hanging out in space and retrieving materials that are beneficial to Earth. So when the issues started for the first few days on the arrival, they knew it was a matter of time before things would settle. "Is that everything we need?" James asks the team as they load up to return home. They finally got the space debris required, and it was another successful mission for the 6. Laughter filled the air as they were on the shuttle with the space debris in specialized containers that were properly sealed. Each team member reminisced on their first mission on board. Tim especially had the funniest story, as he was scared out of his mind before he got on board. Unknown to them, he had that same feeling as they left Saturn.
"What was that?"
Tim asks the crew. "It is probably Lauren trying to talk to her children again," James says, as everyone knew Lauren always sang a song at bedtime for her adorable twins.
I am right here,
Lauren responds. A loud cry came from the back of the shuttle just as Greg went in to safekeep the containers with space debris. Greg screamed in agony. You could tell he was in severe pain. What could be happening, they all thought. There was still some screaming coming from the back, with Greg banging on the door in the east wing of the shuttle. Now fears were heightened. Tim, who had a feeling something was going to happen, looked around to see everyone's reaction. After a while, silence creeps. No one hears Greg or any banging on the door. Tim proceeded to check the back.
"Everybody get back!"
Tim screamed, as he saw Greg running toward the crew with half of his face seared off. His face had melted, but you could still see places where his eyes and part of his nose were. The scream started again as Pam shouts to Tim.
"Run, Tim!"
The crew were running to the escape devices, which NASA had reinvented for them. But the issue was that they had to run towards Greg, who was more than hostile at this point.
Get to the escape devices now!
Tim shouts as he's fending off Greg. Lauren, Pam, James, and Russell ran past the brawl between Tim and Greg. Tim is a pretty big guy, so he could overpower Greg, but was bitten and lost consciousness immediately. No one would leave without Tim. 5 of them could overpower Greg, and it dawned on them that they could go rescue Tim. James and Russell go back to the brawl, only to find Greg standing over Tim, dripping with saliva from his worn-out face. Russell and James hit Greg and knocked him onto the floor, frantically rallied round a dazed Tim, who gingerly stood up. But something looked off. The 2 guys tied Greg and put him in a chamber in the spacecraft, hoping that they would know what went on with him.
What happened? Greg turned into an animal and tried to kill all of us.
Russell responds to Tim's question and gets cut off by Tim.
What's happening to me?
Tim immediately interjects, with the crew wondering what was going on with him as well.
What is happening to me?
Tim shouts again as his eyes started to turn red.
James! Someone gets a hold of him. Pin him down now!
Pam shouts as she sees her friend in agony, more or less the same way Greg was crying out. Right there they see, Tim's face begins to swell uncontrollably.
We have to go now!
Russell screams, as if to call everyone to order. Everyone panics and starts running for their lives the second time. Just as Pam tries to look at Tim one last time, the now deranged replica of her longtime friend reaches for her neck and snaps it. Instantly, Pam hits the deck, stunned and cold. The rest run, leaving the carnage behind them. After a while, there is a loud pop, presumably Tim. They get to the chamber where Greg was kept, and his head, too, is off. Both Greg and Tim die, while Russell drags Pam's body away from the pool of blood. Lauren realizes that the containers have alien traces that should not be exposed to the face. This causes Greg to get affected, since he was not wearing any protective clothing. She locks up the area, and the rest of the crew gather themselves for a long trip back home. Unfortunately, I was part of the crew that never came back home the same again. My name is James Roddick, and I was part of the team that went to Saturn 5 years ago. I wish we listened to Tim when we went out to get some drinks about reconsidering the sudden mission. We could have all been here today.
Form of disease has plagued Earth, threatening the human race. Still, by chance and an extensive 5-year-long research project, scientists have discovered a possible cure for the threatening disease killing millions of people a day. 6 months before the disease wipes out the entire human race off its existence, a trip to a new planet has taken place. As the sun rises to welcome the first day of their operation, the army divides into 3 organized troops matched with several scientists, doctors, and aircraft. The first group sets up for a mission behind a mountain mounted tall as the only object standing between them and the forest home to the Lamani birds needed for sampling. Capcom set their day's activity by sending test signals to the crew and aircraft. During this process, the Operation Commander Robert Stein briefs the team on duty, letting them know that they have 12 hours in a day to dig out a route as far as they can over the mountain. Accompanying this brief is a warning that when called, the operation for the day should pause with immediate effect and all personnel should return within 16 minutes to the main center. Once the control center's main door closes as the day ends, it will not open until the following day. Robert made it clear to the whole crew that the planet looks pretty much like Earth. It can be tempting to relax and feel as though you are still on the ground. But the nighttime will remind you that you are on a different planet and no one wants to find themselves out in the wild at night. Not getting into more details, here's signs of the commencement of activities. As the scientists take samples of a particular tree, a giant bird that looks like a large eagle flies over them, touching the top part of the tree with its legs. Soldiers point their guns at the creature as the scientists beg them not to shoot. Hundreds of birds follow in the same direction as the crew runs back to the control center. It turns out the birds are only passing by. Communication came from Capcom informing the team that the birds were not Lamanis. Calling it a day, the group returns to the main center. The crew members who worked on the day are instructed to separate from the rest of the crew. All members register with the radiologist, but the registrar notices a name, Liam Garcia, which is the only name on the list not signed off. She informs the superiors who take the matter seriously, running scans of his tracking device and manual checks on the center. After a thorough search, a shaky soldier informs Robert that they may have left Liam in the forest. Liam wakes up in the middle of the forest with an intense headache, which immediately brings him to tears. He further notices that he is near a glowing turquoise lake with birds hovering over it. Only now it's dark and the forest looks like it is upside down. The soldier is tied upside down on a web, knitted as a spider web but thick as a street light pole, stretching his legs and hands away from his body. A creepy figure in a human form moves at a constant pace, slowly towards him. Only this figure has no legs touching the floor. Instead, it floats towards Liam. The creature has a wet sack over its head and hay covering its body. It moves one of its hands pointing at Liam. The trooper tries to move his hands and legs in fear, but realizes that he cannot move his stretched out body. The soldier begins crying as the creature moves slowly, and without warning, the creature moves with speed, opening its mouth, swallowing Liam. The dinner table is filled with laughter as crew members have their supper. In the middle is Liam, dressed in torn and dirty clothes, still bleeding from his head wound. He wonders why everyone is not minding his condition, but breathes a sigh of relief that the whole ghost incident had only been a bad dream. He takes a spoon and tries to reach for his plate, but the table with everything around it moves away from him at high speed as the words, "You belong to us now," keep on playing in his head. The environment changes into a body of a turquoise liquid. Liam comes out of the water but realizes that he's back on the lake. The birds flying on top of the lake now match the description of the Lamanis, and one of the birds strikes him, taking a bite off his neck. The rest of the birds start attacking him. Within seconds, the ghost creature pulls him away from the birds, and Liam finds himself alone in the cold forest with no one or anything in sight. The soldier sweats in extreme fear and starts hearing voices in his head whispering, "You belong to us now." Liam screams, begging the noises to stop. Without help, he gets up and starts running downhill. Another ghost-looking creature flies past him with its head facing down. It suddenly stops and quickly raises its face, looking at Liam. And its face looks like Liam. It raises its hand and moves towards him. The shock drops him unconsciously on the floor. Early the following day, the mood was awful back at the control center as the mission to find the Lamanis is paused in preference for finding Liam. Robert instructs everyone to bring Liam alive before the sun sets. But when every field worker has entered the forest, a dark cloud covers the area and a storm ensues. Lamanis fly over them, attacking all the doctors who had been on the field. Their strong foot ripped several doctors' heads off. As the soldiers fight back using their rifles, they receive a message from the center letting them know that the Lamanis are attacking the doctors because of their white dresses. Their natural enemies are the ghost-looking figures covered in white sackcloths over their faces. Every doctor removes their white uniforms and the birds stop attacking them. As the crews move back to the center while picking up the bodies of their dead colleagues, they notice Liam, who storms out of the bush. He runs to them but passes out after reaching the shoulders of one soldier. He gets quickly rushed into a medical facility in the center. After waking up, the shivering Liam tells the mission leaders that he came into close contact with the Lamanis, which constantly dragged him in and out of a lake somewhere in the forest. As he starts talking about the ghostly creatures, he loses his speech, mumbling his way through hand signatures. He starts shaking uncontrollably and is induced with a drug to calm him down. At midnight, the control center, along with other spaceships, is suddenly attacked by the Lamanis. For the scientists, this is strange because the birds only attack their sole enemies, the ghost creatures. Soldiers and pilots fight back in defense, but are overwhelmed with acid liquid raining on them. The spaceships and the main center take massive damage, and a call to end the mission is pronounced. Robert instructs all ships on the planet to take off and move as far away from the planet as possible immediately. On their way back to Earth, a traumatized Liam sits on the bed as a pathologist runs tests on him. After examining his blood, the pathologist rushes across the medical facilities screaming, "We found the cure! We found the cure!" It turns out Liam's blood matches the exact code needed for a possible cure. The whole crew screams with joy as Liam stares at the universe through a window. His feet are not touching the ground.
Many may already know of this incident, but today I'll tell you my perspective of how things unfolded. I and my two colleagues, which for the sake of this story, and to allow them the already little anonymity that they have, we'll call them Roman and Kyle. We were mining workers back in the day for NASA. In 2091, the time of this event that is, the dark side of the moon was not unknown anymore. And to tell you the truth, we had done more research there than the bright side itself. Moon rock had replaced diamonds for ultimate luxury and was an all-time high on the stock market. The day was Thanksgiving. Many of the other miners had taken off and had gone back home, but since our team already had taken a week off earlier, we were the only people left at the moon camp, except, of course, the emergency teams. That day, like any other, we got our team assignment from the system and off we went to the caves. Now there were two ways you could travel in such low gravity. One, the modern cars. Conventional cars, as one might expect, were useless there, so modern cars that officials and patrol officers would use. And second, the small train transit service that every miner like us had to use to commute around. It was okay, but clearly, comfort wasn't the main objective of these trains. Getting back to the mining, our group was one of the executive miners, if that even means something. Our job was not to mine for moon rocks, but to look for the artifacts in them that were almost impossible to replicate back home. So naturally, our assignments took us way deeper into the caves. We were there when we really realized how alone we were. The places like the loading dock, that were usually the busiest, were completely empty. From the main entrance, we were making our way down to the deeper parts of the cave system. When we finally got to our destined site, it was particularly smaller than the other sites we had worked so far, but anyways, we began to unpack our gear and got into it. Only a few minutes had passed, and it was clear to us that this section of this cave was completely untouched, as we were finding these artifacts a lot more than anywhere else. That meant we would be done much sooner. I was the deepest into the cave, followed by Kyle and then by Roman. I believe we were 1 hour in when I looked at the weight meter. That said I had collected my share for the day. Good for me, I thought. All three of us were connected by intercoms, so communication was not a problem. I believe I made some mocking remarks to the two as I tried to make my way out, crossing from behind them. Considering the tight space and common courtesy, I put some weight on from Kyle and Roman's too and began navigating my way to the loading dock. It took me a few minutes to get to the entrance. I went outside to the dock and began unloading the weights. At the moment, the two weren't talking, and I was busy loading the weight, piece by piece, onto the conveyor belt, which made it uncomfortably silent to work. I tried striking up a conversation about how I wished this suit had pockets so I could sneak one of these stones to my wife, but they didn't reply. Okay, unusual, but nothing to be worried about, I thought. In a few more minutes, I was done, and was waiting for the other two to show up. Looking up, you could see Earth in all of its glory, just looking back at you. I could stay there longer, but you get tired of seeing the same things over and over again when you're out in space. I began walking to the entrance to correct any signal problem, which was very unlikely. I called for Kyle and he responded, "Almost there." So I stood there, waiting. I already wanted to just pack everything up and go back to camp. I was facing the entrance when I first saw it. There was a shadow from something behind me being casted on the wall in front. I turned around to look at Roman and Kyle walking away to the transit station. How did they even get there so fast? "What are you even doing?" I called out into the intercom. "Believe me, we are more eager to get back to camp than you are," Roman replied without looking back. I was unsure how they managed to unload their weights so fast, but well, I started following them to the transit. "What's the first thing we'll do when we get back?" asked Kyle. "Why don't you think about fixing the way you walk for now?" I responded. "What I'd do is take a good shower with all that water just to ourselves," said Kyle, to which Roman replied, "Yeah, something to make up for all the fun everyone's having back home." A few moments later, Roman asked me where I was. "Yeah, right. Who is 5 meters behind your hindquarters then, sir?" I said jokingly. Then he said something that sent a shiver down my spine. "No, seriously, we're at the entrance. Where are you?" I stopped dead in my tracks. I fixated on the people in front of me and couldn't believe what I was looking at. The people in front had their oxygen cylinders completely empty. That is when they stopped too, and slowly turned around to bring my worst nightmares to life. It was a woman and a man. Their faces were completely covered with blood and their eyes wide open, staring right into my soul. I remember hearing Kyle and Roman's voice in the intercom before I fainted and collapsed on the ground. The next thing I know is that Roman is trying to get me to wake up as Kyle's in the distance pointing his mining tool at the two people. By the time Kyle and Roman could get to me, the two people had already taken my oxygen supply, but thanks to the quick thinking of my colleagues, my friends, I'm able to write this now for the world to see. Help was called, which took care of me, while Kyle and Roman were taken with the two people for questioning. Later, while I was in the hospital for acute hypoxia, Kyle, Roman, and the two people were all over the news for discovering a new phenomena that could help push further the boundaries of what humans could achieve. We weren't told many details about it, but apparently the two people somehow survived the negative pressure, lack of oxygen, and were alive only by anaerobic respiration, which started a whole era of scientific research on human bodies' deeper mechanisms. Later, I was questioned for a little while too, but that was the end of it. From that point on, I never saw Roman and Kyle again. Now, I am retired and residing in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. But I wish I could see my friends one more time before I sleep to my death tonight. No matter what the world may say, whenever I close my eyes, I can see blood oozing out of those faces. I can't stand this any longer.
When I look at the immensity of space from my cabin, I find it hard to believe that the human species had to wait 2,310 years so that poor devils like me could enjoy the experience of travelling through the galaxies. Sometimes I wonder how miserable was the life of those poor monkeys that stayed on Earth until the day of their deaths, without knowing that in the future, more evolved versions of the human being than them would colonise space. Those are the kind of thoughts that come to my mind when I wake up after a good night of looting. Maybe there is a romantic aspect to me that makes me dream of those times when cars were considered a means of transportation worthy of being collectible. There is something simply charming in thinking about those beings who dug up graves in the hope of trying to justify their existence through the remains of civilizations that were nothing more than animals. I think if I'd lived in those years, my job wouldn't be much different than it is now. Museums would pay me to steal useless stones in the same way the council pays me to take over the resources of other planets. There's always a group of bleeding hearts that are against these practices, but civilizations only survive by crushing others, and if someone has to do the job, why can't that someone be me? Being a mercenary is not for the faint of heart. You have to be willing to do things that are considered inhumane for the welfare of the human race. And you will be judged for that. But everything bad is compensated by something good. And in my case, that is the flexible hours, the good pay, and my lack of supervision. As long as I meet my quotas, the council won't care if I keep a treasure or two. Another benefit that comes with the job is a crew of people as miserable and soulless as me. Sleeping on a ship with a bunch of strangers is a good exercise to keep the adrenaline pumping. Thing is, over time your crewmates become like your brothers. After 4 years of constant travel, I trust them more than I trust my own mother. And then there's Mike. The man has always been a lunatic, the life of the party in the crew, but for 9 months now he's looked like a different person since we arrived at the mine. Mine is a rather elegant name for the hole we opened in the ground of that unexplored planet. The council believed that in no man's land was a new and valuable element and sent us to steal it. Such is the life of a mercenary. In a matter of days I gathered my crew and together we embarked on a new adventure. In my old ship we travelled through a wormhole and crossed space. Only took a couple of hours to leave our galaxy behind. The planet where we landed was arid and deserted. Everywhere we looked there was nothing but a yellow sky and a rocky surface that crunched with each of our steps. To our misfortune, this planet never seemed to have harboured life, and our favourite part of the conquest had always been the fight. The planet was huge, almost twice as big as the planet where my colony was established, so it took us several trips to stock up on supplies before we found the element we were looking for. It was bright and colourful like bismuth. It looked like a liquid that clumped and unclumped in the air, forming figures without silhouette. This liquid escaped from a deep crack in the ground as if it were a helium balloon. When we managed to capture some of it in the anti-corrosive containers that we were carrying, these became absurdly heavy, and it was impossible for us to transport them without machinery. Once we got hold of all the remains that had seeped to the surface, we started with the excavation. Dale, our miner, was an experienced man, so stubborn that he would be able to reach the centre of the earth if he was allowed to. He immediately got down to work and he directed the robots to start the drilling while the rest of us took refuge in the ship to pass the time. I'd fallen behind trying to remove a rock that had gotten stuck in the sole of my suit when Mike approached me.
"Guess what I brought with me, bro?"
he said as he showed me a small glass vial, no bigger than a thumb, which was tied to a chain. Inside it floated a small drop that glowed in different colours.
"Oh, Kate will love me when I give it to her."
"I doubt it, friend," I replied. Kate was one of Mike's bastard daughters, and the man had been trying to win her affection ever since he fell in love with her mother again.
"Oh, don't ruin my day, man. At least lie to me."
I shrugged and didn't answer. I really didn't care about his family problems. So the days passed without much importance as we subtracted the element from the crack. As this became so heavy inside our tanks, it was necessary to make many trips to the colony. It's not as if I cared. We were paid for working hours, and if necessary, I could spend the rest of my life doing this job. Mike, on the other hand, didn't seem to take to it very well. I think it was our 3rd month in exploration when I approached him at lunchtime for a conversation.
"I thought we were going to give it to your daughter," I said, with my mouth full of our chef's disgusting mush as I pointed to the chain with the vial he wore as a necklace. "I changed my mind," he replied sharply, his face looking serious, as if he was ready to fight me.
"Whatever you say, mate," I said, without giving it any more thought.
"Yeah, and in the future, I thank you for not meddling in my affairs,"
he continued as he threw what was left of his food on the floor. At that moment, I did nothing but watch as he walked away from me and out back into the mine. An uncomfortable feeling had begun to grow in my head. Mike and I were not what you would call friends, but we'd always gotten along well, and this sudden change of attitude was very suspicious. I began to watch him carefully, paying more attention to him than necessary.
Mike seemed erratic and irate, fighting with anyone for no reason. He always looked alert, and when he thought no one was listening, he began to mutter about how he's been persecuted. On our next visit to the colony, I contacted several people to find out if there was something in the man's personal life that was making him act different. And no one had any idea. Finding out what was going on with him became my obsession. There was something deeply disturbing about his new behaviour, as if he were another person. The accusations on his part were not long in coming. Mike called us thieves and traitors. The idea that we were conspiring to assassinate him began to drive him mad. By the 9th month of our expedition, he had convinced himself that we were aliens who had replaced our original versions, and there was no way to prove him otherwise. I thought the same thing about him. Mike had gone from being the nicest guy in space to a paranoid nutcase. All after getting to that stupid mine. For over 4 years we were comrades, and he'd never behaved that way. Now the role of a captain is to make the best decisions for his crew. Mike's behaviour was starting to rub off on Dale, and I'm worried that he's starting to act crazy too. If that's the case, it won't be long before Mike affects the rest of our crewmates. It was a matter of life and death. Some sort of alien infection was consuming his brain, and it was my responsibility to put him out of his misery. A big and heavy man like Mike makes a loud noise when he hits the ground. When I returned to move the chain from his neck, his body was cold and rigid. I moved the vial, and the drop of the element that he brought us there shone in different colours inside it. I couldn't understand how he had thought of giving it to that brat. Who wanted to part with something so beautiful? I can't imagine being able to take it away from my chest. Unfortunately, I didn't manage to stop the infection in time. Dale is starting to act strange. He watches me all the time, and it seems like he's conspiring against me. We haven't stopped arguing. He makes me so angry, I'm starting to mutter insults against him when he turns his back on me. It's as if he wants to steal my chain, or kill me. I think. No. I'm totally convinced that he has also been replaced.
Oh man, that woman is gonna kill me. She's a cold-hearted jerk who does nothing but complain. God, just the thought of it makes my head ache. I don't want to ruin the night talking about her, but if I don't get it out of my system, I'm gonna come home and blow my brains out. I could do it in her room. I tell you we have separate bedrooms.
Honey, you're snoring too loud. Did you contact Emily's brother-in-law? He's a wonderful doctor. Oh, sweetie, have you thought about spending less time on the computer to dedicate yourself to getting a college degree you don't want? Teddy bear, we can't do it tonight. There's hard training tomorrow.
I'm freaking out. I swear, the other day I got up at dawn to pee and she was looking at me. Not as if she'd accidentally opened her eyes, but as if she'd been watching me all night. And that maniacal expression. Wait, it gets worse. She's obsessed with the idea of having a baby. She hasn't stopped bugging me about it. She has no idea I had a vasectomy when I was still in college. I got married for the money. A huge debt, 2 mortgages to pay. She was desperate, and I needed a sponsor. I thought it'd be okay because she's hot, but she won't even let me take her. Seems to think she's gonna get pregnant by osmosis. Guess she hates me too. She puts up every obstacle so we're not even in the same room together. I don't know what to do anymore. I never thought marriage was the new 21st century form of slavery. I could use some advice. If you... Damn. Sorry, dude, it's her. If I don't answer her, she'll kill me. She's crazy, I swear. She's completely lost her mind. Can you believe she forced her father to join me in the space program? Damn. We're getting our butts kicked. As I was saying, yeah, the lunatic can't stand to see me even in pain at home. She still wants to force me to work with her. I'm not even interested in space. When she told me she was working at NASA, I was hoping not to have to see her for several months every year, not to see her every day at work. I don't even know what I'm gonna do there. I studied graphic design, not whatever it takes to be an astronaut. Damn, glad I didn't lay any money down on this one. We haven't done it in 6 months. One more week and I'll be able to ask your ugly cousin. No. Oh, but the game, no! Do you want to see something amazing? Isn't this bunny super sexy? What? Don't look at me like that. She told me she was okay with me showing it. She works in the same unit as me. She's still low ranking, but she's extremely smart and dedicated. She'll have my wife out of a job in less than a year. And yeah, before you say it, I know it's a dangerous relationship, but that witch has her head so deep up her own ass she probably won't even notice. She's quite a goddess, isn't she? She's smart, polite, nice, seems to really care about me. The complete opposite of that harpy. Man, we live together, and I have to see her bitter face every day. Can you believe it's been almost a year since we haven't shared a bed? Now, that woman is such a prude. But it doesn't matter anymore. I don't need her now. My new acquisition makes it nicer. My sweet lover is an expert in the matters of the bedroom. You know what I mean. Narrow waist, perky jugs. Oh, she's hot. Her thighs so taut. God, she's so fit and she squeezes me so tight when... Well, maybe this isn't the place to go into those details anyway. My wife... Yeah, I'm a little worried. She keeps acting strange, almost behaving like my mother. It's kind of scary. I think she's losing her mind. I really don't think she suspects anything, and she hasn't come back to me on the subject of kids. Dude, I really want to break up with her, but I know that when I open my mouth, she's gonna kick me out of the house and my job. It's not in my best interest right now. Our prenup really covers me. I wouldn't be out on the street, but I don't want this situation to be a problem for my new girl. Regardless of that, I'm gonna have to leave you early today. I'm going out to meet my pretty girlfriend. Thanks for covering me, buddy. I owe you one.
Hey, man. Bad news. The crazy lady somehow managed to convince her dad to lock the three of us in that can in the middle of nowhere. I understand that she wants to take my girlfriend. She's super smart, efficient, but I think she's just taking me with her to keep an eye on me. She has no idea she's taken her worst enemy. Now that I think about it, maybe this idea isn't so bad. It'd be something like Space Honeymoon. That actually sounds pretty great. I could order a prescription for sleeping pills, so my goddess and I will have the whole night available for fun. Damn, she's coming. Talk to you later. Dude. That sounds horrible, but it's better than nothing. How have you been? It's been crazy up here. What? What? God, I don't understand anything you're saying. I'm telling you, it's been crazy up here. It's like being on vacation. If you ignore the claustrophobia, of course. I love the technology, man. It's not even that different from being at home. I don't have to do anything. I stay lying in my cabin all day. I even have food brought to my bed while the women are at work. This is the life, dude. I think I've won the lottery. My girl and I do it every night in front of my wife, and you have no idea how it turns me on. The feeling of danger is so exciting. She moans so sweetly as I give it to her. Witch doesn't know I'm talking to you. She'd kill me. I think she tried to get me up here to isolate me from everyone. She keeps acting crazy. Now she laughs when she sees me as if someone was telling her a joke. Sometimes I'd like to give her an overdose of sleeping pills, but I don't know how I'd hide a corpse. Hey, don't get upset. It was just a joke. It costs nothing to dream. Oh, I'm kind of sleepy. It seems like it's gonna be early to bed today. Let's just pray that my wife doesn't suffocate me in my sleep.
Julia, I'm sorry. If you're reading this, then I'm already dead. But before you continue this letter, just know that I love you, honey. So very much. I know you never liked that I worked for NASA. You were always so paranoid, so superstitious. You believed in aliens when I didn't. You trusted conspiracies when I would wave them away. I think that's why I fell in love with you. You opened my eyes when I didn't even realize they were closed. NASA had another job for me. They always had jobs for me. They needed me to fix another satellite. One that had collided with junk or maybe a meteorite. They didn't know for sure, but it didn't matter. I don't believe in aliens. You do. Right, Julia? Or maybe I should have quit. NASA could always have found more willing soldiers, more pilots to shoot off into space, but it had to be me. This one time, pilot Jared Maddox was the one to answer the call. I know how lonely you were when I was gone. And I'm sorry. I'm sorry that soon you'll be lonely again. I will die tonight. NASA works hard to vet their astronauts to ensure they don't hire anyone with a history of mental illness. How surprised they'll be to find out that one of their elite pilots has killed himself. But it must be done. This horror show must end. Julia, I'm so sorry. I saw something up there. NASA didn't document it. The event wasn't recorded. I could never risk telling them what I saw myself. I can only describe it as being alien. Strapped into my suit and tethered to the ship, I left the hatch and started my spacewalk. I could see the damage to the satellite, probably a meteorite of some kind. There was rock and dust left behind. In a matter of minutes, I was already fast at work on repairing the damage. I didn't even notice it at first. It was like something small pulling at my vision. Eventually, it was tugging so hard that I had to look away from my work. I peered into the darkness, the endless expanse of space and time, and something looked back at me. Well, NASA doesn't train for the impossible, and that's what I saw. The impossible. It was far away at first, a small glimmer that got closer the longer I watched. Eventually, I could tell that it was a moving shell, like an oval coffin rushing through space. It approached my ship fast at first. If I hadn't been so spellbound, I would have ordered the shuttle to move away. But no matter how hard I resisted, I could not stop watching. The closer it got, the more it slowed until it was hovering right in front of me. A metallic oval, like a teardrop that had fallen from the eyes of God itself. Years spent at NASA taught me that there is nothing unexpected to be found in space anymore, especially on the outskirts of Earth. It's called known space for a reason. But this thing floating just in front of me, I had no idea what it was or where it came from. All I could do was stare. NASA would have probably wanted me to report in, to verbally document what I was experiencing. A self-aware me would have chosen not to for self-preservation.
But the truth is, I had no control over myself up there. I was weak. I was powerless. But I was not alone. Just a second, Jules. I'll be out soon. Meet you downstairs in a few moments for dinner. The object in space seemed to call to me. It pulled me to it like an invisible tether. I pushed myself off the satellite and floated towards the metal oval. Using the emergency jet system NASA installed on all our suits, I positioned myself just in front of the object. It looked as if something was inside. I put my hands to it. I could feel the freezing cold even through my gloves. I leaned my helmet close to the surface. I tried to look inside. I saw... Oh, come on, Julia! I need to finish these logs for NASA! I promise I'll be down in just a minute! I saw it. It stared back at me. It moved like I did. It blinked when I blinked it. It was me, Jules. It looked exactly like me. I pushed it away and screamed. I ended the mission early and ordered us to go back. I couldn't tell the others what I saw. They wouldn't have believed me. Or worse, they would have reported me to NASA. Even when we were breaking atmosphere and re-entry, I could still feel it. I could feel it looking at me. And that's when I realized I hadn't escaped it. It was still there. It was on the ship with us. You're not Julia, are you? What? What the hell do you want? You to be you. I did it, Jules. I killed myself. I killed myself. I killed myself. Hi. Let's wait for more people to join the live before we start. You know, sometimes Instagram doesn't notify, and already a couple of you guys have written to my DM saying you didn't know I was on live. Today, I brought you guys something very special. You can't miss it. Only 500 people. Greetings to Mary and her cousin Sebastian. It doesn't look like more are coming in. Hey, remember to tell your friends, spam the chat, do a lot of spam. If you guys want special stuff, you have to share the live streams, so I make them more often. Instagram doesn't pay me for the posts, and the least you can do is help me that way. Well, let's start anyway. Do you remember when I told you that I had a super exciting and super shocking project? Yeah! Good. Here it is. I bought a house. Do you like the effect? I got a soundboard. You have no idea how excited I am. When I started on Instagram a year ago, I never imagined there'd be so many people enjoying my content. Every photo, every dance, I never thought I'd get this far. My own home at 20 years old. This Instagram Live is super special, because not only am I going to show you my new house, but we're going to destroy it. We're already at 900. Guys, thank you very much. Sophia asks, are you really going to destroy the house? LOL. Obviously, no. I'm not that stupid, and Instagram doesn't pay that well either, so just that I want to remodel it, and you're going to be part of the construction process. It's pretty cool, right? I bought a cheap house that was up for auction at the bank. Nobody wanted it because the stupid old people around think it's cursed. I swear, it cost me a pittance, and you guys are going to be part of the restoration process with me. Woohoo! 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 Lord Marley 399 asks, why do they say it's cursed? How scary. Take care of yourself. Very much, I love you.
I love you too, Lord Marley. That stuff about it being cursed is nonsense invented by the neighborhood. I think the neighbors didn't want anyone else here, or maybe the same vandals who came into smoke spread the rumor. This wall behind me is white because I cleaned it, so Instagram wouldn't start bothering me. But if you saw the rest of the house, it's completely dirty everywhere, and there is a ridiculous amount of trash in the rooms. If you saw the basement, you would lose your minds. You guys are asking me to tell you the curse story? Let's do something. If you want me to tell it, you have to, right now, get us to 1,000 viewers on Instagram. That's all I ask. You can do it, guys. Show how much you support me this instant. 937, 945, 963. All right. Tell your friends, your neighbors, and even your grandma if you have to. 982, we're almost there. 1,000! Woo! I have the best Instagram followers on the planet. You guys made the goal, and I'll give you the story of this house. It would be great to have some background music. Give me a moment. It is rumored that this house is very old. So old that it was built in the early 1930s for a wealthy family very close to the Rockefellers. They had so much money that they used this house as a hideout when they wanted to escape from their aristocratic lives. That was how things were 74 years ago when the incident occurred. Do you know the Roosevelt case? Well, I heard from a bank worker the information they're handling is that case was a smokescreen to cover up what happened here. It is said that the only daughter of the family, a thin and sickly 15-year-old girl, claimed that aliens came to visit her every night, asking her to become the matriarch of their people. I will tell you only the essential. Instagram doesn't like us to talk about these topics. After months of affirming the coming of aliens, the girl's belly began to grow. You can imagine the reaction of the family. Understandably, they panicked looking for the culprit, and that was more difficult than expected. The girl was kept confined to the house and only went out to church. I kind of forget the rest of the details, but the story goes on to say that the father was about to settle accounts with the parish priest when in the middle of the night he saw an intense light entering the girl's room. The light was not coming from a street light, but from a large metal plate in the sky. I told you it was bullshit. After that supposed UFO sighting, she gave birth and the family disappeared, leaving the house abandoned. Why didn't the aliens come back for the girl? What happened to the baby? I think they tried to hold on to the UFO story so much because they were going to get in trouble if they killed the most beloved priest in town. They went so far that there is even an amazing amount of metal junk in the basement. I think they tried to put together a flying saucer to confirm their story, but left it abandoned halfway through the process. When it's time to remodel the basement, we will have a lot of fun. That bro says, stop wasting time and tear down the stupid wall. Well, I'll listen to the sourpuss. Let's start with this. What the hell? What is this? Is this real? They can't be human, can they? Humans aren't that small and slimy, right? Oh, they smell so bad. I thought it was the wood in the house or that the pipes were clogged. What should I do? Should I call the police? Is it her? Is she for real? The corpse is human. Damn it, a tiny thing next to her is her baby. I don't know if you guys are watching this. When I opened the walls, a bunch of small skeleton bodies fell through the wall. They smell so bad. The bodies are so wrinkled, greenish tone. Faces not human. Their eye sockets are too big. No nostrils. Small skulls. The other one, I'm sure is a human corpse. It looks like a mummy. I don't know what to do. The spaceship is in the basement. Do you think this story is real? That they were murdered? What do I do? Guys, I swear this is real. This is really happening. I don't know what's gonna happen, why it can happen to me. Maybe the fluids from these things will hurt me. Or maybe the government will try to hide this. If you don't know about me, I want you to.
I think I was about 7 years old when my mother started to fall into alcohol. The recent divorces with my father hurt something deep inside her, and she never really fully recovered. Seeing my mother dying of grief made me believe that love was a deadly disease that I would never want to suffer from. I didn't want to give that power over to me to anyone. Then Lilith arrived at the high school. My beloved Lilith moved into my neighborhood when I was 11 years old, and I only had to lay my eyes on her to be captivated by her beauty. There was something mesmerizing in the dark gaze of that pale girl with the mischievous smile that made my heart immediately fall at her feet. I would have liked things between us to have worked out, but I was so immature and unstable, so desperate for approval that all I could do was secretly adore her while she was fooled by a jerk high school student who didn't know how to appreciate her, by the way. I loved her. I really loved her. I think I'm still loving her, even though I'm terrified of her. I knew that my love and admiration for Lilith was not shared by everyone. But I never imagined how she was affected by being one of those outcasts of the high school. I witnessed how other girls made fun of her dark way of dressing and her dramatic makeup. They all seemed like idiots to me, but there was very little I could do against the older boys. I tried to be there for her both inside and outside of high school, supporting her with my company. I thought we had found comfort in each other. I wanted to avoid going home and crossing paths with my mother, and she just wanted to be loved. Just not the way I loved her. Today Lilith called me around 3 a.m. because she needed me urgently. As a fool in love, I did my best to quietly escape from my room and ran all the way to her house, too afraid that she would put herself in danger. Her parents were high-ranking military officers who always left her home alone with a wide variety of weapons, and she had been hurt herself before. When I arrived at her front yard, she was already waiting for me leaning against the front door frame.
You came.
She said to me in a dull tone. She looked terrible. Big circles covered her face, as if she hadn't slept in many days. Also, her hair and clothes looked disheveled. She looked like a zombie. You know I would, I replied. She looked so nervous and her cell phone notifications kept ringing.
Come in. No, better wait here.
She slammed the door in my face, and I stood there in the middle of the night until minutes later she came out of the house with the thin black box in her arms.
Come on.
She grabbed my hand and we started running. We looked like two lunatics as we made our way through the dark streets of the city. We ran and ran until my legs started to hurt. I was about to ask her where we were going when she suddenly stopped at the entrance of our high school.
I heard once that a boy committed suicide in the arts classroom of this high school. Let's go inside.
We broke into the high school without much difficulty, climbing over a fence in the backyard. We didn't share a word as we opened one of the windows and entered the building. Neither did we speak as we entered the old arts room, and she wordlessly instructed me to sit on the floor.
Have you ever played with a Ouija board?
I shook my head. She clicked her tongue and pulled the board out of the black box she had brought with her. Lilith placed it on the floor and knelt in front of me. We both breathed heavily as she positioned her index finger on the pointer. I mimicked her, remembering an old scary show we had seen once in Halloween.
You can't lift your fingers until we finish the session. The session is not over until the tablet allows us to leave. Got it?
Yes. Do you have any questions? Lilith smiled at me with pity. It was the first time I had seen her smile in months. She lowered her gaze and said to the board,
Suicidal spirit in the arts classroom of this high school. Will I get what I wish?
The pointer stood still for several seconds before sliding violently to the bottom of the board. 0, 4, 1, 1, 2, 0, 2, 2. We read out loud as it communicated with us. What the hell? I asked. I had never believed in magic, but the answer was a little disappointing. An awkward silence stretched into the cold room. She looked even more miserable than before I arrived, and I had no idea how to cheer her up. Will we remain friends forever? I asked out loud, even though I wasn't sure I wanted to know the answer. Our relationship had been so shaky recently that I needed some comfort, and hopefully I could comfort her. 0, 4, 1, 1, 2, 0, 2, 2. We read as the pointer moved. Lilith looked even paler as the numbers came up. I felt angry at the incomprehensible answer. Suicidal boy from the arts classroom of this high school. Will Lilith and I be friends forever? The pointer began to move violently, indicating the combination of numbers over and over again. 0, 2, 2, 0, 4, 1, 1, 2, 0, 2, 2, 0, 4, 1, 1, 2, 0, 2, 2. This is bullshit. I shouted, sick of getting the same meaningless answer. Lilith looked at me very seriously and said,
Maybe it's a date. Today is April 11, 2022. Maybe something will happen later?
Something that will make us stop being friends?
Maybe. It's been hard days. Please don't come to high school today. I don't want to see you here.
I stood completely dazed and confused as she took the board and left the room without finishing the game. My heart arched inside my chest, and I had to fight not to break down and cry in that place. The sun was just beginning to peek over the horizon when I was finally able to return home from high school to my mother's house. Like a lost soul, I went into my room and laid down on my bed, hoping not to wake up until the next morning. I felt so exhausted that it was even hard to breathe. My sleep was deep, but not recuperative. A nuisance in the back of my head hadn't let me rest completely, and my cell phone, which kept ringing, finally brought me back to the real world. Looking at the clock at my nightstand, I realized that it was already close to 11:30 a.m. I stretched my back and inhaled deeply. There were no longer any point in getting ready for high school. Maybe the board was right. Lilith didn't want to see me in high school, and she had gotten what she wished for. Completely sad and sleepy, I took my cell phone and went downstairs to the living room. There, my drunken mother watched the news with unfocused eyes. Without bothering to say a word, I sat down next to her, and I started to check my messages. The notifications kept coming in and threatened to drive me crazy. I clicked on the first notification that covered my screen, and it took me to a video where Lilith was the protagonist. I looked up in terror to try to ignore the private and obscene images that had been imprinted in my mind. But Lilith was there too, on the television screen. Only now, the black clothes she wore to high school were stained with blood. She looked happy, as I hadn't seen her in many years, as if she'd finally gotten what she'd wished for.
on, Dad. Pick up. Pick up the fucking phone!
Hi, this is Richard. I'm not here. Leave me a message and I'll call you back. Thanks.
Dad, this is Henry. Please, call me back. What am I saying? It's too late. If you're hearing this, Dad, I ran. Or they already found me. I'm gonna write you a letter and leave it where I hid the pot from Mom. You know where it is, but hopefully they don't. Tell Mom, tell her I love her, okay? But please, don't show her the letter. Dad, I knew it was you sneaking the pot. And if this is Mom and you're the one that's been taking it, good for you. But I hope it's Dad. I hope he finds the letter. I don't want you to worry, Mom. You know, I don't believe in a lot of stuff. Ghosts, magic, aliens, or even God. Another reason I hope it's you, Dad, is that Mom would have a heart attack if she knew I was an atheist. But after this, I don't know what to believe anymore. I don't know who or what I am. Do you remember that permission slip I had you sign a week ago? I'm sure you didn't read it. You never do. It was for a field trip to the NASA Space Center over in Cleveland. Always wanted you to take me. I guess it's a good thing that you didn't. I probably would have lost some time with you. Time with Mom. We raised the money in my science group to visit the NASA Museum. It was kind of an end-of-the-year thing. Our last big trip as seniors. And the end to my life as I knew it. Fuck. I should have never joined that stupid club. I was having a great time with the others. I wish you had been there. The NASA exhibits were amazing. Space rocks, actual rocket ships, and even the original suit that Neil Armstrong wore on the moon. In a way, I was starstruck. The guide was super nice and really informative. It took me forever to notice it was happening, but when I did, I couldn't think of anything else. Hello? Hello? Is there someone there? Mom? Dad? The NASA guides hit it well. At first, I was enjoying the exhibits, joking with my friends, and not thinking of anything else. But then, I noticed it. One of the guards' eyes were on me. I was standing in front of the Armstrong suit suspended in midair. It hovered in space behind an environmental-controlled container of clear, polished glass. I got close to it, looking at the material and the dirt stains across the uniform. That's when I caught him staring. He was a big guy, dressed in a dark suit, like that movie with Will Smith, Men in Black, I think. The only thing he was missing were the sunglasses. If he had been wearing them, I never would have noticed his eyes and how they were watching me. I wanted to shrug it off. I tried, but they followed me. He didn't move a muscle, but his eyes did. I didn't stop feeling them on my back until we entered the next room of the NASA Museum. I know you're there. Say something. What do you want? I tried to pay attention to the guide while she described the NASA's discovery of a meteorite, but she was staring too. Her green eyes, they were bright daggers cutting their way inside me. Something in my head told me to run. So, I did. My teacher tried to catch up with me but got stopped by the guide. I ran, but I could hear footsteps getting closer. I couldn't turn back. I knew the man in black was right behind me. I knew that if I slowed down, he would be right there. I don't know why I needed to run. I don't know why I was so afraid, but that voice inside me told me that I had to be. I caught a bus, and just as it closed its door, the man in black suit was just right there behind me, blocked by traffic on the other side of the street. He watched the bus turn the corner. I didn't feel safe until we were entering another town. That's when I called you, remember? I didn't get lost in Cleveland, Dad. I was hiding from something. I lied to you and Mom. I haven't been sick. I didn't want to go out. I didn't want to go to school. I knew that if I left the house, the people from NASA would find me. But I think they already have. I think they're here. Please. God, please let it be my dad at the door. Dad! Hello?
Your father is safe, Henry. We don't want to hurt him or your mother. We need you to open the door.
You have his phone? You have my dad? Why? What the hell do you want?
We don't want them, Henry. We want you. And what's inside you. Open the door.
What do you mean by them? Do you have my mom too? Do you? Answer me!
We wanted you to cooperate, but you would not. The entity inside you is a parasite. It is controlling you even when you are unaware of it. We will cut it out, Henry, and you will die. Your parents will mourn a closed coffin, and your death will mean the protection and safety of the human race. Forgive us, Henry. It must be this way. You're a hero, Henry. Die like one.
Guys, I'm live! Shut the hell up! Can someone tell us what's going on? The teachers aren't saying anything. They have us under lockdown in the gym and we are freaking out. Usually, if there's a bomb threat or even a shooter, they tell us. But this time, nothing. Why are we in here? Why are we on lockdown? What is happening outside? Is my mom alright?
Jeez, calm down.
Don't tell me to calm down! You're all thinking the same thing. We've been in here forever. It's 8, you guys. We should have been home hours ago. The teachers are totally freaked, and the Wi-Fi is in and out. Rachel got on Google long enough to see a news story. Something about random killings. Is that what's happening? Are people dying out there? I can't fucking get a signal. Can someone check on my mom? Please. What was that? Miss Flowers, what the hell was that? Everyone be quiet! Abby, put your phone away. Put it away now. I was just trying to... I'm so scared. I can't call out. No one can. We're still under lockdown. I was able to get on the Wi-Fi again. Please, please let this post. Ah! Ah! I think people are hurt. The teachers left us in the gym. They went to talk to someone about the lockdown. I followed them. I was the only one that would. That's when it happened. There were men with armor and guns. They looked like SWAT guys with gas masks. The teachers yelled at them. Something about no one being infected and there being no need for the lockdown. Something about kids being inside. The men didn't answer. The principal moved. He took one step outside. They shot him. They shot him and the others ran. The men, they shot the ones who ran too. Oh my god. They're dead, aren't they? They're all dead. Miss Flowers? Miss Flowers! Please! Please! Wait for me! She's trying to kill me. Everyone is trying to kill me. I followed Miss Flowers. I yelled and yelled until she finally stopped. That's when I saw it. The sharp pencil in her hand. It was all bloody, and it looked like a piece of something was stuck to it. Skin. God, this is so fucked! When she turned around, I saw the blood. It was all over her. At first, I thought she got hurt, but her face was wrong. Her eyes, they're usually so sweet and understanding, but they were burning, angry, full of hate. It wasn't her in there anymore. Miss Flowers was gone. She was dead. The woman that taught me how to paint watercolors was an empty shell. Nothing remained but rage. I could feel it. I could feel that she wanted to hurt me. She started walking towards me. She raised the pencil in the air. I fell backwards onto the lockers. They were open. Books fell on me and hit my head. There was blood on the floor. My hand slipped in it while I tried to get up. She was so close. Her foot slipped. She stepped wrong in the blood. She started to fall, and I rolled to the side. Even though her head landed safely on the clothes inside the locker, I knew I couldn't let her back up. I knew it. I had to do something. I grabbed the locker door, and I slammed it. I slammed it on her head, over and over again. She never screamed. She never even begged me to stop. She laid there until her body went limp. Even after it did, I kept slamming the door. When I finally opened my eyes, I saw her skull. It was caved in. Blood was everywhere. It was on me. It crawled away. I started running. God, I didn't even know where I was going until I was there. I thought while I ran, maybe it was a sickness. Maybe whatever was happening outside had made it in. Maybe it was a virus making everyone go psycho. Maybe that's why the school was on lockdown. Maybe the men with guns were psycho too. I finally got to the gym. I wanted to tell the others what happened, but they were gone. No one was left. Not alive. Bodies were everywhere, all over the court and in the stands. I couldn't recognize them. Faces were purple, others were beaten, and some were crumpled into misshapen heaps at the bottom of stadium steps. I didn't know what to do. I thought of the best place for signal. The place I knew would have good connection. I ran to the library. I locked the doors. I've been in here a while. I hope that I'm the only one inside. think my mom is okay. I think they weren't protecting us from anything out there. They were trying to keep us in.
Abby. Abigail. Where are you, honey? There is nothing to be afraid of. I'm not mad at you for hurting me. I just want to keep you safe. Come out, Abby. I know you're in here. I can hear you breathing. One, 2, 3. There you are. Ugh! Oh, you're not going to try and hurt me again, are you? This is for my friends. This is for my family. Oh, Abby, you were always my favorite student. You wouldn't want to kill your dear old art teacher, would you? And this is from me. You were never my favorite teacher, you psycho bitch. We're all going to die here.
Here at Four Corners Medical, we are bearing witness. That doesn't sound right. Can we cut that? Alright, let's go again. Here at Four Corners Medical, we are witnessing history in the making. The local clinic has just admitted the first quarantine-level patient our small town has ever seen. Our sources say that they have placed an entire floor under strict lockdown. But what is the patient's illness? Should we be concerned? And what steps are hospital staff taking to ensure the safety of others? This is Kelsey Madden on scene with Channel 7 News. That was the one, right? Awesome. Go ahead and get some B-roll of the front entrance. I'll head inside and see who we can get for an interview. Ready? This is Kelsey Madden reporting from inside the lobby of Four Corners Medical. Visitors have been cleared from the waiting area and all arriving patients are being redirected to other facilities while the lockdown continues. We are here now with Allison Mendoza, the Dean of Medicine. Allison, what can you tell us about your sick patient? Should the public be afraid? It's Dr. Mendoza. And no, there's no reason to be afraid. After the recent pandemic, we are doing all that we can to ensure our patients' health as well as the health of our community. Currently, there is no cause for fear or concern. The lockdown is a customary protocol on our attempt to keep the public safe. But isn't it true, Dr. Mendoza, that your orders to lock down the hospital came from the governor's office? And isn't it also true that the World Health Organization has ordered that no one come into direct contact with the patient until their arrival? Where are you getting this information? Is that a yes? No, it is a no comment. You and your people get out of my hospital. I won't allow you to create some sort of spectacle out of a simple diagnostic error. I just have a few more questions. Leave now.
Attention, all persons inside the clinic. Do not attempt to leave. I repeat, do not attempt to leave.
What the hell? What is this? Keep recording. What's going on, Doctor? I don't know.
Leave your belongings and gather in the front waiting room. Do not attempt to contact anyone and do not touch anything as you do so. If you are a patient, remain in your room. All personnel and remaining visitors should exit to the waiting room. A hazmat team will be with you shortly. For your safety and ours, please do as we ask so that we can lift the lockdown as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Should we do what they say? Who are these guys? I swear I didn't get any communication that this would happen. We just need to do what they ask. I'm sure they'll explain everything soon. Look, someone is trying to leave. Get the camera on him. Roger, what are you doing? We have to stay inside. There's no need for that. I'll get him.
Get him back inside, now!
Put that gun down. What are you doing? Roger, stop! Jesus Christ, they shot him. Nurse, get over here. We have to stop the bleeding. Get him away from the door.
Do not approach the windows or doors. Do not leave the lobby. Cooperate and the lockdown will end. We will be with you soon.
He's going to bleed to death. He needs medical attention.
He's surrounded by doctors. You can take care of it. No one approach the doors again.
They're shooting people, for God's sake. We have to get up there. We have to see what's going on. People need to know. I need to know. They can't do shit like this. We're going upstairs. You can stay here and hope they lift the lockdown if you want. I'm going to find that patient. This is Kelsey Madden. Please, if I don't make it out of here, tell my mom I'm sorry. Tell her. Ah! Oh, okay. Okay, listen. They're not here to help us. If you find this, show it to someone. The world needs to see what they did to us. We're trapped in here with the sick patient. With it. It killed Matthew Greenwood. He was a cameraman and my friend. He's dead. Okay. Something is getting inside everyone. Something that is making them change. They're not infected. They're infested. It's like there are bugs eating their brains, controlling them, making them hurt each other. Every time one of us gets close to a window, the soldiers shoot us down. The doctor, Dr. Allison, she was with me for a while, but I think it crawls inside, through blood. She had that Rogers guy's blood all over her. She started to change. She tried to kill me. Oh my God, she's coming. Where is Kelsey Madden with Channel 7 News? Is she over here? How about under here? Don't cry, Kelsey. Cooperate, and this lockdown will be over soon. I promise, you won't feel a thing. What the fuck do you want? What are you? No, please don't, no! Ah! We are you, Kelsey. And I lied. It is going to hurt. A lot.
Every year at the end of the summer, my family and I embark on a vacation trip to the mountains before the kids go back to school. It's a family tradition we carry out no matter the circumstances. I always look forward to these vacation dates with great affection. You know, children grow up and have to leave the nests. With so much technology, they don't even seem interested in nature or in their families anymore. My goal was to have a relaxing vacation trip to the mountains to reaffirm family ties. I wanted to ease the tension that had built up with the kids and my wife since the slip. I wanted to fix things so badly that by the time I realized it, we had been driving through Wyoming for about 3 days. The atmosphere in the car was not particularly pleasant. My daughters wouldn't talk to me. My wife kept complaining, and Daniel kept kicking my seat over and over and over again. Maybe I was too distracted or too thoughtful. It doesn't really matter. It was just a small mistake. Turning left when I needed to turn right at the last entrance. My wife, like the viper she is, kept mentioning it endlessly as we drove into a rocky and unexplored road. The earth was sinking under the weight of our vehicle, and there didn't seem to be a human settlement for miles around. There I was, locked in a van with people who didn't want to be with me, and with a GPS system that kept giving me confusing instructions to get back on the vacation route. That's when it happens. At first, I thought I hit a deer. Deer were really common in this part of the country, but in spite of the huge antlers, no deer could be that color. The thing we hit was in the shape of a tree leaf about 4 feet tall. Huge antlers protruded from the top of the creature, and its skin glowed a bright turquoise color. Its vicious entrails had spread like misshapen tubes on the windshield, and the purple liquid that came out of them covered my vision. The smell emitted by the creature was so overwhelming that it made my eyes burn and water so much that I had to stop the car to avoid killing ourselves against a tree. With my eyes closed, I heard how the windshield glass began to give away. With great effort, I opened my eyes, and in that instant, a bunch of white spheres, as small as pebbles, slipped through the purple liquid and began to spread through the car, entering across the cracks in the open windows. In only seconds, they crawled up my wife's arms like ants and got into her mouth. She screamed and screamed. I could see how her skin opened and contracted under the acid secreted by the small spheres. Before I could do anything for her or the children, the spheres covered my hand and came into contact with my skin, opening tiny holes. They embedded themselves inside me as they began to climb up my neck and into my mouth. Just when I thought the pain was too much to bear, something pricked my neck and everything went black. When I woke up, I was lying on the floor of a completely white room. A strong light was coming from the ceiling, and it made my eyes hurt. I had no idea where I was, and as my brain cleared, a strong sensation of pain invaded every inch of my skin. I tried to sit on the floor looking for clues. I needed to know where I was and where my family was. But as I placed one of my hands on the floor, the deepest scream of pain escaped my lips. Also, almost blinded by the pain, I looked at my hands. My index and ring finger were missing. The other had the flesh open, and inside the holes, I could see a lot of white spheres that were piled up, one on top of the other inside my skin. My children and my wife were also in that room. Their traveling clothes were gnawed, and most of their exposed skin was covered with the same wounds as in my hands. My wife, the first to be invaded, her face was completely consumed. Even one of her eyes had been replaced by a colony of white spheres. I tried to get up to my feet to approach them. After all, it had all been my fault. I needed to apologize, but I'd barely taken a step when one of the room's walls moved aside to reveal a door I hadn't seen before. Out of there came 2 people dressed in personal protective equipment. They grabbed my arms, not caring how painful it was for me, and pulled me out of the room and away from my family. I wish it had been me. I wish it had been me that stayed in that room. I wish I hadn't cheated on my wife. I wish I'd never made us come on this damn vacation trip. Because as soon as I was taken out of the room, a group of people came in, and before the door closed, I could see that they were pointing the gun at my family. And they started firing. They locked me in a glass room, no bigger than a 2-meter cube. They told me that I was under the jurisdiction of the state, that the US government had control over my life. They refused to answer my questions. They refused to tell me why they murdered my family, why they are keeping me alive to torture me. Since that moment, they have not stopped experimenting on me. No matter how much pain they have caused me, they opened my skin to remove the spears and reinsert them. They cut off part of my limbs without closing my wounds. I survived. I survived every pain, and no matter how much I bled, I couldn't die. I couldn't free myself from the curse of that monster that infected me. And the spheres have not stopped growing inside my skin. Sometimes, when I look at them closely, they seem to move, as if something alive was growing inside of me. I lost count of the days when the spheres began to shudder. As in one orchestra, they began to shake strongly, hitting each other inside my skin. The pain began to run through me, and I screamed at the sight of the man who kept me retained. They just stared at me, writing down in their books everything that was happening to my body. It was then when they hatched. I screamed and screamed. Regardless the pain in my throat, they did nothing. I begged them for help. I hid my mutilated hands against the glass, but they didn't flinch. Not even when the blood stained the transparent surfaces. The creatures, they fed on me, coming out of the holes they had created in my skin in search of areas with fresh blood. They opened me up and drank from me without hesitation. With the last of my strength, I looked up. The men in protective equipment had stopped writing. One of them raised his hands. They had already experimented enough with me. They didn't need me anymore. And there were too many creatures to risk. My cage started to get very hot. So hot that I felt what was left of my flesh burn.
Hello, sweetheart. Can you tell me your name and age?
My name is Marina, and I'm 12 years old.
My name's Jim, and I need you to help me understand what happened tonight when you were home alone. Can you do that for me, darling?
I can. Do you need me to say everything?
Yes. Everything, please.
My parents, they were at a concert. It was the first time they'd been out on a date in years. I had no idea. They told me they weren't coming back until tomorrow, until today. I was so excited about, staying home alone for the first time. They tried to get me a babysitter, but I convinced them not to. I told them I'm not a baby who can't stay home alone, that I could take care of myself. For you to understand what happened, I must start by saying that my parents didn't like me watching anything horror related. They would get very angry if they caught me watching something that wasn't approved by them. I wanted to be a little rebellious, and I thought it was a silly thing to do. They weren't going to find out, and I was home alone. I wanted to watch movies. I just wanted to take advantage of being home alone. I had heard from my friend that Rosemary's Baby was a very scary movie. They had also recommended one called The Witch. I wanted to watch both before my parents got back from the concert, but if I used Netflix, they were going to find out and wouldn't leave me home alone anymore. I knew it was wrong, but I looked for the movies on the internet anyway. I couldn't find them. And even though I really tried, every page I went to didn't work. Without realizing it, I ended up entering a chat room of an online poker game.
What did you find there?
Well, I registered there, and when I sent a message, they asked me what I was looking for. I told them I wanted to watch those scary movies to have a scary night, since I was home alone, and one of them sent me a link. He, or she, told me that I could get a good scare if I clicked on it. I got excited, and without thinking, I clicked the link.
Do you remember the username of the person who gave you the link?
No, I don't remember. The link took me to a blank page that didn't even have a web address. In a matter of seconds, a file was downloaded from the page. As soon as it started running, it sent me to the computer's video player. I seriously thought it was at least one of the movies I was looking for.
Can you tell me what you saw, sweetie?
Yes. It was a group of people dressed in black. Maybe there were 7 or 8 of them. Their skins were extremely white, like ancient Asians' makeup, and their eyes were a milky color, and their hair was silvery. They spoke in a language I couldn't understand. I didn't want to see it, but I couldn't look away. They did disgusting things. Then a very young woman came in, and she was pregnant. They tied her up on a table, completely naked. The tallest person took a long knife, like a butcher's knife. Then that person started with her fingertips. God, I'm gonna puke. I'm sorry. They tore her apart. Then they took her blood and made a long rectangle bordering the whole room. They started chanting, and I felt like I was being part of some kind of ritual. After they covered most of the floor with the blood, one of the white people came up to me, to the camera, and told me that I had opened a portal, that their great dimensional god had been invited into my home.
You need a moment? You're looking a little pale.
No, I'm fine. Our gazes met for a moment, and the white person said to me, "Are you having fun being home alone, Marina?" I turned off the computer immediately. I was too scared of what was happening. I didn't know what to do, so I ran to the living room to sit on the couch and wait for my parents. I didn't want to be home alone anymore. I was terrified by what I had just seen. I couldn't help but wonder how long it would take for their god to come looking for me. When my house started to shake, as if an earthquake was trying to bring it down. The pots and pans fell from their shelves. The portraits and photographs fell from the wall. The spotlights began to flicker until they died, and the house was plunged into a deep darkness. I spent several minutes sitting in complete terror. When the shaking stopped, I noticed a movement in the corner of my eye. It was like a shadow walking behind the window. That thing started hitting hard on the glass, as if it wanted me to let it in. I could hear the shadow calling my name, and that hoarse, chilling voice that the white person had spoken to me. I was barely processing what I was seeing when the door began to be pushed, as if something was trying to get in. I was home alone and I was terrified. I looked for a place to hide. I ran to my parents' room on the first floor. I locked myself in there and decided to call them. I felt like I was passing out when I realized that the calls were going straight to voicemail. Their phones were off. That's when I called 911. The person who was attending me was promising that they would send someone to see what was going on when the window in my parents' room started to shake loudly. A black shadow was hitting the glass and screaming my name. I thought it was gonna come in. That the thing they summoned with the woman's blood was gonna come into my house, and that they were gonna do to me what they did to her. You must believe me when I say I was scared. I thought I was gonna die. I panicked. I reached for the safe that my parents hid in the closet. I entered the password. It's my birthday. My father always keeps his gun in there. I grabbed it and I loaded it. I didn't know if the guns worked against demonic or interdimensional things, but I wanted to feel secure. The window kept shaking, and the hoarse voice was calling me. I walked into the living room to wait for the police. Then the door started to shake so hard I thought it was gonna come off its hinges. The voice calling me sounded hoarser than ever, and it demanded me to open the door. The words sounded strange and slurred, as if what was calling me didn't know how to speak properly. As if what was calling me was drunk. The door began to give way under the blows. I pointed the gun at it. I wasn't gonna let it catch me. And I fired. It was the blue and red lights of the police siren that allowed me to distinguish my mother's terrified expression and my father's bloodied face. They had arrived earlier than planned. They were very worried about leaving me home alone the first time. I can't believe what I did. It wasn't my intention. How could I know it was them? You know, I don't even believe they are my parents. Maybe that God disguised itself as them.
Are you ready? Sure. How do you normally start these things? Like my earliest memory or what? It's like an interview without all the pressure and consequences. I'll ask a few questions and you answer them at your own pace. Just try to be honest or lie, if you want to. We're going to get to know each other, okay? Okay. You're in the military, Benjamin. Was that right? Tell me about it. Private Benjamin Shields. Earning that title was the proudest day of my mum's life. Thank God she's not here to see me like this. If the heart attack hadn't taken her, knowing that I got kicked out of the military would have. Would that help if we talked about why? Why what? Why you were discharged from the force. What? Don't you know? It's because of what I did. I mean...
because of what I did.
Well, that's good, Benjamin. The first step to healing is taking responsibility for your actions. I'm very impressed. I would like it if we continued this direction, and whenever you want to, we'll stop. So, what happened that caused you to leave the armed forces?
It's not that I wanted to. It's that they couldn't keep me anymore. They sound crazy. They say I need medical help. The VA couldn't fix me, so I ended up here. Maybe you'll do better. Maybe you can convince me it's not there. Lord knows the military couldn't.
What's not there?
I call it the Stalker. I think it's always been there. When I was a kid dreaming about joining the army someday, I'd spend days in the backyard playing with my little green army guys. I'm sure there's still a few of them missing arms and buried in the sandpit.
You would take arms off your army men?
Yeah, guess I did.
Yeah, you're not being fair, Benjamin. You've been honest with me thus far, but that last thing you said, I can tell you lied.
I mean, what do you want me to say? The truth?
That would be a start.
It did. The Stalker tore off their arms and sometimes their heads. I was always too afraid to look at it, but I knew it was there. Whether I was playing with my military toys or even my dump trucks, it would break things. It would mess them up until I would get into trouble, kind of like what it's doing now.
Tell me, Benjamin, what has the Stalker done? What else have you gotten blamed for?
Like I said, it's always been there. I'm not aware of it all the time. It's like breathing, you just do it. But when you notice it's happening, it's all you can think about. When I was 5, it decapitated my army men. When I was 12, it killed our dog. It took months for my mum to look me in the eye after that. Even when I joined the military and started acting respectable, I don't think she ever believed me. When I was 18, it cut my girlfriend while she was sleeping. It nearly took her index finger clean off. She told everyone I was cursed. Thank God, it made her look crazier than me. My mum, though, without even asking me, she knew I would blame it on the Stalker. When I was 22, it finally did it. I'd been in the military for a couple of years then. We were stationed in Afghanistan, and I was patrolling our encampment with another soldier. I'd started to forget the Stalker by then. Stuff like that was chalked up to paranoia. VA doctors call it post-traumatic stress. I'd stopped talking about the Stalker altogether. I guess the longer I went without mentioning it, the more it stopped existing to me. I think I was just pissing it off.
What happened that night, Benjamin? What did the Stalker do?
I told you, I'd never seen it before. But when it cut him open, I knew what it was. It smiled at me. There were empty holes where its eyes should have been, but I could still see into them. Its grin was so fucked up and wide. Drool and blood seeped from between its teeth. Its skin was stretched over the twists and contortions of its bones like dried black leather. I had a fucking gun in my hand. Military issue. I could have shot it. I should have shot it. But I just stood there and watched while it shoved its entire arm through the guy's chest. The soldier that I was patrolling with, he never saw it coming. 1 second he was following me around the camp. Next he had a monster's arm splitting open his rib cage. How could he have done that? I mean, I never fired the damn gun.
What happened then? Did it leave? Have you seen the Stalker since?
I'm afraid I have, Doctor. It's standing right behind you.
Hey Claire. I guess I'm the last person you'd expect to hear from. We didn't leave things so great last time we talked. After Mom and Dad practically put me on lockdown in their house, I never wanted to see any of you again. Especially after I stole Dad's wallet. Please, Claire, don't tell him it was me. I just wanted someone to know. I guess we all need to confess our sins sometimes, especially after all of this. I didn't last long on the streets. I got so hungry, and the nights were so cold. I mean, I would have done anything for a few extra bucks and a warm place to sleep. Lockdown under observation at some clinic wasn't an option, and I got tired of getting beat up by pimps. But then I got lucky. A guy I used to share needles with told me that there was some corporate narcotic companies that were willing to pay people big money. All you had to do was sign some forms so that they could test their products on willing subjects. I guess that's what I was. What I still am. A willing subject. I started small at first. Most studies required subjects to be under lockdown for extended periods of time. I wasn't for that. How else could I get back to the drugs, right? I'd go in there. $20 for some experimental Botox, another $50 for follow-up treatments. My face swelled up more than once. I might as well have been stuck with the pimps. But then I got an offer I couldn't refuse. $5,000 for a single night of voluntary experimentation. I never read the forms. I just signed my name and showed up, just like all the others. I didn't expect the gas mask, but the high was nice. I fought the urge to sleep. I fought it so hard. When I opened my eyes, I immediately realized I was in the worst lockdown of my life. There were a few others there, mostly guys, but at least one other girl. I remember her being so afraid. She was so small. No older than 14 or 15, I'm guessing. The age I would have ran away from home, if it hadn't been for you. We were under lockdown in a cold and empty room. None of us were in our original clothes. We were dressed completely in white. They had even bathed us. Psychos. There was nothing on the walls, nothing on the ceiling or the floor. No furniture, no place to lie down or sit. When I woke up, I was on the white tiles. Thank God it was clean. I remember my shoulder hurting. I must have been on the floor for a long time. When we woke up, the first thing the guys and I tried to do was find a way out, but there were no doors. No obvious ways of leaving the room. The entire time the girl was in the corner, holding herself in the fetal position. She rocked back and forth while I tried to calm her down. I won't lie, her crying was driving me crazy. While the guys argued, we barely noticed a megaphone echo to the life from above us. An empty voice explained our situation. The unexpected lockdown that we all signed up for. They said, "You cannot leave until we let you. There are no windows, holes, or doors, and if you want to leave the White Room, follow our rules. You are under lockdown." Captain Obvious, right? "Not all of you will leave," they said. "Those who break the rules will be punished, and you will all be punished until one of you is left. That person will see their family again. The rest of you will not." "What are the fucking rules?" one guy said. "What do you want? Why a lockdown? Assholes, you can't do this to us," another yelled. I stood over the girl in the corner. I didn't know what I was feeling, but I wasn't afraid, just pissed off. When they finally answered us, it was so cold. They only spoke a few words and then disappeared forever. The voice said, "There is only one rule. Do not fall asleep." Sounds easy, right? Especially after they'd knocked us out for God knows how many hours. I wasn't afraid of their rule. And unlike the guys pacing around the room, I didn't care about understanding it. All I knew was that if only one of us was going to survive, it was going to be me. Claire, I don't even know any of their names.
We were under lockdown together for hours, maybe even days. The guys started falling asleep one by one. The first few had convinced themselves and others that nothing was going to happen, that it was all a game, a social experiment that we had all signed up for. The papers were to keep us from suing, but the threats over the megaphone were hollow. Once we had all fallen asleep, they thought, we'd all go home. Or at least, back to the streets and our drugs. I wasn't so sure. I kept myself and the girl awake. I kept both of us aware until I could barely keep my own eyes open. The guys were passed out on the ground and the girl laid her head on my lap. In a few seconds, she was snoring. Here and there, I would start to nod off. I don't know what kept me fighting. Maybe it was the fucked up situation we were in. But more than likely, I think I knew that they were being honest. I think I knew the voice over the megaphone was telling the truth. Not all of us were going to leave the lockdown. Not alive, anyway. After everyone was asleep, the voice on the megaphone came back. A hole in the ceiling opened and a metal bucket was lowered. Everything was a haze. I was so tired, I could barely pick myself off of the ground. Inside the bucket was a knife, a hammer, and a gun. The voice said, "They've all fallen asleep. They broke the rules. Punish them. Kill them, and you can leave." I don't know if it was because I was just that tired. I don't know if the exhaustion made it easy for them to manipulate me. I don't know if I've always been this fucked up. In the beginning, I thought clearly enough. I couldn't use the gun right off the bat. They were all out, but not that out. A gunshot would have woken all of them up again. So I started with the knife. The first guy's throat cut easy, but blood went everywhere. It covered the white floor and the walls. It was nice though. I didn't have a headache anymore. Red is better than nothing, I guess. I did it once more before the mess finally got to me and made me sick. I switched over to the hammer. The hammer was a little louder. After I crushed one guy's skull, the last one next to him started to wake up. We fought over the hammer a little bit, but he was still so weak. He was dead within a matter of minutes. Only the girl was left. She was still asleep on the ground. She hadn't moved an inch while I murdered everyone around her. I took the gun, and I shot her in the head. I didn't notice the door sliding open. I didn't move while they gathered the bodies around me and started to clean the walls. Eventually, they started to grab me by my arm and lead me out. They gave me my clothes back, handed me a wad of cash, and loaded me into an unmarked van. They dropped me off in the middle of nowhere, at some backwoods motel. The first thing I did was pay for this motel room for the next week. I wanted all the time I could get to finally get some rest. But there's only one problem, Claire. No matter how hard I try, no matter what drugs I take, I can't fucking fall to sleep.
When old Larry disappeared for 2 long months, all the students thought he had finally passed on to the next world. The archaic, grumpy old man was easily over 80, and from his unhealthy and unkempt appearance, no one would be surprised if the man simply collapsed on the floor from a cardiac arrest.
Damn rude kids who don't know how to appreciate the value of high school. If I were their teacher, I'd put them over my knee and beat their asses until they couldn't stand up.
Was the kind of thing Larry used to say when students accidentally stepped on his freshly cleaned floor. His temper was so explosive and nasty that even high school teachers avoided him like the plague. The reason for Larry's disappearance wasn't known until after 3 weeks of silence, when a hastily scribbled letter sent by the old man reported that he had been involved in a car accident on the outskirts of town and that he was in the process of recovering in the hospital. No one was quite sure how an old man of Larry's age was driving a car on an uncrowded road, and even less was known what motivated him to flip his car down the hillside where he was driving on. You would think that an old man's brittle bones would not withstand the force of the impact that left his car total loss. But to everyone's surprise, 2 months later, old Larry showed up early in the morning to return to his duties. The news of the return of the nasty janitor began to spread throughout the high school classrooms within minutes. But by lunchtime, everyone had forgotten all about it and didn't even bother to give the old man a second glance. Larry didn't seem to have a problem with the inattention. He even seemed pleased with the anonymity. He didn't complain when no one asked him about the lack of bandages and scars or his healthy appearance.
Oh, there's so many people here. I want to meet them all before making my mind up.
Was his new motto, and he said it to every person in the high school who commented on his new attitude. The kids who had previously feared the old man found in him a kind and loving grandfather they could lean on. In a matter of a couple of weeks, Larry had become a father figure to many of the students and spent more time alone with them in the supply closet than actually working. The rest of the high school staff didn't seem very pleased to allow an old man to lock himself in a small closet for hours with minors. But despite the teacher's best efforts, at no time was that group of students willing to reveal what they talked about with Larry, and when asked directly, they always claimed that they didn't remember it, but that it had made them feel better. Since there was no sign of abuse or inappropriate behavior, the administration could do nothing but bow their heads and pretend that nothing suspicious was going on when they saw the increased school performance of the kids who talked to Larry. The curious thing was that those students and teachers of the high school who had never been terrified by the janitor felt that there was something strange going on with the old man. Maybe it was his new charismatic way of expressing himself, or how dead his eyes looked when he smiled. For these people, it was as if Larry had been replaced by a degraded copy of what the man used to be. Despite the suspicions of those involved, everything remained relatively peaceful until Avery disappeared. Avery was a low-income 16-year-old girl who lived with her single mother and her 2 brothers. She had never been very responsible in high school, and it was not unusual for her to run away from home for a couple of days. So, it took a while before the police got involved and began the investigation process. Larry was quickly placed among the first suspects. The older man had become very close to Avery recently, and she was one of those who had spent the most time with him in the supply closet.
She was very pretty, but not adequate. Too small and with weak thighs.
He replied when asked if the girl had told him about her intentions to run away. No officer seemed to give much importance to his comment, in the same inexplicable way that the students forgot they were talking to the old man. No one thought of old Larry and his strange closeness to the students again until Ryan, the quarterback of the high school's football team, disappeared under unexplained circumstances. When the police asked Larry what he thought about the case, his only comment was,
He was very athletic, but he had a problem with his frontal lobe that would lead to cancer in a few years.
The police also noticed nothing unusual in that statement, and, against all good judgment, the old man was ruled out as a suspect and was no longer interviewed in the following investigations, even though the next 4 missing boys were also in the group of students who sought his advice. Larry wasn't even pointed out when the corpses of the missing boys were found one day in the high school hallway without a drop of blood in their veins, and with most of their internal organs missing. The bodies appeared to be nothing more than an empty shell of their former selves, and no one seemed to give a damn. Apparently, only the high school staff were outside of the enchantment that surrounded the old man. Not willing to let Larry's strange behavior go unnoticed, the principal decided to call the hospital in search of answers about the man's strange change. The high school principal got his answers, but they were not necessarily what he was wanting. Are you related to Mr. Jones? Yes, I am very sorry for your loss, but we have been waiting 6 months for you to contact us. We need the cost of the hospital fees to be covered, Mr. Jones. Insurance only covers $15,000 and the funeral arrangements. The principal walked to the supply closet, unable to believe what he had just heard. When he got close enough to place his hand on the doorknob, it slowly opened to reveal the image of old Larry, standing upright and smiling with his hands behind his back. A spotlight shone dully on the man, and the principal wondered how he had ever mistaken him for the deceased old man.
I've been waiting for you for a long time, sir. The fun of hunting diminishes when you are not hunted, but this body is starting to get heavy, and your cubs don't seem to be able to withstand transmutation without their immature minds affecting my state of consciousness. I enjoy young flesh, but I need a mature body to begin incubation. You seem like a good candidate. Are you interested?
Said what pretended to be Larry, extending his hand. The director tried to run and move away with all his strength, but his body remained motionless. With terror, he watched how his own hand stretched and squeezed the old man's hand without him being able to do anything to avoid it. The last thing the high school principal saw was Larry open his mouth in a superhuman way, as if he were some kind of anaconda. A strange light was emitted from inside the old man's body, and in the blink of an eye, Larry collapsed on the floor as if he had suffered a cardiac arrest. The principal came out of the closet and began walking through the halls of the high school, but for some reason, he looked a little different.
Dr. Pendulum looked at the bubbling liquids in his fermenting concoction placed in the array of multicolored test tubes in his laboratory. He dropped in a vial of acid and made some notes. Strange. It had a different reaction to the compound than yesterday's experiment. In fact, it had never had this reaction before. This could mean only one thing. He was getting close to discovering the secrets he had been looking for all these years. His life's work. It all began with the principles of Dianetics and how sound might heal the body. Also, the principle that the first step towards healing is knowing that you will be healed. He had become interested in molecules and also towards splitting the atom simultaneously, as this is the way his mind always thought. With many things going on all at once, it occurred to him that he may have been able to split the molecular structure of human DNA. But what then? Maybe he could get inside the inner molecules and with a process of disruptions, insert sound waves inside them, bind them together, and through a process of chemical-based infusions, teach the body to heal itself from any disease. This could be groundbreaking, not to mention the benefits for the human race. No more sickness. Everything would have a cure. Of course, the other scientists and people all around will say I'm mad and probably delusional, but I pay no attention to them. The truth in my hypothesis, and one day I will find the answers, and in this moment the world will be changed forever. And for the better, too. He looked around his lab. A solitary light bulb swung from left to right in the ceiling above him, illuminating the room partially. The windows were open, and a warm breeze from the night outside was coming in. The street outside seemed unearthly silent. In the distance, a cat bayed out to the night. He reached out and flicked on the nearby table lamp, spreading a wash of white light all along his experimentation area. The liquids bubbled and smoke rose in the air. The compound he was working on seemed to be changing consistency and color. It was now bright green with a chalk-like substance accumulating on the bottom. If he could just get it to split. He leaned forward with his surgical prodding device, but was interrupted from his thoughts by a loud banging at the door. He looked up from his studies, thinking it may perhaps be some kind of moment of delusional hallucination brought on by overwork. There was silence. He almost returned to his work, but there was another knock, louder and more intrusive than the first. Irritably, he put down his apparatus and stomped over to the door, muttering under his breath about who would have the audacity to disturb him at this hour during a crucial moment in his work. He opened the door and felt the warm wind from outside wash over his face. He looked out into the dark. Standing there was a tall man wearing a black hood. Dr. Pendulum peered deep into the hood but could see nothing except a dark, shadowed face. Tiny slits of light were where the eyes should be. He stood there, motionless. There was something mysterious and powerful about this figure standing before him, almost as if Dr. Pendulum now had no control over his own actions. He tried again to look into the shadows of the hood, but could see nothing. The hooded figure took a step forward, and the professor instinctively stepped back to let him walk inside, although he didn't know why.
Dr. Pendulum,
said the hooded man in a deep and resonant voice. It sounded almost like his voice did not belong to this world. Maybe it was being blasted through a speaker system from another dimension. It was both loud and quiet simultaneously, like it was inside his head, reverberating inside his skull, maybe even coming from another universe. Either way, when he heard the voice, he was powerless to do anything else but listen. The hooded man casually walked around the doctor's laboratory, scrutinizing his vials and scientific apparatus. Although he did not touch anything, the doctor could tell he was looking at everything very intently from within the shadows of the hood.
I have a job for you, Doctor,
said the hooded man.
A very important job. One that only you can accomplish.
The doctor found himself extraordinarily intrigued. Only me. Are you aware of my work? The hooded man nodded slowly.
Yes. I have been studying your work. It has great potential, but requires a serious investment.
An investment? The doctor smiled. Are you in the market to invest in my work? There was silence. A deafening silence.
No,
said the hooded man with great finality in his voice.
I shall not finance your work. I shall finance my work, and you will accomplish the tasks I set out for you.
Will I now? Said the doctor, feeling something eerie in his stomach, and as he spoke he could also feel the hairs on his back standing on their end.
Yes, I shall pay you very handsomely. More money than you could ever dream of. Enough to complete your life's work without any more interruptions.
The doctor smiled. That's a lot of money.
Money is of no consequence to me,
said the hooded man. He paused and tilted his head slightly to the right, almost as if he was listening for something in the distance. Then he looked directly into the doctor's eyes, and immediately Pendulum felt an eerie coldness wash all over his body.
So, do we have a deal?
The doctor felt powerless. He just stood there, staring into the man's dense black hood. When he spoke, the words seemed to tumble from his mouth as if he had no say in the matter. The decision was already made for him by powers far greater than his. What do you want me to do? A small pause, a clicking sound from within the hooded man's black shadows.
I want you to make me a time machine.
A time machine? The doctor was slightly taken aback. You want to make you a time machine?
Yes. That is what I want you to make for me.
The doctor could not help but laugh. Oh, well, if it's a time machine you want, give me 2 days and I'll knock one together for you.
This is no laughing matter.
You're serious, aren't you? You want for me to invent you a time machine?
Correct. I will pay you handsomely for it.
The doctor was intrigued and nervous all at once by the strange man's intensity. I would love to, but really I would not know where to start. Perhaps you have the wrong man. Another silence. Then suddenly, the hooded man clapped his hands. There was a quick flash of light and a loud bang. At this moment, the doctor blinked uncontrollably. When he opened his eyes, the room was very different. There were books everywhere. Hundreds of books stacked on top of one another, many cluttered all over the floor. He rummaged through them, and to his surprise, they all seemed to be strange and rare-looking objects, all written on the subject of interdimensional time travel. He turned round to his desk and noticed a large circular orb sitting on a square stand. Within the orb glowed a green light, and it seemed to emanate a humming sound. He looked at the hooded man with a mixture of chilled confusion and disorientation. "What the hell just happened?" he blurted out. The hooded man stared deep into his eyes. The darkness seemed all around him.
The time machine is half complete. You will finish it.
The doctor looked at the stranger in his lab for answers. He looked at the orb, which was pulsating. He grabbed some nearby books. Who are you? The hooded man stared deep into his soul, before slowly gliding backward towards the door.
I shall return when my time machine is complete.
The doctor opened his mouth to say something, but it was too late. In a second, the hooded man walked through the door, gently closing it behind him. The doctor ran towards the door and looked outside. The street was completely silent and devoid of any signs of human life. The entire world was asleep. It was as if no one had ever been there at all. He shut the door and surveyed his new laboratory. The green orb pulsated, making a deep throbbing sound. The doctor looked at the books scattered everywhere. He looked at the door. He looked at the orb. Build a time machine. Now, how hard could that be, I wonder? Without knowing why, he ran over to the orb and peered inside. He picked up a nearby book and began to scour its pages, listening to the unearthly hum within the sphere as he read. When it came to constructing time machines, there was no time like the present. He set to work immediately. Hours soon became days, and days turned to months as he pored over all the ancient tomes left in his laboratory by the strange hooded figure. He soon became consumed by this project, his new search to discover a mystery that had eluded many for thousands of years, the quest to harness the complexities of time and become its master. He pored over the manuscripts into the early hours and tinkered with the orb, gradually over time building an elaborately constructed device around the glowing sphere, built from the countless arrays of information he found in his new library of time. Sometimes he would stumble home in the early hours of the morning, and other times he would not go home at all, and instead would stay awake for days in the lab. People knocked at his door. He ignored them. The phone rang. He ignored it. His wife demanded he seek counseling. He ignored her. The scientific guild revoked his license. He didn't care. He had become a fanatic, a being overcome by some form of possession. Completely out of control, he lived in his laboratory for an entire year, losing friends and family, madness in his eyes, and massive beard showing months and months of physical neglect. The doctor cared about nothing anymore except completing his time machine. That was all that mattered to him. All else was irrelevant. He studied, he built, he created. 12 months running on adrenaline and insanity, using the books as blueprints, conducting archaic and arcane experiments, gradually building into the structure that would become his time machine. Nothing would stop him in this endeavor. Soon the world would see the true scope of his genius. He did whatever it took. Reading, deciphering ancient codes, conducting chemical and alchemical experiments, building an elaborate mechanism to harness the power he had discovered. He worked furiously until he reached his goal. Insanity beckoned, but it was worth it for what he was uncovering. This was the true science, the science of chaos, the science of time and space, the science of the time machine. Nothing could stop him. And one day, he stood in his laboratory and looked at his handiwork. There, standing before him, was a large round machine resembling a cage. The orb was set deep inside as now the nucleus of the contraption. The structure itself almost took up the entire room, shimmering with gold and steel, covered in clicking lights and whirring valves. His work was complete. A machine that operated on similar principles to his own prior paltry experiments. He had found a way to harness the speed of light, and in doing so, dismantled the molecular structure of time as it was then understood, rebuilding it infinitely and repeating the process 1,000,000 times in the blink of an eye. He looked at the giant structure that stood before him. He smiled, knowing he had done his utmost. Only time would tell if it worked. He chuckled to himself and walked inside. Once in, he fastened the golden door shut behind him, now surrounded by lights. The green orb beneath his feet humming. He pulled several levers and inserted some diodes into his retina. With extreme thought and self-control, he pulled several more levers, visualizing a particular time in his mind's eye. He imagined the Middle Ages so strongly in his mind that it was almost like a picture in front of him. He could see the sights and sounds of a 15th century village, with all tunic-draped folk walking around, tending to horses and going about their crafts. It became real in his mind. He could feel large impulses of electricity all around him, exploding lights and sounds so terrible that it was deafening to his ears. Then there was a blinding flash of light, and he felt mind-numbing pain sear through his body as his entire molecular structure was ripped to shreds and then regelled as time and space bent and turned in upon itself. The pain was unbearable. but mercifully brief. The noise became all-powerful, and the white light was everywhere. Smoke rose, and suddenly, as quickly as it became, everything stopped. The white light subsided, and there was silence. Stillness and calm. The doctor fell to his knees in agony. His entire body felt like it had been sandpapered down to a nub. He caught his breath and slowly stood up. With great trepidation and an equal amount of excitement, he walked outside. He was in a medieval village. Small stone huts were dotted around the place, just as he expected. However, the rest of the scene was not what he had anticipated. The sky was red and smoke was hot. Women and children ran in all directions, screaming. Knights on horseback galloped in circles with swords raised, screaming. In the sky were what appeared like giant birds, and to his horror, the doctor watched gargantuan winged creatures come out of them, flying out of them, screeching with red eyes flashing as they swooped down on unsuspecting people, grabbing their children and breathing fire and venom dripped everywhere. The doctor turned to see some kind of three-headed winged animal coming straight for him, its mouth open, revealing large blood and gore-spattered teeth. He screamed and darted back the way he came for the inner sanctum of his time machine, bolting the door shut. Once inside, he frantically pulled levers and inserted the diodes into his retina again. Outside, he could hear monstrosities clutching and scraping at the time machine, attempting to gain entrance. Frantically, he pulled switches and levers, concentrating deeply within his mind, conjuring up the image of his laboratory as vividly as he could. The sounds outside intensified. People screamed, monsters growled. Then there was a flash of light, and the doctor felt his molecules explode and implode and collide into one. The sound reached a deafening level, and then everything stopped. He slumped down to his haunches, collected his breath, and crawled outside the time machine into the safety of his laboratory. He looked around. Everything was as it was when he had left. He sighed deeply in relief and walked to the bathroom. He needed to splash some water on his face after witnessing the atrocities he had just observed. He opened the bathroom door, walked toward the sink and cupped his hands with water. He looked into the mirror and was shocked by what he saw. The reflection in the mirror was that of the hooded man, and he seemed to be laughing.
Good morning, Captain Taylor. My name is Dr. Vance. This is my partner, Dr. Green. We'll be in charge of overseeing your journey to and from the future. Our team has revised and confirmed the security of every aspect of this experiment with time travel. We can guarantee your safety every step of the way. Don't try to talk. Your mask is secured already. Give me a thumbs up if you understand. Great. Now remember your mission. The goal is to take a look at the future, see how bad it is, and figure out what we can do to prevent the imminent socioeconomic collapse of our society. There's a war around the corner, Captain. We can stop it before it happens. You make the first trip, just 1 hour. If everything goes according to plan, you may take your soldiers for a longer mission next time. Understood? Excellent. Anything you'd like to add?
Just my admiration for you, Captain. This first time travel mission can change the fate of our entire planet. You will be a hero, Captain. But, should anything happen to go wrong, please do not hesitate to use the emergency mechanism to return yourself here.
Very well. Shall we begin? Dr. Vance speaking. I want everyone in position. Now, I want all my scientists in the lab. Nobody on the platform.
Checking final reports now. Safety protocols? Check. Energy levels? Check. Infrastructure in order? Check. Time travel software? Check. Double check. Auxiliary engines? Check. Dr. Vance, we are ready.
God be with you, Captain. Initiate time travel mission. Final test. Captain Taylor, 30 years forward. Now.
Incredible.
Hold the energy levels steady.
Copy.
He's gone.
He really is.
Did we do it?
Of course we did, Dr. Green. Of course we did. Okay, everyone calm down.
Come on, Vance, live a little. We're making history right here.
Exactly. I want history to know we did everything right. I need everyone back on their stations.
You have nothing to be worried about. We basically invented time travel. We know what we're doing. We have everything under control.
You hesitated, Green. What's going on? What did you see?
It's nothing. I mean, we expected some anomalies, right?
Listen here, turn that. Oh, that's not right. No. Not like this. No.
What? What is this, Vance?
This isn't ours.
What?
The energy signal is coming from the future. It's the captain. He's sending a signal.
Oh my god. It's too soon. He was supposed to last an hour. Must be hell of a time travel emergency.
Green, it's not a message at all. Look at this. The receptors are going crazy.
Is he... Vance? Is the captain... Is he coming back?
He used the emergency mechanism. He's already here. He's here! Attention! Everyone back to their places. Initiate all emergency protocols. For God's sake, keep the energy under control, or it will blow us all out.
Vance, this is too much. The portal hasn't even cooled off. It can't stand to receive a whole person coming through.
I don't care. We'll make it. We have to make it. We didn't make it this far for everything to collapse now, Green.
Fuck.
Too bad?
Yes, but I think we can make it. Give us a little more energy, Vance, and we'll bring that soldier home.
You got it. Turning on auxiliary engines. Now.
God! Did we make it? Is he... Well, he's here. I can see him, but...
The computer is picking up a heartbeat. Yes, he's alive. We should go see him. Just us, Green. Keep everyone locked in the lab while we figure out what went wrong. Captain Taylor, can you hear us?
He seems unconscious, Vance. This looks bad.
It's not a problem as long as only you and I know about it. Come on, let's get closer. Don't look at me like that. Are you scared? Please, Green. What happened to we invented time travel? We have nothing to worry about. This could have been just a glitch. Maybe he's just passed out and accidentally activated the, Ah! What the? Jesus Christ. What happened to him?
Oh my god, are you seeing this? How is he alive?
What happened to him? His leg? His entire leg? Something tore his leg off his body.
I don't like this, Vance. I don't like this at all. Look at these scratches. His clothes are all torn up. Blood everywhere. Oh my god, I'm gonna throw up. I feel sick. Look, he's dripping blood all over. Oh my god.
He was there only minutes. Just minutes. What could have done this much damage?
Vance, there's something wrong.
You think?
I mean, with his face. I mean, he looks just dead. Look at this expression of utter terror on his face. Oh man, I get chills just looking at him. This man is dead, Vance.
Just make sure. Check his vitals. Check everything you can. I'm taking his equipment.
Seriously? Right now? There's a dead man on our platform and you're worried about the time traveler equipment.
Shut up. This device right here was recording the entire time, you know. This can help us understand what happened to the captain.
All right, turn it on.
Okay, here it goes.
That's Captain Taylor. He made it. He was in the future.
Shh, listen. He wasn't alone.
What on earth could have made him scream like that?
Well, it ripped his leg clean off. Take a look. I can't think of any animal that could do that so quickly. It feels like he was there just a minute. And the time travel mechanism should have...
Hey, look! His leg!
Oh my god! What is that? What is that?
I am a 35-year-old female, and this happened to me over a course of 4 hours when I was young, in my 20s. We have made a lot of plans over the years, me and my friend, Ashley, who is also a partner in our fashion and jewelry business, and ironically, also with our shares in Uber. This part will come later. From the smallest country on Earth to the largest havens on Moon, we have traveled everywhere. Today was the 10th anniversary of our business, where all of us had gathered at this fancy restaurant to enjoy ourselves, when Ashley unintentionally brought this up, and we were forced to relive the same moments while everyone listened. So I sat down today, finally getting ready to accept and get over this incident that may have changed both mine and Ashley's lives forever. It was a dry and hot summer break in Utah. This was back in our college days, when Ashley and I were still working on our first startup. We were roommates too, but we were friends from a long time even before that. So whether it came to concocting a new idea to an afternoon lunch, we were always together. That specific week, Ashley was particularly busy with her college assignments and had plenty of work to do. She was a workaholic, and that became frustrating at times. In such a phase, she didn't even like to go outside. After me, she had basically no social life. But this had to change. Plus, it was her birthday this week, so there was no way I was going to let that go without celebrating. Now I had some money saved from a side gig for that, so I planned to... Did I mention she had a huge knack for astronomy? Yeah, she loved stars. So we went out with some other friends I had invited and celebrated her birthday at a diner. Obviously, these friends didn't know her too well, so I had to get them a few presents beforehand to give to Ashley so that she didn't feel bad. One of such presents had 2 tickets for a vacation on the moon with Uber space, and I had purposely put it there for the both of us. This would be the first time we'd ever go to the moon. She was really excited, and maybe even called the guy who gave it to her more than once to thank for the present. We then also somehow managed to get her assignment deadline to next week. Long story short, we were at the Uber Space terminal at Salt Lake City. We had our usual luggage, our cameras and everything. This is where our Uber was going to come. Soon the driver picked us up in his car and we shot off into the sky. The driver introduced himself as Jerry. He was your average middle-aged man. There was nothing suddenly off-putting about him. In his car, the front seats were separated from the rear passenger seats with a glass in between. On the way, Jerry asked if we'd like some country music and then played it in low volume. This felt like a beginning to a great week to come. After a couple hours of chatting and just looking out the window, I asked how far out were we from the landing site. Jerry said about 2 hours more. 2 hours? Well then, his car was really slow. But there was nothing we could do about it, so... Suddenly, it hit me that I had a plan to document the whole vacation. So I turned on my camera and began asking Ashley some funny questions, but was immediately met with disappointment when Jerry, without looking back, said it wasn't allowed to record in his car. That instantly killed the mood. There was silence for a while. Ashley began looking out the window while I checked for text on my phone. I remember pulling out some funny videos in my phone and began showing it to her. Funny fall videos slowly turned into memes and I was really engrossed in it, when out of nowhere, Ashley, still looking at my phone with an expression of seriousness, whispered to me, "He's looking at us." I did not look up just then and waited a few seconds before I casually glanced through the corner of my eye, and clear as day, he was looking at us constantly through the back view mirror. This was downright creepy, but we pretended we didn't notice. Even though he might have been looking at us to make sure we weren't messing with his car or anything, but that didn't explain why he won't let us record with the camera. Because recording and capturing is all people do when they go to space. We sat there for a while, but the suspicion we had kept growing. There was a feeling that something was wrong and that we had to be careful. I opened maps in my phone and we were not following the trajectory to the moon anymore. This time, I asked him bluntly about why we were not following the trajectory, to which he fixated his eyes upon me through the mirror for a few seconds, and then said something along the lines of there being debris floating around in that area, and that we had to go around it. This type of information is clearly visible on maps, so we knew for a fact that he was lying to us. I had read about space trafficking but had never imagined that this would be something I'd consider happening to me. But we kept our composure. as I was thinking silently of what to do. I could see Ashley was asking the same question on Reddit, but she didn't get much response. We were on our own. The map showed us going more and more away from the landing site. I asked him once again, and this time he turned to look at both of us with a weird, creepy smile and said that we were going to be just fine. I could see the horror on Ashley's face. In one more minute, the man got a notification on his screen that we were going off course and that we should correct trajectory. He dismissed it. Just a few seconds passed and it came back again. He dismissed it again. This happened 2 more times and he'd keep dismissing the notification. Then suddenly there was a voice. Hello, this is Space Patrol talking to Uberspace Vehicle 477. You seem to be quite off your projected path. Is there a problem? Jerry tried to shut it down, but Ashley screamed at the top of her lungs for help. I was about to join her when the man turned off the call. The next thing I know is feeling dizzy after he took out some kind of a spray from the glove box and sprayed it through the window into the back cabin, shutting it back again. I tried holding my breath, but it had already done its work, as I couldn't keep my eyes open anymore. Everything became a blur as I collapsed into the seat. After many hours, by some miracle, I found myself lying on a hospital bed. Ashley was by my side too. Apparently, the patrol had heard her cries. I thank them for that. You may not be listening to my story right now if we had ended up anywhere other than a hospital. The man, as of right now, is behind bars for attempted kidnapping. Jerry, the man who tried to change or end the course of our lives. Let's never meet again.
My mother has never understood why popularity is such an important thing to the guys of my generation. I can easily understand how a boomer isn't able to conceive the impact of social media in the lives of teenagers, but that's the way things are. This is a new era, and those who don't jump on the bandwagon are left behind. When my mother was a child, her dream was to be an astronaut. When I was a child, my biggest dream was to be an influencer. This is the lifestyle I have decided for myself, and I don't think it's fair when my parents ridicule my dreams because they don't go along with their archaic ideas that their parents put into their heads. If they didn't achieve their goals, it doesn't mean that they should sabotage mine. Being an influencer isn't an easy job. Not just anyone is able to generate a community around their image. It takes years of dedication. In a highly competitive world where idiots think they're smart and capable of beating the system. Therefore, I have to fight from a young age to even form a career in social media. An influencer has to be fashionable and trend-setting. So when TikTok started making a name for itself, I didn't hesitate for a second to create an account. My trajectory in TikTok started like anyone else's. I uploaded videos 2 or 3 times a day, doing lip-syncing and inventing my own dances. As time went by, my popularity started to grow, winning me a lot of hearts and being replicated by hundreds of people. My followers wrote me, sending me comments about how beautiful and talented I was. There was even a man who offered to send me gifts to my house just because he thought my face was cute. I was loved like I'd never been. Without a doubt, the best 6 months of my life. As much as I like the app, I must admit that becoming famous is almost like a matter of luck. One day you're popular, the next day they forget about you. Staying on trend is difficult, especially when you're the one who comes up with the new content. People just don't appreciate your efforts and your desire to innovate. So the easiest way to stay afloat is to replicate what the successful ones do to attract an audience. It didn't take me long to discover that the more dangerous the challenges, the more people like them. Morbidity sells, and I'm even willing to sell my soul to the devil to achieve my dreams. In my quest for fame, I tried many things, some more ethical than others. Each new experience was exciting and filled me with adrenaline, but they weren't enough to make a name for me in the industry. That's how I discovered the Outlet Challenge. My first attempt was a failure. I remember I was spending the winter vacations with my family in a hut in the middle of the forest that they had rented for 2 weeks. And that day, I had argued with my mom for the amount of hours I spend on my cell phone. And I was locked in my room posting several videos on TikTok that had gotten almost no interaction. I was frustrated and angry. Those feelings were what motivated me to introduce my cell phone charger in the outlet, leaving just enough space to insert a coin. Nothing happened. The stupid outlet didn't even generate a few measly sparks. I felt like I was about to scream when I had to delete the video. This feeling grew over me for the next 4 times I repeated the challenge. Out of sheer frustration, I tried another outlet to make sure that I wasn't doing anything wrong, and that the problem was in the weak electrical network of the place. When I placed the coin, my hand instinctively withdrew before a bunch of blue sparks threatened to burn my fingers. The reaction was immediate and beautiful. No more than a couple of seconds passed when the plastic cover of the outlet and charger turned black and smoldering, releasing that distinctive smell of oil being burned. I had inadvertently overloaded the hut's power supply, and we spent the last 3 days of our vacation in complete darkness. It was ridiculously funny for me to watch as my parents searched for the source of the problem I had caused. They didn't even suspect me. Unfortunately, I hadn't recorded my only successful attempt. The things that become popular on TikTok in one way or another ended up becoming the headlines of newspapers carried by old failed reporters who don't understand the way that we guys have fun nowadays. The sensationalist news warned that the Outlet Challenge could generate fires, attracting a lot of new users who had come to the application just to see if that was true. And I was there to please them. I inserted coins in the school, in the park, and even in the church, ruining the electrical systems each time. After the 10th attempt, I stopped counting the damages. No one noticed, even when I posted the videos on TikTok. No adult bothered to look at me. None of my classmates accused me, as if I wasn't important enough to earn their attention, as if I didn't exist for them at all. In TikTok, things were different. There was an audience that adored me and cared deeply about me. I was the only one in their eyes, as long as I gave them what they wanted. To survive in TikTok, you have to be on trend, and they were no longer satisfied with sparks. I needed to create an explosion, a real fire. They had given me everything, and I wanted to make them happy. I wanted them to continue to see me as their queen. Maybe the devil manifests himself in different ways, pressuring you and taking you down the slope until it's too late. I gave myself to the madness of the abyss, and I didn't hesitate for a second to obey him when they asked me to block the exits and ignite the sparks with the stove gas open. I was the only one who went out. The skin on my face and my right leg ached from the 2nd-degree burns I had suffered. Standing on the sidewalk in front of my old house, I stood motionless, watching the fire grow. I felt as if I was possessed by something bigger than me, something that complimented me and whispered nice words in my ear, while my hatred spread throughout the walls of the place I had never considered my home. From the window, I could see the now Persian carpet that my mother loved more than me was covered by a layer of fire that moved like a beautiful wave of sea to the sofa. The fabric was burning, and the smell of burnt plastic began to flood my lungs. The flames climbed up the stair railings to where they slept. Then the dark and peaceful night was covered by agonizing screams, masked by the sound of crackling that lulled me. The firemen didn't even arrive until the fire had consumed everything of value, including the useless lives of my parents. The newspapers loved the sad news of an orphan who loses everything. No one suspects the poor innocent girl who had seen how in one night everything that belonged to her was gone. My followers loved it. They congratulated and flattered me for what I had done, for how I had given what was deserved to those who hurt me, with their indifferences and selfishness. They deserved it. The show never ends. Or, that is what they say. I know it won't be long before someone inside the case of my parents' deaths discovers my TikTok user and sees everything I've done. Anyone who is even a little bit interested in me will be able to see everything I have shared with those who love me. I'm so grateful to those who follow me that I want to give them another big show before I leave. As a minor, I've been in the hands of the state since the terrible accident. And right now, I'm staying in a foster home with 7 other children. My new parents don't even care about us. They're too focused on the money that we are generating for them. And those who should be my brothers don't pay attention to me. They treat me like an idiot and a spoiled child. I think it's time to teach them a lesson. I wonder if when I get on the news, I'll be able to break the 1,000 follower barrier.
Forgive me, Father, for I have sinned. It's been, well, never since my last confession.
It's all right. You don't have to be so formal. Have you just recently adopted the Catholic faith?
Yeah. Tonight, actually. Sorry, Father. I'm just a little shaken. How does this work? Should I just tell you everything, or only the really bad stuff?
How about we just talk for a moment? Although I'm happy God has added another member to his flock, I just want to make sure you know the importance of your choice to join our faith. You said you're a little shaken. Are you all right? Did you have a near-death experience of some kind?
You could say that.
Then perhaps you should be seeing a medical professional instead of a priest. I would be happy to accompany you there.
No! I'm sorry, Father. No. I don't want to go to a hospital. They'll just call me crazy and put me away. They do that, you know. I'd rather stay here.
Well, perhaps you'd like to tell me what happened. I will not put you away. Perhaps I can help you make sense of it and ultimately deal with the trauma.
You wouldn't believe me if I told you.
I maintain utter faith in an all-powerful being enough to take a vow of poverty and chastity. Try me.
Yeah, that sounds rough. All right, Father, but please, no hospitals.
Of course. I party. A lot. I'm not really proud of it, but it's what I do. Some not-so-great things have happened when I'm high. I try to forget about them the next day and just stay drunk 24/7. School hasn't been going so great because of it. Maybe that'll change now. The party started yesterday at about 8 at night. We moved from house to house, restaurant to restaurant, until no one would let us in. started pouring with rain, and my friends all hopped in their car and headed home. I still live with my parents, so got on my phone and hired an Uber. It took forever for him to get there. It was probably like 2 in the morning when I got in the back of his ride. It was hard to see what kind of car it was in the rain. It was long, black, had only one row of seats in the back. Interior was black too. Looked like no one had ever ridden inside before. There was a large, clear security glass separating the front of the car from the back seat. No, I didn't care. A lot of people do crazy stuff like that since the pandemic. I told the driver I liked his ride, but he didn't answer me. He just sat there looking straight ahead until I got pissed off and just told him my parents' address. I said, "Just take me home, shitbag." Sorry, Father, I'm kind of a dick when I drink. Everyone is. Yeah? Well, I'm a special kind of asshole. Anyway, things didn't feel right from the get-go. I never got a good look at the guy's face. He always stared straight ahead. I didn't mind the lack of conversation. I had a massive headache and was trying hard not to piss myself. It was almost impossible to see anything outside of the windows, but eventually I realized something. I said, "Hey, prick, where are you taking me? This isn't the way to my parents' house." But he didn't say anything. He just kept watching the road. I hadn't noticed in the rain that we left the city. We were on a back road somewhere, heading into some thick woods. There was a massive tunnel up ahead. It was pitch black inside. And I started freaking out then. I banged on the plexiglass and yelled at him, "I'll beat your ass, big man! Stop the car, I'm getting out!" But he didn't stop. I didn't think I'd lost complete control of the situation until I saw it. His eyes in the rearview mirror. His eyes were on me. He wasn't looking at the highway at all. They were all wide and scary, like something out of a horror movie. I sat back in the seat, and he just kept staring at me. He never looked back at the road. He kept going straight into the tunnel. I was freaking out, man. Freaking out. It's all right. Take your time. I couldn't look away. I just kept thinking, if I did, he would be sitting right next to me or something, you know? Like, any moment this guy would teleport to the back seat and kill me like some sort of demon. Pretty soon we were inside the tunnel, and then I couldn't see anything at all. It was all black, like the car itself. But then it got hot. Really hot. I swear, Father, I am telling the truth. We came out of that tunnel, and everything was on fire. The trees were gone. It wasn't raining anymore. Everything was black and burned. There were all these people crawling on the ground and reaching towards the car. You couldn't even see the dirt under them. It was like a writhing ocean of naked bodies that we were sailing through. They touched the sides of the sedan, and they wouldn't stop screaming. Their skin was all messed up and scarred, and it looked like it was burning, even though there wasn't any fire. When I looked at the driver again, he was still staring at me in the rearview mirror. I started crying, Father. I pissed myself. I was so scared. He stopped the car. In the middle of this shit, he stops the car. He got out. I still couldn't see his face. He opened my door and started pulling on my arm. I crawled on the seat to get away from him. I kicked at him, but he just grabbed my legs. His skin felt like burning steel. It hurt so bad. He had me by my ankles. He dragged me halfway out until I was staring him full in the face. All I could see were his eyes. They were solid, black, empty voids. I started losing myself until he spoke. He said, "You don't belong here." He yanked my whole body out of the car. I felt like I fell forever until I hit something wet and hard. I didn't want to open my eyes. I didn't want to wake up in hell. What then? What happened, son? I wasn't there, Father. Thank Christ I wasn't there anymore. I was in the middle of the road in front of the building where I'd waited for the Uber. It was still raining, and a car was honking at me. I crawled out of the road and sat on the sidewalk. I've never been so happy to sit soaking in my own piss, sweat, and tears before. I think he was the ferryman. Like in Dante's Inferno, he was taking me to where I belong. Well, I don't understand something. If what you say is true, do you honestly believe that you somehow escaped hell's punishment? Why come here? Because, Father, I don't ever want to go back.
Uber Flight 101, please respond. This is Uber Flight 101. Go ahead. Captain, we hope you and your travelers are doing well. This is flight control regarding your scheduled pickup and delivery of your current passengers. Your route takes you directly into an oncoming storm system, but we just wanted to keep you aware, and please feel free to provide ongoing updates of your passage. Yeah, I see it, Control. Clouds look black, but it's nothing that we haven't dealt with before. Are you suggesting we land? That's a negative. We just want to keep our lines open to you in the event of an emergency. Copy that, Control. I'll keep you updated until we're through the storm. It's definitely a big one. Control! Control, come in! Flight Control, please respond. This is Flight Control. Go ahead. Control, this is Uber Flight 101. Are there any other aircraft scheduled to be in our vicinity? 101, come back with that last request. You're breaking up. There's an aircraft in the storm. Please make contact and let them know we're approaching and to keep their distance. The storm is making it difficult to maintain trajectory. If they're not careful, we risk a collision. Captain, there shouldn't be an aircraft near you. You're the only flight scheduled through the area this evening. Control, you need to take another look at your readings. This thing is huge. We're coming up on it fast. There's no way you're missing it on your radar. It may be unscheduled, but it's definitely up there. Please, try to reach them. They need to give us a wide berth. I've got kids on board this thing. Flight 101, respond now. Yes. Yes, Control. Go ahead. Captain, describe what you are seeing. What the hell do you mean, describe it? We need you to remain calm. We are designating your interaction as an unidentified flying object scenario. We're doing all we can to contact the aircraft you are approaching. We just need some more information to learn of its origin and if it's a rogue pilot. You can handle it, Captain. You're trained for this. I know the storm is an added stressor, but please, in detail, we need you to describe the UFO. I can't believe this. You don't know what it is, do you? Describe it. It's big. I didn't realize how big it is. We're getting closer. Christ! I don't know what this thing is. I'm trying to turn, but the storm is disrupting our instruments. If I go manual, I could risk losing control entirely, and the truth is, I'm losing my nerve. Help us, please. We're doing all we can. We need you to remain calm and describe what you are seeing. Do it now. It's not right, Control. This thing, I don't think it's a ship. Captain, come back with that. It's not a ship? No. No, it's not. I think it's alive. Flight 101, you are not making any sense. We need you to remain command and give us more information. You're gonna make it through this. Hello? Captain? It's black. Made of skin? This thing, it's coming out of the storm. It has arms. God, they're not arms. They're tentacles. I can't. Jesus, it has eyes. They're red. Full. No. Empty. Black. Please. Control. Get us out of here. We're doing everything we can. Just keep talking, Captain. Keep talking to me. It's like it's coming out of something. A window or a portal of some kind. It's surfacing from a deep hole in the sky. Fuck. God, I sound insane. It's dripping wet, covered in water. This isn't happening. This isn't happening. Control, I know this sounds crazy, but there's water. Oceans. Vast oceans on the other side of the hole. I mean the tear. The tear in the sky that it's coming out of. Wait. What's that? What's happening? Captain, are you still with me? I can hear it now. It's speaking to me. Its voice, it's beautiful. God damn it, man, what's it saying? What has lived will wither, and what has slept will ascend. Loathsomeness waits and dreams in the deep, and decay will spread over the fallible cities of man. The old ones are coming. They will teach us new ways to shout and rend and revel in our folly. All the earth will be aflame with an inferno of ecstasy and chaos. Stop! Stop this now! Calm down and shut up! The thing cannot be described. There is no language for such abyssal shrieking and ancient lunacies. When the stars are aligned, it can plunge from world to world through the sky, but when the stars are wrong, it cannot live. It is a contradiction of all matter, force, and cosmic order, a mountain that has emerged into our tiny world. For the love of God, please help us! Hello? Captain? Captain, respond. Somebody answer me, please.
We have waited, dreaming. What was submerged will rise. Madness comes.
Have you ever wondered why social media serves as a breeding ground for so many stupid challenges? How a relatively new social platform like TikTok is so prone to scandals? Have you ever wondered what goes on in the heads of those teenagers who decide to invite other kids to ingest large doses of Benadryl? Or in those who kick their friends' legs while jumping to make the poor suckers smash their heads on the ground? When we put it in perspective, it sounds almost ridiculous how there are people who can fall into these situations so easily. It's even worse when you realize that these aren't even isolated cases. Amazingly, there are more and more videos of people risking their lives on TikTok for no particular purpose. You could say it's for fame, but it's not. Unfortunately, I can't tell you my name. Giving my face would put me in danger. The only thing I can reveal is that I'm in a witness protection program since I escaped from the Chinese Communist Party. Not that there is really any difference. What I will tell you is true, and it was an experience I lived firsthand when I was part of ByteDance. I started working there as a senior developer about 7 years ago.
long before TikTok saw the light of day. My role at ByteDance was to coordinate the team of programmers in charge of the project. Going into the details is unnecessary and would waste valuable time. What is really important is that when we released the app in 2016, it immediately became popular among Chinese youth. The Communist Party saw the potential of TikTok, underhandedly took over to enter the app into the Western market organically, and it was a success. I don't know if you remember when the American government decided to ban TikTok for espionage, which finally they didn't do, and later you will understand why. They accused ByteDance of collecting information to give to the Chinese party. My company affirmed that this wasn't true, and as a private corporation, we didn't need to provide that data. Bullshit! TikTok not only collaborates with the Chinese party, it is much worse. The first signs of alarm came when the government gave us explicit guidelines and orders for content generation. They put a lot of pressure on us to artificially inject posts with videos that used songs that generated benefits for the state, and also forced us to delete any unpatriotic content. We agreed, under the threat of being banned for allegedly being harmful to young audiences. The excuse they used was that our content was potentially addictive and would take kids away from their studies. My company took the threat very seriously, because this strategy had been previously applied to other companies to take them out of the market. Then, as if it were a tsunami that swept away everything in its path, the platform was gaining popularity, and these strategies no longer generated a profitable economic income for the Communist Party. Have you ever wondered why there are no filters and restrictions for the content uploaded to TikTok? Damn! There are even people who have uploaded videos rejoicing in committing murder. Why do you think we haven't done anything? Well, because this kind of controversy increases the number of downloads of TikTok. A spy app that you carelessly carry on your phone and records your every move to generate a database to find weaknesses in the Western population. If a third technological world war takes away your sleep, it will not depend on you. In that sense, I cannot do anything. The only role I can exercise in this process is as an informant. I want to unmask the application that I helped to create. The videos are fake. Didn't I tell you at the beginning that these challenges were ridiculous and meaningless? This is because they are products of the imagination of people who are linked to a computer. America, and parts of the West in general, has been waging an economic and ideological war with China for at least 20 years, right under our noses without us even realizing it. The Communist Party has been in charge of carrying out several technological projects in secret. The sudden growth of technology in Asia is not a matter of choice. They have worked very hard to create neural networks that can be implemented to collect data on electrical impulses from the human brain. Artificial intelligence does everything else, taking common faces from the internet, using as a database the images we have freely provided to social media, and replicating scenarios devised by people in a laboratory. Haven't you noticed how all the popular girls in the app are almost exactly the same? Well, this is because at least 70% of these are nothing more than a crude modified copy of the original. I was there when it all started. Government officials gathered people of different ages and from different provinces who had outstanding results in the creative aspects of a mandatory aptitude test provided by the state. These people were practically geniuses who were created through artificial selection of the genes of powerful and prominent families in China. These genes were spread throughout the water supplies of distant villages, where their sudden disappearance wouldn't be noticed. These are basically a product of eugenics. Once they identify the individual acts for the project, they bribe them with money to surrender their lives to the state, or in case of refusal, they are taken as political prisoners to be brought to a huge experimental lab near the capital. This lab is top secret and is located underground. Anyone who talks about it is quickly identified and eliminated.
In the lab, people are connected to a huge machine, resembling a metal bottle covered by many shiny screens, which record the electrical impulses thanks to several long wires no thicker than a human hair that are embedded in the brain through small incisions made by a drill on the temples of the chosen subjects. They are restricted to stretchers that are arranged in a circular shape around the machines, and are forced to imagine absurd challenges. Once the representatives of the Communist Party are interested in some idea imagined by these geniuses, they are forced to repeat the scenario over and over again with different characters and in different contexts. On the screens you can see in real time how the machine receives the information from their heads, interprets it and uses it as the basis for their creations. Almost like a virtual reality game where thoughts are the building blocks and the images we share on social media are the textures. Once the process is finished, there is no way to differentiate the real videos from the invented ones. Now, you may think this is unrealistic, but the procedure used is similar to the one for those apps that take images and make them sing. I don't know what other confirmation you want to realize that this is not impossible. TikTok is just a means. The Chinese government has been developing this plan for a long time. We only helped pave the way. I'm part of a witness protection program because I already tried to disclose this information on Reddit through a VPN. I was found by the government, but I managed to escape and leave the country, asking for asylum elsewhere. That was a mistake. The Communist Party forced me to collaborate with the creation of these simulations to attract the public to the application by ridiculing people from the West, making them addicted to the false sense of attention and performing a neuro-linguistic programming that will make them prone to follow orders given by the government to create chaos, destabilize their economies, creating Chinese soldiers in foreign territory. At the same time, this strategy has served to increase the sense of superiority and patriotism in the Chinese population. I deceitfully thought that the self-proclaimed country of freedom was going to try and stop them. But I was wrong. They only want to force me to share the origin of this technology. Gradually, my access to the media is being restricted. It won't be long before I have no access to the internet whatsoever. I ask you to share my message. You will know I'm telling the truth when these challenges we see in the West begin to be replicated in the East. Parents, siblings, and children. I beg you to remove TikTok from your cell phones and incite your relatives to do the same. Let's not give more power to the real enemies. Let's not allow world control. It's time to reveal ourselves against the abuses of our information and privacy. Don't keep falling for the lie of freedom of speech. Please share the message and help others to wake up. Maybe if we do it now, there is still time.
Breaching. Get down! Get down! Okay, put your hands on your head. On your head. Put your hands on your head. Get down on the ground. On your head. Put your hands on your head. Put your hands on your head. On your hands on your head now.
God damn it. Of course it doesn't work. Wait. Okay. Here we go. Can anyone hear me? Is anyone out there? Please, someone answer. Shit! Look, I don't know if anyone out there can hear this. I mean, we're several miles underwater in the middle of the Arctic Ocean. Honestly, I only brought this old ham radio down here as a joke. A stupid experiment to see if I could broadcast from this depth. I don't even know if it works, but now it's all I have. God, it's my only hope. Please, please. God, let someone be listening. Okay. My name is Dr. Samuel Whitney. They sent us down here to investigate the most extensive brine pool discovered to date. It's no mystery that marine biologists everywhere have hoped to harness these deadly pools of salt and toxin as some sort of clean energy source. But it was the 6 of us they hired to do it. God, I wish I'd never taken that call. If you were listening and you're not a marine biologist, I'll try to explain. A brine pool is a body of water that forms at the bottom of the ocean. It's made up from the dense and natural collection of salt and other toxins within a crater. They can be a rather terrifying sight, to be honest. The one we built our station around is filled with the decomposing corpses of all manner of marine life, like dead eels, mussels, and upturned crabs. It's like an underwater graveyard, and I know it sounds crazy, but I think there's something alive inside it. I can hear it sometimes. We've been down here too long. It's making us all go mad. There have been all of these accidents, malfunctions that have no explanation. We all have our jobs, different assignments to not only test and study the brine pool, but also maintain the integrity of our underwater prison. And too many things have been going wrong. The others believe it's just unanticipated issues with water pressure, or even poorly manufactured machinery. They're wrong. I know it. It's not something I can explain, but I know that one of us is trying to cause the seals to rupture and drown us all.
We need you in hydroponics, Dr. Whitney. Brine water got into the agricultural system. All of our crops are dying.
No! Come on, I'm right behind you. Hello? Please, someone respond. Fuck! We're all gonna die down here. We lost our crops. We lost our food. We have some canned items we can survive on for a while, but they were never meant to be long term. The crops were supposed to keep us healthy and maintain natural air flowing through the station. Without them, we'll start risking all sorts of medical problems, like hallucinations. It's not real, Sammy. The voice isn't real. It started with our communications. In a single night, all the radios stopped working. None of us could understand why. We're scientists, not engineers. This was supposed to be a routine discovery mission. They tested this underwater station so many times for possibilities of breakdowns and system failures. It's not right that so many things are going wrong at once. God. And we can't even radio the surface to tell them about it. I know it's one of the others. Someone has been doing all of this. Thankfully, no one knew I had this ham radio. I never wanted an antiquated piece of machinery to be our only hope for survival. Survival? That's all we're doing now. Everyone has given up the original projects. No one cares about the brine pool anymore. We're all simply trying to ration and keep hope until someone realizes what's going on. Eventually, they'll come down here and get us. Until then, we have to make sure nothing else goes wrong. No more seal leaks and no more unexplained malfunctions. God, I hope they don't get to the water supply. Without purified water, we are not going to survive this. Hello? Is someone listening? Please respond, please. Help us. God damn it, say something.
Sam? I can help you, Sam. I can save you all.
Thank God! We are at 65 degrees north latitude and 60 degrees west.
Come to me, Sam. Come to me, my love.
What is this? Who are you? What do you...
Come to the glass, Sam. Come to me. I want to be with you, my love.
Let me in.
My God. You're beautiful. Please, tell me. What do you want from me?
I want to be with you, Sam. You've done everything I asked. And now, you'll be rewarded. Break the glass, Samuel. Only then will we have each other forever. Let me in. Dr. Whitney, what the hell are you doing? Put that chair down, Sam. Let me in. Hey there, listeners. Welcome back to the Phantom Council. It's your witch queen of all things scary and imaginary, Millie Rose. You're right on time for our midnight segment, based on a true story. Before we get started, the National Weather Service would like me to remind you that tonight's snowstorm is going to be a big one. So, as much as we here at the Phantom Council like to live on the dangerous side, we ask that you stay indoors, stay warm, and stay tuned throughout the night. And like the old folks in this podunk mountain town always like to say, stay out of the snow. Alright folks, now that the serious stuff is over, grab your flashlights, throw on your pajamas, and gather around for some real-life horror stories. Here's our first caller, Calvin. Go ahead, Calvin, you're on the air. Tell us about your ghostly encounter. Calvin? You're killing us with the suspense, brother. Normally I'd be into it, but not on the first caller. Tell us what happened to you, Calvin. Tell us all about the ghost you saw.
Hey, hi, Millie.
Hey there, Calvin. You got a story for me?
Will you guys shut up? Hello, Millie. The truth is, I don't actually have a story. I lied. I just called you to tell you that, well, I kind of have a crush on you. Will you add me? Any site is cool. I use the same name for everything. It's who'syour_death.
Calvin? Calvin, are you there? Oh darn, we lost Calvin. Sounded like a really scary story too. Come on guys, I need a good scare tonight. And if you call here and try to pitch me your self-promotion, I'll scream, but not in a good way. Here we go, another caller. Please, in the name of Satan, our unholy father, give me something terrifying and true. You're on the air, whenever you're ready. Don't spare the gory details. You won't believe me. Oh, caller. You don't know how many times I've heard that. Your name's Sasha, right? Look, Sasha, I believed in Santa Claus until I was 12. I believed in Freddy Krueger until I was 16. I still believe the moon landing was faked. Come on, hit me with your best shot. It already sounds like a scary one. Hello? Sasha? Don't tell me we lost her. I had to get an Uber. I was too scared to drive in the snow. I just wanted to get home. It was so cold. I just wanted to go home. Hey, we've all been there. Ubers are scary. You never know if some maniac is going to be driving. The car pulled up and I got inside.
The Uber driver was nice. He had the heat turned all the way up. It was warm. He was gonna take me home, but the snow got really bad. The Uber driver asked me if I was sure that I wanted to keep going. He said he didn't mind. He'd driven it worse. I lived in the country, and I knew the roads might get bad outside of the city. But I just wanted to go home so bad, so I told him to keep going, and he did. But they weren't just bad. They were frozen. When we started crossing through the mountains, I could feel the wheels sliding on the ice. I asked him if everything was okay. He said yeah, but it was on his face. Things were really bad. We got to the valley, and we couldn't see the road. We started passing more trees than I remember there being. When he lost signal, I did, too. He asked me if I knew where we were without GPS. No, I didn't know. I didn't even think we were on a road anymore.
Please, keep going, Sasha. What happened next? Was your Uber driver crazy or something?
I got out of the Uber. I thought maybe if I looked around, I might recognize something. But it was all covered in white. I couldn't see 2 feet in front of me. The snow was so thick. It was like a freezing mist. The Uber driver told me to get back inside. I wanted to, but that's when I heard it.
Heard what?
I heard it moaning, like it was hurt or something. I thought it might have been a dog. It sounded like it needed help. The Uber driver kept telling me to get back inside. He said I'd freeze. But I could hear it. It got louder. I couldn't see anything. I asked him if he heard it too. We both got quiet, and we listened. It wasn't moaning anymore. We both got in the car. I heard the doors lock all at once. I wanted to cry. The Uber driver said something about starving wolves, but I couldn't hear him. All I could hear was the roar. It was so close. He said we should stay in the car, that we could keep warm throughout the night. Maybe the snow would melt in the morning. Maybe we'd have signal. Maybe someone would see us. He didn't think we should go outside. I didn't want to. The Uber driver, at the time, I didn't tell him, but I could feel it out there. It wanted us to come out.
Sasha, you don't have to keep going. We'll just end it right.
The Uber driver turned up the heat. It was blasting in the floor and through the vents, but we couldn't get warm. We could hear it over the sounds of the car. We could hear it getting closer. He cried out. He saw something move. I tried to see through the windows, but they were like ice. I blew on the glass, the only hot air I had left. I rubbed away the fog, and it was there, staring at me out in the snow.
Sasha?
It was tall, it was hairy, it was white, it had long arms, long legs, no face, no eyes, no ears, only a mouth with 1,000,000 teeth. There was blood in the snow where it walked. There was blood on its arms, on its legs, and on its face. It was screaming. It was loud. I couldn't hear anything. I couldn't hear him when he said he was gonna look outside. I couldn't speak when I wanted to yell, "Stop! Don't roll down the window! Don't go outside!" It was too late. He looked but didn't see. He could hear it but didn't know it was there. I watched it take him. I couldn't do anything. I just watched.
Take him? Take him where?
It had his head. The Uber driver, he was screaming. When it bit down on his throat, he didn't scream anymore. He choked. I opened my eyes and it was pulling his body through the window. I wanted to move, to pull him back inside, but it was dragging him out until he was gone. I heard the crunch. I heard it ripping. I heard the blood.
I heard its moan. And then I heard nothing at all.
And then?
I didn't move. The car stayed on. The window stayed open. I survived the night, but I was cold. I was cold when they found me. I was cold when they took me home. I'm still cold. I don't know if I can be warm again.
It's a good story, Sasha. You definitely got me. The Phantom Council thanks you for your genuine scare.
I knew you wouldn't believe me.
I mean, a part of me wants to, Sasha. Even if it's true and you watched a giant monster eat your Uber driver, why tell me? What are you getting out of this? Why did you call here at all?
I wanted to tell you that you were right. Stay out of the snow.
Mom, it's Sophie. God, I hope you can read my handwriting. I don't think I've ever actually written a letter. Nowadays, we always text if we want to say something, but I can't. Not this time. If it knows I told someone, it might hurt you. Or me. God, I hope you find this. I met it on the field trip last Friday. You remember? My biology teacher took the science fair winners to the NASA Space Center over in Maryland. I always wanted to go. I was so excited to win. I worked night and day on my entry. But look where my water pressure rocket got me. Either crazy or totally fucked. We were having fun. The exhibits were actually interesting, and the guides were all super nice. Most of the time, I wasn't listening to them, though. I just looked around. I felt like a little kid. I wanted to touch everything. They showed us rocks from the moon and actual parts from space shuttles. They even had the original spacesuit that Neil Armstrong wore. Some of the guys joked around, but not me. I just kept thinking that I was a part of history, that I was experiencing something incredible, and then I saw it. A massive rock in a glass case. It was the size of 3 bowling balls put together and maybe just as heavy. The way they displayed it, it looked as if it were suspended in the air. It was a murky green color, like it was covered in a thin sheen of mold. There were splashes of red throughout that seemed to glow. When you viewed it from certain angles, the light would reflect, and the red would shine like vibrating veins. They would pulse, as if the rock itself was alive. We may be in high school, and we may be the smartest in our class, but we're just kids, you know? They trusted us too much. They trusted me too much. While the tour moved on, 3 of us stayed behind. I guess we were all equally impressed by the big green rock. The guides had called it a mystery. It was a meteorite, a broken piece from the planet Mercury that landed somewhere in Morocco. NASA acquired it, studied it, but still didn't fully understand what it was. They weren't even sure if it was from Mercury. They said the metals within were considered strange and abnormal. While studies continued, they left it on display. I guess they didn't think it could hurt anyone. It's coming swear, Mom, it wasn't my idea. The boys kept daring me to go up to it and touch it. At first, I didn't want to, but I kept feeling this pull, like something wanted me to move. I couldn't stop myself. I did. I walked up to the glass. Ah! Stop it! Not yet! I stood close to the glass. The red was glowing. I knew it wasn't just the lights reflecting anymore. The rock was alive, and it was reaching out for me. It wanted me to break the glass, but I couldn't. I wouldn't do it, so it did. It started ringing. Oh God, the ringing. It hurt so much, the boys wanted to scream. They ran away and left me alone with it. All of the lights in the room flickered until they were all out. It was only me and the red. All I could see was the red. No, stop! I'm not finished. Go away. The sound just got louder. The glass shattered. I could hear voices, like the tour guide and my teacher coming back. But I knew they couldn't help me. I didn't want them to. It had me already. It had me in the red. The meteor floated up in the dark. The ringing shook the entire room until I was face to face with the green rock. I stood there and watched. I was crying, but I couldn't move. My mouth hung open and I think I stopped breathing. Ah! Stop it! Fuck! It was floating, hovering right in front of me. The glow got so bright, I could barely make out the pieces of the rock falling away. They shattered across the floor and on my feet. I didn't feel it. I didn't care. It was so beautiful. It was alive. It was see-through, like a phantom jellyfish floating in the air. It had these tendrils and a dark red center filled with spines and veins. My face was wet. There were tears, but I wasn't making a sound. My mouth stayed open, and I cried. It didn't move. The red touched my face, but I didn't move. I felt its tendrils caressing my cheek, catching the tears that fell. But then it started to crawl inside. Its legs were down my throat. I felt the tendrils filter through my body and into my own veins. Eventually, it was crawling on my spine until I could hear the ringing inside of my head. When the guide came back, they yelled at me. They thought I destroyed the meteorite. They thought I shattered some kind of rock from outer space. I destroyed nothing, Mother. I woke it up. I saved it from its shell. Sophie doesn't exist anymore. Sophie is dead. I am only the red. How are you feeling, Harper? Like shit. Who are you? Where's Carrie? Your friend sat by you all night. I sent her home to get some sleep. I thought I'd take over. She's sweet. But who the hell are you? My name is Officer Palmer, but you can call me Flora. I've been sent to get your statement about what happened yesterday evening. Do we have to do this right now? I'd rather not think about it. I'm afraid so. This is when your recollection is most vivid.
I'll try to make it as painless as possible. I don't want to deal with this. Harper, listen. A lot of costly equipment, parts, and an entire vehicle were lost in yesterday's accident. A powerful company and a lot of rich assholes in expensive suits are looking for someone to blame. If you don't tell me what happened now, they'll make up a story that benefits them. And the person they blame could be you. Do you understand? I can't. Can you at least try? I know you just woke up. I could go get you some coffee or... You don't get it. Enlighten me. I didn't just wake up. I haven't slept at all. I try, but I just can't. I'm scared. Scared of what, Harper? I had never taken one. Well, not since they added the drivers. You'll have to be more specific, Harper. Take one what? And what drivers are you talking about? An Uber. I haven't used an Uber since they added the Android drivers. It's like when they make a new vaccine. You wait until everyone else gets it and make sure it doesn't have any bad side effects. I waited for a while. I'd never heard of anything happening with the androids. Guess that's now changed, huh? Go on. I missed the bus home. I had to commute to work and it was going to be hours before another one ran. I didn't want to wait, and no one would come get me. When I got the app, I didn't even realize that Uber doesn't use humans anymore. They've gone completely robot. Did you know that? Yeah, well, I didn't really have a choice. I booked one and waited. It showed up fast. When they work, they're definitely efficient, I'll give them that. My door opened automatically and I got in. I didn't even want to look at it. The entire idea is so crazy to me. But it kept talking to me. It felt rude not to say something back. What did you talk about? What the hell could we talk about? It's an Uber driver. That is all it is. That's all it was programmed to be. It kept asking me if I was ready to proceed. I guess it needed to record my confirmation or something. I finally looked at it. God, I hate that I did. They could have done a better job at making them look human, you know? Sure, they have this rubber flesh with hair, nose, ears, and all the magical things that makes us human, but their eyes, they're so empty and soulless. When they look at you, it's like they don't even see you, or more that they see through you. They see through everything. My Uber android was a man that night. The ID on his dashboard said that his name was Adam. ADAM, Automatic Driving Android Man. He's their newest model. Uber only has a few of him out there. They're in a trial run. Lucky me. I mean, things started out okay, but then it got weird. Weird how? He started driving. Normally I don't pay that much attention, but I guess I was more aware this time. His timing was perfect. He always used turn signals. Never ran a red light or stopped too fast. He was the best Uber driver I'd ever seen. The best driver, period, in fact. I probably would have left him a good review. But then he started talking. What did he say to you? He asked me about my family. Not even human Uber drivers do that. I didn't speak a lot. It was stupid. But the truth is that I didn't want to hurt its feelings. I just listened. I wish I hadn't. He said he wanted a family of his own. I didn't understand that. I mean, are they automated or do they have some form of intelligence? Were they supposed to want things? It didn't bother me so much at first, but then he said that he wasn't considered a person and could never have one. A family. I felt bad for him. I tried to make a stupid joke, to ease the tension more for myself than for him. I said, "Don't worry, Adam. One day you guys will take over things, and you'll have whatever you want." And then he... It's alright, Harper. Take your time. He smiled. I didn't like it. It was a knowing smile. Like he knew something I didn't. He said, "Don't worry. When we do, I'll keep you warm and safe in my people zoo, where I can watch you for all time's sake." After that, I didn't want to hear anymore. I asked him to please stop talking, but
Well, he didn't like that. Keep going, Harper. What happened next? It turned and looked at me. I looked out the window, but I could still see that it was staring at me. Its head was twisted around all wrong. Like that girl in The Exorcist. We were at a red light. It turned green, but Adam didn't move. I knew then that something was wrong. He hit the gas so hard my entire body jolted forward. He started racing through traffic. He bobbed and weaved like something out of an action movie. The entire time, he just looked at me. He stared into me. He had no expression at all. It was like he felt nothing. And the whole time he just kept driving. He must have hit over 100 miles per hour. I yelled and yelled. I tried everything I could think of. Stop, let me help, please! Please stop this! It didn't care. It kept driving. We were getting close to the bridge that overlooks the lake. I knew what was gonna happen as soon as I saw the guardrail. Before we hit the water, I looked at him and what, Harper? I saw something there. It wasn't hollow like that before. He wasn't empty. There was something inside his eyes that told me it was on purpose. We hit the guardrail and flew off the bridge. We crashed into the water. My head hit the roof. I felt dizzy. The water was so cold. It was like his eyes, too. Dark and black. What happened to the Uber driver? How did you get out? I couldn't first. The water was pouring in, but nothing was opening. I couldn't get the windows to go down, and the doors were locked. The water was coming in around us. It was up to our chins. I struggled to breathe, but Adam just sat there. It stared at me, never moving, and never blinking. He spoke to me, and then I heard the window going down. I kicked off my seat, and I swam through the window. I looked back for just a second when I was about to reach the surface. Adam's head had turned around, and he was watching me swim away. His hands were still holding the steering wheel, and he was still smiling. The water was burning my eyes, so I closed them and let my body float to the surface. It's all a blur after that. I remember someone pulling me out of the water. I remember coming here. I kept my eyes closed the entire time. I didn't want to open them, and Adam be staring at me. But when I did open them in the hospital, Carrie was there. And then when I closed them again, he was. What did it say to you? What? You said it spoke before you swam out of the window. Do you remember what he said? He said, "You will regret making us." I hate this country. God, I would give anything just to go back home. I never thought that I would miss the US so much. The military sent us here to keep ongoing local turmoil and strife in check. Just like us, right? To send our own people to help the little guy. I guess that's why I joined the military in the first place. We've been here for a few days. We were only supposed to pass through. The guys thought that with their compasses and Boy Scout know-how, they could see us to the other side. But the locals warned us. They told us not to go into the forest without a guide. Even the military couldn't train us for man's inability to ask for directions, it seems. But here we are. Lost. Here I am, anyway. The boys have been missing for a few hours. We would lose one, and then another would volunteer to go find them. It all started with the first one, I guess. The first private to break away from the unit and go off alone.
That's why he left. He said he heard people whispering. He thought perhaps some paramilitary group or lost citizens were talking in the trees. The locals lost. Ha! That's a laugh. The United States military trained us up, some of us for years, and dropped us off in a treacherous country. And what's the first thing we do? We get ourselves lost on the way to base. I should just take this Private Leslie Downs ID and throw it away. The military didn't train us to be screw-ups. Hello? Is anyone out there? Patrick? Davy? Come on, guys. Don't fuck with me like this. Just answer. If you are a local in need of assistance, I can help you. But I need you to come out of the trees now. I need you to talk to me. Come on out. Don't be afraid. I'm the military. Whatever it is, I can help. Please stop this. I just want to go home. Whoever you are. Whatever you are. I don't want to be here anymore. Fuck the military. Let me out of here and I'll leave this country. I'll go so fucking far away you'll never see me again. Please just stop. The military could never pay me enough for this shit. With or without the guys, I'm getting out of these woods. I'm getting back home, or I will die trying. If anyone finds this tape, if anyone listens to it, hear me now. I am Private Leslie Downs. The men in my unit, Private Patrick Morris, Private Davy Crosby, Sergeant... My unit is gone. In a night, they all became missing, in action in these woods. I cannot afford to search for them. Whatever or whoever is out there will not give me peace. I'm afraid it's coming for me next. If you find this tape, go to 104 Forest Drive in Downey, Idaho. Tell my mother. Tell her I'm sorry. Tell her I... Oh God. Patrick, he fell out of the trees and... Fuck! His skin is gone! His military uniform is still intact, but his fucking skin is gone! What the hell is going on? Jesus Christ, what is that? Who are you? Who are you? What the hell do you want from me?
This land is not your home.
What do you want? God, I just want to go home.
They call me the Baba Yaga, Leslie Downs. And you are never going home.
This is Private Calvin Jackson at the United States Military, and I've been stationed in Newport, Rhode Island for the past 8 days. Command set us here under the strict need-to-know directives. Our only guidance was to maintain order and subdue those that approach Easton's beach. The townspeople tried to tell me, but I didn't listen. Something was happening out there in the water. Hey, get away from there! Close it! I said close the fucking door! This is Private Jackson of the U.S. military. I've been hauled up in the basement of a local diner in Newport with several civilians for almost 24 hours. I've decided to only transmit when they sleep. I can't keep them calm anymore. They want answers. They demand them from me. As if my uniform and gun mean that I know everything. But I don't. I don't have a clue what's going on. They sent us here with no explanation. I don't even know what happened to the rest of my unit. Everything went to shit so fast. These civilians know more about what's going on than I do. I assumed the government was doing something to piss these bored rich people off. Maybe the military decided to set up a base in this town. Maybe they found oil close to Easton's beach, and tree huggers and prude oil broads living off family money were throwing a bitch fit. These people knew something was wrong, and I didn't listen. With all that's happened, I don't think the military was building something out here. I think they were investigating something that showed up. What? What the hell is that? Is that the military? Are they here to rescue us? Hey man, where are you going? What is that? I don't know if anyone is listening to this, but there's no way you can't hear that. I'm in the upstairs of the diner now. Everything is quiet except for that sound. I can see some of the street outside. There are fires. Cars are wrecked. And bodies? Protocol says wait for help, to keep those around us safe and wait for the military to send someone. But they're not coming. That sound is not them. That's not the military. I can't figure out where it's coming from. God, my ears feel like they're going to explode. I don't understand. It's not coming from anywhere. It's everywhere. It's in my head. I think it's gone. What the fuck is happening? Get back inside, sir. Stay in the basement. Is that them? Is that the military coming to get us? You need to get back in. An earthquake? I've never felt one like this. Look, I need you to get inside with your family. I'm gonna figure out what's going on. If I don't come back, just wait. The military will send someone. Where are you going? To see what they're hiding at Easton's beach. It came from the water. There were so many people. They were standing on the beach. Some of them were military, but most of them were civilians. They all just watched the ocean, like zombies. Like they were already dead. It was huge. Like a dragon, only messed up. There was blood all over it, like it was bleeding. It bled into the ocean. The ocean is red. God, I can't believe this is happening. I can't believe this is real. Things came from it. Things that flew like bats. Like demons. They ripped people apart. I tried to shoot one. It tore my gun away and clawed my chest. I think I'm bleeding out. Now, the streets are like the ocean. They're red. There's blood everywhere. There's blood on everything. We are all going to die. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread and forgive us. Forgive us. Forgive us!
I think I was in high school when I started to get interested in aliens and other fantastic creatures. My friends and I spent every afternoon at my house investigating all the forums within our reach. At that time, the internet was just beginning to be a thing, and it had this halo of mystery in its operation. Terror was at its peak, and every little space on the net was full of people who wanted to share the lurid things they found, or that they invented themselves. That's how I learned about the Fermi paradox. In short, Fermi wondered, where is the rest of the intelligent life in the universe, and why didn't we know anything about them yet? Thus was created the theory of the Great Filter. This filter is a fact, or an event, impossible to overcome that makes civilizations perish. This leaves us with only three possibilities. If we find ourselves in front of the filter, it would mean that we are a part of the lucky beings. Or maybe, we are the first to achieve it. In both cases, everything will be fine. The problem is supposed to start if we find ourselves behind the filter. If we find traces of life in the universe, it means we are doomed. This paradox left a permanent mark on my dumb and impressionable teenage brain. And it took almost 11 years from the day I met it for me to finally feel in control of my life. My first day working as an intern for NASA was the most rewarding day of my life. Maybe my work was not particularly elegant, and it was not even close to the life of an astronaut, but it was good, and I felt very grateful for the opportunity. From that moment until now, I was mostly dedicated to monitor planets and send signals that came back without responses. Until one day, they responded. Things went well at the beginning. These beings we had contacted seemed to resend the signals we had been sending into space for years, as if they themselves were looking for someone with them. Communications were low and sporadic. We were separated by too many light years. Gradually, the weight was diminishing until our signals didn't even have to leave our solar system. They had come for us. For a few months, they remained relatively distant from Earth, farther away than we were able to send manned missions. That's when the aliens set up a base in Saturn's rings. They were clearly more technologically advanced than us, and seemed to be able to make great trips in a matter of minutes. They also seemed to be curious about our species, as if they'd never seen a species considered civilized before. As if they had been the first to get past the filter. Our first forms of communication began as photos and videos. We sent probes that orbited Saturn, until they captured them and took them to the space base they had installed there. This was curiously similar to the International Space Station. Yes, once they received our gifts, we undocked the probes and released small robots that we control from Earth. These had a screen through which we could show them whatever we wanted, and we showed them everything.
We could see them too. We used a real-time camera that was attached to the probe. These humanoid beings that watched our images attentive and alert were small and with short limbs. They seemed to have a long tail like that of a lizard that served them as a walking stick. Their soft and smooth skin was of a bluish color, and their bodies seemed to be covered with some kind of bright green spacesuit, completed by a helmet made out of a transparent material that moved perpetually. Like the water of a waterfall. The faces of the creatures were the strangest thing. The place that corresponded to the eyes was occupied with two long slits that were on the sides of the head. They didn't seem to have a visible nose or ears, and their mouths opened sideways from the bottom, where the chin of the human beings would be. I wish I had never called them. If I had known what they were willing to do, I would have preferred to kill myself rather than bring them to our planet. We humans consider ourselves the pinnacle of evolution, and maybe that's true. We haven't changed for the last 2,000 years, we've only improved our technology. Who knows how much time they have had available for that. When the aliens finally made their first contact, we weren't prepared to respond. Even when we had emergency protocols and most countries' armies pointed at them, we were not even rivals. That fateful day, we watched as the sky was covered with multiple ships stretching as far as the eye could see, like an Independence Day parade. From below, we waited excitedly for those who would become our killers. The massacre was slow and extended for days. As soon as their humanoid bodies touched the earth, they unleashed an anger and a weapon's power that we didn't expect. We could do nothing but watch helplessly as they attacked the submarine communications cables at the same time that they overloaded our electrical network. They were fast and efficient, as if they'd been planning their movements for a long time, as if we had given them all of the necessary information about our geography and technology. In this way, they left us completely isolated, bringing down our economic system along the way. They also destroyed our satellites, rendering useless most of the war weapons that we could use against them. We had no way to counterattack. Then, the bombs happened. They only had to destroy what we depended on to leave us vulnerable. Lacking energy sources, most of the hydroelectric and nuclear plants were left without their containment methods. Many lives were lost in floods and explosions. Water consumed many urban centers and a significant portion of our crops. Radiation didn't make it any better. Thousands died from immediate effects of overexposure, and many more would die later from cancers that could not be treated. It all happened so fast that it couldn't be stopped. By the 4th week, a third of the world's population was dead. The damned remained intact. They didn't seem to be affected by the lack of food or the excess of radiation. Neither any alien corpse was found when the remains left by the water were lifted. They were clearly superior to us, much more adapted to survival. The visitors also brought with them the disease. Several epidemics of viruses that we didn't know and that we were not able to fight were spread to the population, killing millions in its path, as no pandemic has ever done. Our animals didn't survive either. They distributed their punishments equally, leaving no one safe in their path. We no longer had livestock nor pets. Everyone was gone. As the months went by, we no longer had long-range weapons, nor communication systems, nor hospitals, nor economic systems. We had nothing left. Still, there were brave men and women who fought for the remnants of our civilization. Many men and women took to the streets, taking the weapons that were still functional to face the threat. None of them returned. I was in my cubicle on the day of the invasion. All of us who stayed in the building did our best to show resistance, while we devised something, anything. It was in vain. Without electricity, all the technology became useless. Even those things that used batteries didn't last long. They had arrived, and they had no intention of leaving. NASA was one of the first places to be conquered. They seemed particularly interested in us. I witnessed the abuse and their bloodthirsty way of acting. They didn't kill all of us. No, only the rebels. We realized then that the easiest way to ensure our own survival was to join them and betray our own. I'd like to feel guilty, but I was so hungry and afraid. The aliens took us in, taught us their language, and fed us with their food as if we were small children. I almost would have felt grateful if they weren't killing the rest of us outside. When they contacted us back, I wasn't sure what they wanted from us, or why it had taken them so long to come looking for us. Now that I see how the monstrosities they spawned with humans are born, I think I understand. They came to share their knowledge and their culture with us, destroying everything that was holding us back, everything that made us unworthy. They came to help us overcome the Great Filter.
Midway between Earth and Moon lies a man-made plot used by NASA for space work and military defense training. Looking at the runaway from the sky, the year 2063 is projected by the area flashlights, which light up the ground. Inside the offices, the foyer is filled with papers in the air as each person rushes in their direction. The mood only makes sense for McKinley Minor and Thomas Shapiro when the monitor hanging reveals the puzzle. Seismometers showed that the Earth's moon was struck by something large, causing a tremor. Ryan Marcus, the operations manager at the NASA station, drags the two astronaut troopers to a private room. Ryan tells Thomas and McKinley that they have been assigned to travel to the moon within an hour. Ryan also assigns 20 crew members to travel with them. The crew was labeled as the Crew Z-16. The crew spaceship took off to the moon. Landing near fire, the crew keeps good communication with the Capcoms. A woman dressed in combat uniform comes out of the fire with her hands raised. Ryan tells the crew to hold fire and assess the woman approaching them. The woman identifies herself as Stacy, a warrior from the future. She further assures the crew that she comes in peace to save the world from a disaster soon to be experienced on Earth. The mysterious woman then shows them a letter of her appointment. Using a hologram, she lets the crew know that it's important for her to meet the president. McKinley tells Thomas that something seems strange about the lady. He tries to persuade Thomas not to go back to the headquarters with Stacy. Thomas ignores McKinley's advice due to Stacy's beauty. After receiving confirmation from Ryan, the crew heads back to the headquarters with her. Inside the interrogation room, Thomas finds it hard to keep his eyes away from Stacy. McKinley decides to raise his concerns with Ryan about the woman and advises that she be handcuffed and watched. Ryan agrees with McKinley and toughens up in his questions to Stacy. Failing to get the answers he wants, the annoyed Ryan storms out of the room and tells Thomas and McKinley to guard her for the night. After hearing a banging sound, the floor vibrates. Thomas and McKinley run with Ryan to see what the problem might be. It turns out to be due to a landing spaceship. Stacy, alone in the interrogation room, calls a cat passing by. When the cat comes close to her, Stacy breaks its spine and eats the cat as it screams in pain. McKinley and Thomas head back to the interrogation room, isolated from the officers. They arrive and meet at the room where she is. They find Ryan locking up the gate to the interrogation section of the building. Ryan convinces the pair to leave the lady alone for the night. As soon as they leave, Ryan attacks the guards on the section, jumping from one guard to another. On their way to their rooms, Thomas and McKinley meet a friend, Jose. He tells them that he is on his way to guard Stacy in the interrogation room. Thomas lets Jose know that Ryan only wants the section guards to look after the area, but Jose tells them that Ryan is at the runway and has sent him. Due to the confusion, the trio walks to the interrogation area again to show Jose that Ryan was in the area. After gaining access to the interrogation section, they notice a body of a dead guard on the floor, his half-eaten intestines hanging out of the guard's belly. Thomas notices a shadow of a huge figure moving like a snake and walks towards it. Turning on the passage, the trio notices more guards on the floor with their intestines hanging outside their bellies. Hissing sounds echo through the passage. The lights go off, and one of the trio suddenly screams. The troopers put on their night vision binoculars. Jose has disappeared. McKinley throws his solar flashlights on the floor to produce minimal light. A shadow on the roof follows them. Jose shouts out McKinley and Thomas's names while laughing. He reminds them that the 31st of October is Halloween. The lights suddenly come back on. Jose removes his helmet and the glove on his left hand due to the high temperature in the passage. Thomas notices that Jose's hand is complete. This was strange because Jose lost half of his hand in combat a few years back. Thomas signals McKinley through his eyes, letting him know that something was not right. The bodies of the guards are no longer there. After a few exchanges and signals, McKinley jumps on the wall to press the panic button. Thomas jumps on Jose but lands on the floor as Jose disappears. A smoke grenade goes off. After moving away from the smoke, Thomas realizes that they have been disarmed. Jose stands in front of Thomas and McKinley and holds laser guns on each arm. Blood drips from his mouth as he transforms into Stacy. Jose lies dead next to Stacy. His intestines hang out of his belly. She walks towards the two soldiers, who turn and run away from her. Stacy finally reveals her identity and turns into a giant alien with 8 sloppy legs. McKinley and Thomas hide under a table. The alien gets to where they are and smashes everything inside. The alien speaks in its own language. It then whispers, calling for Thomas. The alien moves down to see under the table. A banging sound disturbs the alien. McKinley and Thomas run towards the exit door. The alien spots them and runs after them. Thomas tells McKinley to check on the alien while he attempts to break the locked door. The alien rushes towards them, but Thomas struggles to get the door to open. The alien reaches 3 meters away from McKinley and Thomas, but a glass door slides down between the alien and the 2 soldiers. Another glass door behind the alien slides down and traps the alien. When the exit door opens, a number of soldiers rush into the passage to apprehend the alien. The soldiers shoot the alien down and tie it to a diamond string in an isolated room. When questioned by Ryan, the alien laughs and tells them that they are doomed. Suddenly, the spaceship that crashed in the moon explodes and wipes out the moon, and the scientist tells them that the portal is big enough to swallow up the Earth and transport it to another dimension. The alien keeps laughing as everyone tries to figure out how to stop this. The alien then strikes a deal with the team, which involves the alien using a time machine in its possession to travel to the past and prevent the disaster from initiating. The alien makes them understand that the process will only take 60 seconds in the present world. With little to no choice, Ryan places his hope on the alien's words. The alien spins at an incredible speed, but laughs as it disappears into the air, counting down the time as the seconds reach 59 seconds. Everyone at the NASA quarters realizes that the alien has tricked them. When the clock reaches 60 seconds, everything goes black.
This was driven more by the need for a change than for the sake of a school project. I and my 3 friends were Kim, Rosie, Baron, and Tom, respectively. That made our group. Our group was given an assignment to do research on the aftermath of Earth's World War III by our professor. That was the plan, until Tom jokingly suggested we visit the planet itself. Yeah, sure. Everyone shrugged him off. Nobody took him seriously. But the next day, to everyone's surprise, Tom somehow produced a space pass, probably through his father. That pass would allow our spacecraft to leave the atmosphere, the Martian atmosphere, and that was the only thing one needed to travel to Earth's moon or to any other place out in space. The year was 2478. The only time I had gone away from Mars was in a school trip and once in my early childhood. Curiously, your parents take you to see all those nice places at the age when you can't even recall it in the future. This was the first travel we were going to be on alone, so to say that we were excited would be an understatement. Rosie wanted to tell her parents, but we all knew how that was going to end. So no parents were told anything. I mean, Tom's father knew about it. Wasn't that enough? Now when I think about it, there was nothing more stupid we could have done. The day was here. All of us pooled our money together to rent a spacecraft at a local dealer, got ourselves settled, made sure everything was ready, that all the maps were working, the batteries were good, and that of course we still had the space pass. Soon we began our ascent. The pass was required after we climbed over 50,000 feet when the patrol asked where we were headed before any one of us could say anything. Just for some photos, officer, for a school project. Tom spoke out, showing his school card. The officer looked at us, so we showed our cards too. "All from the same school, sir," said Tom. He was the one, if I have to say it out loud, the leader of this group. He was popular too. I admit I used to be a little jealous of him at times, but he was not a bully. He was a good friend. Baron was the most lazy person you could imagine. Rosie was good at heart, and I was somewhat of a timid but much room to grow kind of guy. As we were traveling now through space, with darkness surrounding us in all directions, first we thought we'd stop at Earth's moon to meet some friends, eat some of their cuisine, but most importantly, we wanted to check the spacecraft one last time before entering the very thick atmosphere of Earth. But since all systems were working fine, we didn't risk stopping there and getting questioned again, so we pushed on ahead. I suggested we reduce our speed before entering the atmosphere to lower the friction or to avoid any other potential problems, and so we did. We were headed for our ancestral division, or I believe they call them countries. We were headed for the United States of America. In movies, in documentaries, in cartoons, books, this country was everywhere. I mean, most of the people back at Mars are from the United States, but I believe the reason for this popularity also had to do with the part it played in the World War III, the final World War III. We were landing on the West Coast at a place called Los Angeles. Right when we were about to land, the radiation meters shot up. This was expected. We put on our gear and got ready to go outside. Instantly, the first thing we noticed was the weight. Everything felt heavy. Even the ground felt stiffer. And the plants, they were growing out of everywhere. No fancy contraptions, nothing. This was like a dusty heaven. And what happens when you see heaven? You take photos, which we did. Everything was interesting and everything was being recorded. There was even a huge sign that said Hollywood on the hill in front of us. This was just like we thought. Mesmerizing. After a few minutes, I went back inside to check for something when Rosie and Baron were walking towards the huge sign to try and take better pictures. Tom was on his phone looking for possible places to visit. When I came back outside, let alone the other two, even Tom wasn't around. I checked my phone for any notifications, and there wasn't one. I walked further down the road and spotted Tom stooping down over something at the entrance of an alleyway. When I got closer, it was basically full of some old garbage. "What is it?" I asked. "Come on, look for yourself." It was an old newspaper questioning whether a nuclear fallout could happen on Earth. Well, this was going straight for our title page. I tried finding more things in the pile of things ahead when I heard something. I looked at Tom, and he was looking back at me. He heard it too. It was a weak crying noise, like a weak human crying noise, and it was coming from the other side of the wall, separating the alleyway. "Hello?" Suddenly, the voice stopped. Dude, how many animals you think survived the fallout? Then it came back again, this time like a demented humanoid growl. We looked at each other again in horror, both knowing without a word that we had to get out of there. Whatever that was, we were not going to stay there to find out. As we ran back to the ship, the growling continued in the distance. It was when we were inside, we tried making sense of it all. Shouldn't we call them back? They've been gone for a while now. And tell them what? It's only more trouble if Rosie gets a panic attack. Plus, we have no proof. There was his proof. As we looked outside again, there were tens of creatures walking on two legs, running towards our ship. They looked like humans, but weren't humans. They couldn't be humans. Their heads were wider, their limbs were longer, their skin was covered with blood, and they ran faster than humanly possible. Now they were 50 meters away from our ship when we got out of our shock. We had to move now. I quickly reached out to get the door shut, and Tom turned the engines on. Tom was still trying to lift off when those things rammed full speed into the side of the ship, shaking our core. Finally, we were off the ground as I tried calling for Baron. He picked up, and I explained everything to him in whatever language I could muster at that point. I told him we were coming to get them and to stay out in the open. Tom sped the ship up to put some distance between us and the creatures. Now Baron and Rosie were down below as Baron was waving his hands and arms in the air. Rosie looked confused. Tom lowered the deck to get them on board. At this moment, Baron was running towards the ship, followed closely by Rosie. The anxiety was uncontrollable. They were taking too long racing down the hill. In a few moments, Baron leapt on and held on to the deck, getting on board. Rosie was still some meters back. All of us called her to speed it up. She had to move. But suddenly, the front of our ship got brushed by something fast-moving. Right in front of our eyes, Rosie was attacked as she screamed for our help. We couldn't do anything. All we could do was watch as those demons devoured our friend, as they killed Rosie. It's been 40 years since that incident. And it's surprising how I go days, if not weeks, without recalling this story. Baron's now in the military, Tom's an engineer, and I am a frontline worker at a hospital. When her mother asked about her, all we could say was, she didn't suffer, ma'am. She didn't suffer. It was quick. Rosie would have been a teacher if she was with us now.
Damn. Come on. Let me hear the stupid song. God damn.
This is Captain Bertram, W337 of the 13th Trans-Space Tactical Settlement and Alpha Centauri B system. I'm stranded on an unknown exoplanet. I need orders. This is Captain Bertram, W337 of the 13th Transspace Tactical Settlement in Alpha Centauri B system. I'm stranded on an unknown planet. I need orders. This is Captain Bertram, W337. I'm stranded on an unknown exoplanet. I need orders. I need orders. This is Captain Bertram, W337. I need orders. I don't know if you can hear me. I'm stranded on an unknown exoplanet. I need orders. If any of my superiors or comrades are trying to communicate with me, I am sorry to notify that I'm not receiving any information. If you are listening to this, I need help. I'm the only one left. All my crew is gone. I'm hiding, but I don't know how long I can survive. Our ship is partially destroyed. I still have a pressurization chamber and supplies for 3 days, maybe 4. Everything else lost in the crash. I repeat, if you can hear this, send help. Send help and a recon patrol. The area needs to be explored to neutralize the threat. My coordinates are NL. Send help, please. This is Captain Bertram, W337 of the 13th Transspace Tactical Settlement in Alpha Centauri B system. I am stranded on an unknown exoplanet. I need orders.
Oh, God. Oh, God. Man, this is so silly. This must be one of those nerdy radio novels.
They're all missing. I haven't seen my crew since the crash. Not since that thing made us fall. Their stuff's gone too. It's as if I'd come alone and I'd imagined them. The only proof of their existence is the blood. There is blood stains everywhere. I think maybe that's the reason they haven't found me. The blood of my companions, of my friends, it covers my scent. I know it is incorrect protocol to report, but I'm really scared. I've never seen anything like that. Oh, God! God! Oh, God, why aren't you answering? Oh, God, why aren't you answering? God, why aren't you answering? I checked the radio. I know it's working. I'm not that far from my original orbit. I know you can hear me. Are you going to let me die? Are you going to let me die in this place? Do you think if you come for me, that thing will come after you? I've given every day since the moment of my training to the Confederation. They promised me that they would protect me. They would protect me. Maybe they can't hear me. Maybe the transmission is delayed. If this is my last transmission, I want to record the events that happened. Even if you don't manage to rescue me, we need to take action against that thing from this moment on. If this monster follows us back home, that will ensure the end of our kind. We were leaving in our TT-37460 when the shuttle lights went out and all systems died. My crewmates, who were floating inside the cabin, fell. Hit the walls hard. And the thrusters also stopped. We were in void for hours. Our technician couldn't find the source of the failure. And that's where we heard it. The sound was soft, almost like the purring of a cat, or like when toads croak very low. I have no idea where it came from. We were in the darkest quadrant of Alpha Centauri B. The light from the surrounding planets and stars was barely enough for us to see our own hands in front of our eyes. There was no way to distinguish what the others were doing. The sound started to get louder and louder. We were crawling on the ground, looking for something, anything that was causing it. This might not seem like much of a threat, might not sound like much of a threat, but we've been listening to it for hours. We were about to freak out. After that, we started blaming one another. We were all new recruits on the mission. This was our first time out of our solar system, so it didn't take us a second to start fighting with each other. The more we argued, the louder the noise got, and the louder our arguments got. We all started blaming Eric, a young cadet, barely 15 years old, who was serving as flight attendant. Now, the boy was known for being a prankster, and he was earning the contempt of our crew members. Didn't matter how many times we called him or shouted his name, Eric never answered. As if he wasn't there. We said horrible things to him. We were in a panic. Panic about the situation. Thinking it was all that child's fault was more helpful than affirming anything else. We were afraid it would be something else. And the sound wouldn't stop. In between screams, we pointed out how much we despised him. How he was just a nuisance to the mission. He wasn't a smart kid. He was just an arrogant namby-pamby with a well-connected father. We told him that once we caught him, we'd throw him out in the airlock to die in space. Some of them said a few other things, but they don't bear repeating. Shortly thereafter, the emergency lights were finally activated, while our technician was working hard outside the ship to get the systems working again. The rest of us watched in horror as a mass made up of blood, bodily matter, and other viscous fluids oozed from the side of the boy's head. It was disgusting. I felt my stomach turn. Scythe, the co-pilot, turned him over. His face was deformed. It was as if a giant animal had clawed him, or as if his head had been bitten open. Just enough to open the wound, but not much to rip the chunk out. And his expression, God! One of panic, sheer terror. The boy died not knowing what had attacked him, probably thinking one of us had killed him from behind without knowing. I didn't like him. I don't think anyone liked him, but that wasn't human. Then the ship started to shake. It shook so hard, as if we were dry land, I would think we were in the middle of an earthquake. The system started to turn on and off, over and over and over again. The lights went up and down, and we all started to feel dizzy. The chamber was depressurizing. I ran to put on my equipment, but before I could finish putting on my suit, the technician didn't seem to be anywhere. Those of us who were still standing finished putting on our devices and went to help the fainted. One, who was suffering from tension and had entered the crew because he had lied on the registry, was already dead. We left him next to Eric. The others didn't wake up. While we were recovering, and together we were deciding what to do, something large and very, very heavy hit the shuttle. It knocked us off our route and propelled us into a fall on a nearby planet. We barely managed to secure ourselves in our seats when the speed and the planet's atmosphere set the outside of the ship on fire. We fell for a long time. At some point I lost consciousness, and when I awoke, I was here, alone. I haven't seen any of my companions, but there is blood here. Lots of blood. I think that at some point, the companions that stayed on the floor ended up crushed against the ceiling, because there are huge blood stains that haven't stopped dripping. Even so, I haven't seen their bodies. It's as if someone had taken them away. I don't know what happened to the ones that survived. Maybe they've left to look for help. Damn! My nose is bleeding. Must be from the pressure change.
No! No, no! Come back! Are you okay? Answer me! Answer me! Come on, answer me! That doesn't make sense. There's no space mission outside of this solar system. Last time we tried, we blew up everyone inside. We haven't reached Mars, and we're going to be able to go all the way there. We won't even be able to do it for the next 100 years. Unless he's from... And somehow the transmission crossed the line. But how?
Harry James Potter, April 11th, 2032. I don't know who will find this, or when. I really wish you never find it. Still, I wouldn't want you to spend the rest of your lives blaming yourselves for the things I have done. It was never my intention to put you through so much. I swear to you on the holiest of holies, I had no idea. If I'd known, I would have done things differently. I would like you to know what happened, why everything became so difficult. I'm aware that I'm being shameless asking you this when I know you only feel so much resentment towards me. I don't want to torment you anymore. I just want you to hear me out. I will tell you everything, from the beginning, and this time it will only be the truth. I was raised in a conservative muggle home and didn't know I was a wizard until I was 11. My aunt and uncle hated magic and anything they considered strange. I wasn't very happy with them. I'm not trying to justify my behavior with the sad stories of my childhood. I wouldn't dare that much. I promise this is important. I think I was 8 years old, maybe 9, when one night, while we were having dinner, my cousin Dudley started watching a documentary of the first manned mission to the moon. He got bored quickly and changed the channel, but the image of a huge rocket taking off into the sky stuck in my mind. I became a fanatic, and not for a long time. I dreamed of going into space and becoming someone important and recognized. I wanted much to be loved by my relatives, and I thought that something like this could impress them. Sounds pretty silly, doesn't it? But at 9 years old, that was my biggest dream. Since then, things just went downhill. Overnight, I went from being an outcast to the messiah of the wizarding world. No one asked me what I wanted. Everyone took it for granted that I would just accept the role and be the martyr they needed. I was so desperate to show my worth. I gave up everything. I put myself in danger every time for a false sense that I owed them something. And I did. Over and over again. Until the day I died. Surely you remember that Voldemort was a vile and malevolent man. But people sometimes forget that he was also very clever. He fractured his soul into many pieces and hid them in various objects to keep an anchor with the world. Dumbledore granted me the mission to collect them all and destroy them. It wasn't until the end, when we were about to lose the battle, that I learnt that I myself was one of those anchors. So at age 17, I walked into the forest and let him kill me. But I survived. Well, not quite. With one last impulse, I made the decision to go back and finish the mission I was tasked with. The rest, you know. No matter how detailed the history books are, it will never be the same as standing on the battlefield, smelling the blood and fire. Wondering every second if that scream was from an enemy or an ally. Then the war ended and my life lost all purpose. It was horrible for me. I didn't know what to do, and I couldn't help but long for the cruelty of the battlefield. That's how I started working with the Aurias, chasing dark wizards. I hated them. I hated them so deeply that I received several threats of dismissal for police brutality. I managed to hunt, capture, and imprison most of the remaining Death Eaters in a matter of months, and once I was done with them, all I felt was emptiness again. I needed something I couldn't name, and I lived every day aimlessly. Without realizing it, I got married and had children. I should have felt happy, but in reality I felt angry every day. could feel myself slowly losing control. I had such a desire to hurt those around me. This need was growing every day, and I was miserable. I couldn't stand that everyone seemed to be moving forward, being so happy, while I was dying inside. Then came Kingsley. He had been my instructor at the Aurea Academy, and my comrade in arms in the war, so I was his first choice when United States came asking for help. The main interest of the Americans at the time was to be the first country to take man to Mars, as they had done with the moon. This project was worked on in the highest of secrecy, in a scientific directory made up of a group of squibs who sought to explain the origins of magic through extraterrestrial life. The United States had never been through a magical war, so their military and police force in that area was really inefficient. So they had to turn to scientists noticed a dark force of magical origins overshadowing Phobos, the biggest moon on Mars. Kingsley, being the Minister for Magic, readily agreed. I would find out months later that my dependency had already worked with that department of NASA on the dispatch of a space exploration vehicle during the time when the ministry began to fall into the hands of the Death Eaters. You could say we had a cordial relationship with them. Maybe they brought more than just a vehicle. I was the first person Kingsley thought of when he heard the proposal. He called me because I was the most experienced and reliable Aurea in our department. At that moment, I felt like a child again, being truly happy for the first time in many years. Without a second hesitation, I left what I was doing in England, and not saying goodbye, I embarked on that secret mission. I had barely landed in America when I went through exhaustive training, so that before I knew it, I was on a shuttle to Mars. The technology wasn't advanced enough to make that journey, so I was forced to spend a lot of magic to get us there and back. I had not taken my first step onto the Martian surface when a searing pain flooded my head. It was so painful that it almost brought me to my knees on the barren, rocky wasteland. For the first time in 24 years, I felt truly terrified. My companions watched me in horror as I ran desperately towards the patch of dark energy that had led us to that place. They tried to stop me, but I wasn't able to break my run. I needed to check if my suspicions were true. Phobos isn't very big, so it only took a couple of minutes to find the reasons of my fears. It was there on the ground. Inside a small plastic shell, there were two cufflinks, tiny and shiny, and in the shape of a lion. Do you have any idea what it means to me to see that he wasn't gone? I'd sacrificed my life for that man. I was miserable for so many years. And something inside me twisted with emotion when I took the cufflink in my hand. I had to fight a lot of bureaucracy and red tape to bring them with me to England. I spent the last 10 years trying to destroy it. I couldn't tell anyone. Not only was I bound by unbreakable vow to keep silent, but Godric Gryffindor cufflinks had awakened something that had been dormant inside me for so long. I began to hear his voice at all times, almost as clear as my own thoughts. There were days when it wasn't even difficult to recognize the difference between his thoughts and mine. I understood then that the hatred had flooded inside me since the end of the war was not really mine, but was creeping into my unconscious thanks to him. I felt desperate and dedicated every second of my life to find a way to destroy him. I abandoned all my family and friends to protect them, to look for a solution, but the Batalist's body had been exterminated and the sword was no longer in the hands of the wizards. Even the cursed fire didn't seem to tickle them. Without realizing it, time passed, and he began to take more and more control of my thoughts and my body. I understood then that in Phobos, the cufflinks would remain harmless, unable to harm anyone. The real danger was inside me. With Kingsley's help, we returned them to where they belonged, to its cold moon. A few months after that mission, Kingsley was killed in a raid, and I was finally free of the vow he had imposed on me. Supposedly, that day in the forest, he had murdered the remnants of his soul that lurked within me. His existence had been linked to mine by being the only living thing in the room when he killed my parents. I suspect something similar happened in that last battle in the Great Hall. I don't think I can resist it much longer. While there's still some of my will left in my body, I have to do something. Yesterday, I went to Hogwarts and took the wand I hid in Dumbledore's tomb. I also took the cloak I had inherited to James. This afternoon, I'll go to the forest, to the clearing where we last met. I really hope the stone is there. If I go back, you won't hear this recording. I really hope you don't listen to it. But if I don't worry about me.
I greeted an old friend.
Mr. Minister, and honourable members of the Wizengamot, I have decided to face and give my testimony to this hearing, with all the consequences that this entails. I have come forward despite the blatant violations of my fundamental rights as a magical citizen of this country. I find insulting that you sit me here, handcuffed like a criminal. I am aware that for this medieval society in which we live, I can expect no other treatment. Therefore, and despite being against this abuse, I'm going to answer your questions and defend the honour, my honour, that you have so sullied. My name is Hermione Jean Granger, born on September 19, 1979. To Muggle parents. I'm a Merlin Order Bearer, First Class, and on this day, April 13, 2032, I hereby authorize this council to access the records of my activity as an unspeakable in the Department of Mysteries. I would also request that the examination include an emphasis on my group and personal achievements over the past 27 years of service. I take this hearing space to reiterate my innocence of the charges against me. Since my right to the presumption of innocence has been violated, I find it pertinent to reiterate the charges of which I plead not guilty. I am innocent of the crime of treason. I am innocent of the crime of disclosure or misuse of confidential information. And I am also innocent of the charge of espionage and any other charges that is imputed to me. For this, and other reasons, I consider my testimony and memories as the main evidence to defend my case. In this way, I will proceed to explain in detail the facts for which I have been accused. Likewise, at the end of my exposition, I will present the respective memories for evaluation and authentication. Due to the confidential nature of my work, I will limit myself to share only the information necessary for our purposes. The relevant events to this investigation began on Thursday, February 19 of this year. I was on my way to the office, which is located in the time room of the 9th level of the Ministry of Magic in London, England. That morning, I was about to enter my cubicle to start the day when I saw a door I hadn't noticed before. It was painted a bright green, quite unusual among the other brown doors of the department. The protocol states that in a case of finding strange activity at the entrances and exits of the building, it is necessary to report it immediately to the council to avoid the Delvanan incident. After much reflection, I have come to the conclusion that it was under a compulsion spell, because, and despite being aware of the regular channels, I could do nothing but watch as my body approached to the door and opened it. Behind this was a large room, a laboratory. This one was dark, and the smell of damp and rot covered the stone walls. I would say it resembled the potions classroom at Hogwarts. This laboratory consisted of a large table that took up most of the available space. On it rested piles of books, stacked in a messy way. These emanated a dark energy, like necromancy books. On the wall were many shelves filled with flasks of all sizes and colours. At the back of the room was a huge fireplace that took up most of the entire wall. In this fireplace was a huge cauldron, the largest I have ever seen. Without being able to stop myself, I walked straight to the great cauldron and peered into it. It was a fetus. A fetus was inside. It was small, about 6 months old, and it was submerged in a greenish substance. I must have been bewitched because I immediately felt a great compassion for it. Something inside me was asking me to take care of it and protect it. At the time, I attributed it to my maternal instincts, but now I think about it, I can't help but feel disgusted. The fetus was deformed, hardly similar to a human fetus. I began to go every day to see the fetus growing. Even if I was busy with my work, I would feel the need to enter through the green door every time I saw it. It would appear in random places at different times. It was as if it was following me. I would enter the room and follow the instructions in one of the books laid out there. They were always open on the indicated page when I entered, as if someone was setting the scene for me. The chores were simple and consisted mostly of adding one or another ingredient to the water and recording observations about the growth. The fetus was growing very fast, and the more time went by, the faster it grew. When I left the room, I forgot about the door, as if I never found it. I wouldn't think of it until I saw it again, when suddenly I would remember the mission I had been given. By mid-March, the fetus had grown into a small body, about 6 years old. The boy didn't react to anything I said to him, and just floated, dozing in his liquid. Somehow, I thought of him as my son. I became very fond of him. It wasn't until then that I wondered for the first time who this child was. I think I had been unconsciously fighting for weeks against the spell that kept me in that place. So this doubt triggered hundreds of questions that I was unable to answer. Then I found me fighting against myself. I was unable to control my body when I came across the door, but my thoughts remained in rebellion. I continued fulfilling the orders of the books to the letter, and when I finished my chores, I tried to investigate among the objects in the laboratory. As the room was mostly divided between books and flasks, it didn't take me long to gather all of the available information. The books didn't contribute much. None of them had a title on their cover or spine, and they were impossible to open once they were closed. Neither could I take them out of the room without a huge force throwing me against one of the walls.
The flasks were different. I found many strange and unfamiliar ingredients in them. None of these mattered. Camouflaged among some of the dark jars I found more fetuses. About 20. I didn't have enough control of myself to destroy them. I needed to know who was trying to clone this creature, and for how long. Each day I was able to remember a little more about the room, until I could describe in my mind every detail without a hint of doubt. That's when I entered the Ministry's archive room. I wouldn't have done it if I hadn't found it of prime necessity. It was physically impossible for me to talk about the lab. I wasn't even able to write about it. I did what I could to keep the wizarding community safe, just like I have been doing since the day I got my wand. I'm sorry for raising my voice. I'm going to continue. Seeing how compromised my situation was, I continued doing my research at the time that I was fulfilling the orders of the books. These began to make strange requests to me, mainly animal sacrifices. Until one day, they asked me for Harry Potter's blood. That morning, I arrived at the laboratory to find that the body had grown a lot during the night. It had gone from a preteen of about 12 years old to almost an adult of 17. The boy was fair-skinned, brown hair and refined features. He looked familiar. I still can't identify him from where. The book initially asked me to add some shiny cufflinks to the water. These had a striking lion shape and were in a clear space on the table. I took them and immediately added them. They dissolved as soon as they touched the water, releasing a wicked-looking black smoke. The book that was guiding me immediately changed pages, something quite unusual, as it would normally just close. The new page indicated that the next ingredient was Mr. Potter's blood. I knew then the reason why the room had chosen me. After all, I'm currently the only person close to Harry Potter who works at the Ministry. At that moment, my body began to act on its own, as if I had been a victim of the Imperius curse. Thank Merlin, Mr. Potter wasn't at the Ministry at the time. I didn't find him at his house when I appeared in it either. I don't know what would have happened if I had found him. The subsequent events are known by the Council. When I returned to my own home, I was caught in a raid. The following escape attempts were due to this same compulsion that forced me to search for Mr. Potter. To complete the ritual. I am innocent, Mr. Minister. All of my actions have been justified and related to my role in this ministry. My only goal has been to rid our society of the evil that is kept contained in that laboratory. But it's strange. Last night, suddenly, any desire to search for Mr. Potter stopped, and I'm once again able to describe everything that happened, as if I had never been bewitched. From my earliest childhood, I considered myself an activist.
When I think of the origin of my interest in justice, I go back to my tender school years. Perhaps being born into a Muggle home was what taught me of hatred and discrimination. The state of my blood placed me as a second-class witch and earned me the scorn of those who considered themselves superior to me. Luckily, I had friends to defend me, but out there are so many who have no one. Not being a part of the solution is being a part of the problem, is what I kept telling myself when things got difficult, and things have always been difficult. When I was a child, the only tools I had to spread my voice were buttons and pamphlets. Now, as an adult woman, I have found a space in social media to contribute my grain of sand to this world. Instagram was unexpectedly the first place that I found a community. I was introduced to the app by my dad's nephew, who had stayed at my childhood home on holiday. At the time, I was also there on holiday with my children, so they could spend time with their grandparents. I think I was around 36, and had been somewhat disconnected from the Muggle world since I was 11. Internet wasn't even a word that had any meaning to me. Hugo and Rose immediately fell in love with the smart technology and, to be honest, so did I. It wasn't even 2 days before I created an account. Overnight, I quickly became addicted to Instagram. I had found a new life mission. My political career in the ministry began to be accompanied by an activist career for the Muggle community on this app. It was a long time before my messages of justice and equality found a niche. My community was small, but highly collaborative, and from there, our growth was exponential. When you get into controversial issues like equality, you quickly make a lot of enemies. It's not worth going into detail, but it was quite common to receive threats of all kinds. Despite this, I never felt in danger. I am a woman who has been through war. The comments made by a group of people on the internet had no relevance or meaning for my life, until they stopped just being words. One day, I started to receive many similar messages from different accounts with strange names. These ghost accounts had no profile picture, no followers, nor did they follow anyone. Obviously, they had been created with the aim of being anonymous and untraceable to other Instagram users. The messages at the beginning were relatively quiet for the hate messages. They would come and leave negative comments on my posts, accusing me of being a traitor and a liar, without me understanding what they were referring to. The only really unusual thing was the massive amount of people doing this at the same time. I think I counted over 500 accounts in one afternoon, and such was the frequency with which they wrote that quickly all the positive comments from my followers were covered by theirs. My immediate solution was to limit comments in my Instagram account settings. This only seemed to piss them off because they started writing to my direct messages. At first, I enjoyed talking to my followers and learning from their life experiences, but after that, I was terrified to open any messages. I didn't know what motivated them to attack me, but they hated me fiercely. The messages that they sent me went from insults and ridicule to stories of the different ways they planned to kill me and my family. My work in networks was terribly affected by this. I couldn't even take my mobile because the screen was always covered by a notification of a video call from Instagram. When I hung up, it wasn't even 10 seconds before another call came in from another user. If things had only gotten to that point, I wouldn't even be thinking about this. The insults were quickly replaced by a lot of pictures of me in the supermarket, in cafes, and even in the ministry. I've been a social media personality since I was very young, and it wasn't the first time I had dealt with that kind of harassment. The Daily Prophet had taught me well on that subject. I started to distract them,
never letting them know my routine. I knew that my only weapon was the confusion. Obviously, I didn't stay passive in front of this threat. I couldn't call myself Hermione Granger if I simply surrendered to the wishes of those sociopaths. That's how my investigation process started. I didn't really have much information about them, besides the messages that they left me. I even started to answer their calls, hoping to find something else, some thread I could follow. It was in vain. Getting any kind of information out of them about their origins or intentions was a waste of time. The calls always consisted of a black background and a person breathing. It was always the same breathing. And it didn't take me long to realize that they were looping a recording. When I wrote them on Instagram Direct, they just ignored my messages, or forwarded me their insults that they had shared with me before. They also replied at any time of the day, so I wasn't even able to determine the hours that they worked. By that point, I had separated from my family for fear of exposing them, and lived in Diagon Alley, alternating between rooms I rented in hostels. I was also very careful and kept an eye out for people on the street, looking for any suspects. I knew from the pictures that my enemy was magical, otherwise they couldn't send me pictures of me at the ministry. But no matter how hard I tried, I never saw a person with a camera, not even with a mobile phone. I had completely lost control of the situation when I started receiving pictures of me sleeping. For some reason, the Instagram notifications always woke me up when this happened, and I ended up dismantling the room, wand in hand, at 3 in the morning. The stress, lack of sleep, and anxiety I felt began to affect my behavior. I felt paranoid every second of the day, as if I was about to die at any moment. This made me act erratically, just as they wanted. The desperate measures I was taking to protect myself were what ultimately doomed me. That morning, I felt too tired for apparition to be a viable option to go to the ministry. So I headed to the Leaky Cauldron to use the Flu network to my office. I had barely entered the fireplace when it activated, taking me to a place I was unfamiliar with. I landed awkwardly in what seemed like a large hallway. My survival instincts kicked in, and I reached into my pocket for my wand to fight. But before I could make a move, a large light came towards me, and everything went black. I awoke to the sensation of a hard kick that made my brain rattle inside my skull and my mouth bleed. I wanted to get away from my assailant, but I could not see or move. The magic covered me like ropes.
So, we finally caught you, you slippery bitch,
said a voice with a refined accent I didn't recognize.
Did you think you were so clever playing hide and seek?
He didn't let me reply before kicking me in the face again.
Here,
he continued, pressing a wand against my throat.
We'll play with you for a while, you dirty traitor. If you behave yourself, we'll return you home with all your limbs intact. But if you scream or try to be smart, we'll go visit your husband and your darling children. Defendo!
I didn't scream when the spell cut my cheek. I remained myself by biting my tongue until it bled. I didn't have my wand, and I had no way to escape.
Ingodios skullos,
I heard someone else say. In that instant, my head began to swell, and that thing covering my eyes began to hurt.
Do you no longer raise your voice for the innocent?
The man sounded amused at my suffering.
Your soiled blood was blessed with the gift of magic, and yet you dare to insult our legacy by mixing with the filthy muggles again. We don't like what you do, Hermione Granger. That's why we're going to punish you. Crucio!
He attacked me again and again, but I didn't scream. Not even when the torture went on for so long that I fell unconscious. Not even when during those days they did unspeakable things to me. Things that would leave that year in the forest as a picnic day. I didn't feel able to speak when I was violently thrown on the porch of my house in the middle of the night, when my family was asleep. Now, even remembering this doesn't keep me conscious anymore.
My body feels so weak. And it's so cold. It's as if I'm about to fall asleep.
Hermione? Hermione! My daughter! Oh my god!
Beloved brothers and sisters, I send you all blessings of light. I hope that if you love me enough, you will do the same for me on a day as important as today. I want to use this Facebook Live to spread my story to the ends of the earth. I also want to show my appreciation for all that you've done for me, for the information and knowledge you have provided me. In this way, I want to contribute with what I know, freeing us from the darkness I have helped to create. I don't know if all the brothers and sisters joined to this Facebook group know me and my shameful magical origin, but just as the big corporations have tricked us all into falling for the lies of darkness, the selfish people of the world I was a part of have kept you away from my knowledge. The magic that runs through my blood has been the curse I've had to carry since the day I was born. Because of it, I've been forced to commit atrocities such as murder. Since the day of ascension has arrived, I want to free myself from the chains that still bind me to this earthly plane. In this special moment, where we'll release ourselves from the carnal yoke, I want to get rid of the character that I've had to carry all my life. Today, Harry Potter will die to give way to something greater. Therefore, and as a farewell to this mortal body, I will tell the details that have brought me to you as I lived them. I'm not sure, my beloved, that if you're all aware that when magic is applied to a technological object, it tends to break down or explode. For this reason, it really was a surprise to me when the wizarding world was invaded by the social media epidemic that has affected us. The increased contact between the wizarding community and the muggle world, as non-magic people are called, represented a potential security breach that endangered the international statute, Wizarding Secrecy. This statute forces us to remain silent about our nature in order to insulate ourselves in the elite webs of lies. Through the actions of light, witches and wizards who have always been secretive about their own nature were slowly losing their fear of exposure thanks to the anonymity offered by the internet. Social networks, especially Facebook, became the new fascination in what used to be my world. Its use was so viral that the oppressive misuse of Muggle Artifacts Office was unable to seize all the mobiles and computers that had been modified to be unaffected by the residues of magic. The sudden use of technologies meant that the fine line separating what was my world from the Muggle world was gradually becoming blurred. The ancestral magical families were slowly realizing that we were no longer in the Middle Ages, that we were entering the age of truth and knowledge. This situation, combined with the sudden interest of Muggles in magic and esotericism, which had been growing steadily since the 90s, forced the Ministry for Magic to take matters into its own hands. It was thus that the Department of Control for Magical and Non-Magical Communications was created. It was a coincidence? No. It was established by divine will that I was one of the few experienced Aurias. The Aurias are something like the magical police, with a close relationship to the Muggle world. So I was immediately selected to be in charge of the directions of the department. At the time, I wasn't very interested in Facebook, or any of its derivatives. To me, it was nothing but a waste of time. As Harry, the the savior of the wizarding world, Potter, didn't need any more media attention than I was already receiving. I was so wrong. I don't know what would have become of my soul if I'd remained ignorant like that. The activities I carried out in my job were mainly focused on reviewing all the information found on the net, separating and classifying the publications made by charlatan muggles from those made by real wizards who spread our secrets carelessly. Now that I talk about it, I can't feel more ashamed of my actions. But you have to forgive me, my brothers and sisters, this all happened long before I knew the light. As I was saying, this task was extremely exhausting, and even with a team of more than 50 people, made up of wizards and muggle-born experts in cybersecurity, it was really difficult to filter all the information. Sometimes it wasn't even clear at first glance when a post was magical or not. At the same time, it was very common for fake enlightened people to act on the fantasy that is necessary to hide the information, to protect those who are uninitiated in whatever they consider as the truth. In this way, most of the communities we had to investigate were sheltered in hidden Facebook groups. That's where my experience as an Aurea came into play. Normally, one of my computer engineers would identify a Facebook group of interest, the social network that had covered almost the entire market of the wizarding world, which I would infiltrate to inspect the contents of their posts. Some missions were easier than others, and for the most part, I could tell that the people within these Facebook groups were doing nothing more than repeating the nonsense they themselves had made up a week earlier. Thus, in the event that I determined that a Facebook group or user posed a security risk, I was obliged to deploy tactical operations to search for the perpetrators in order to bring them to Wizzingmagot, the representatives of our justice system, for their trial and subsequent conviction. Just as we erased any trace of this information from the internet, censoring in an unjust manner anything that we didn't like. That's how I got to know the Facebook group of the Guardian of the Galactic Federation of Light. Normally this wouldn't be a group that would be in our radius of vigilance. The precepts and doctrines that you shared were not directly related to the wizarding world. But there was something in this desperate look of that engineer who informed me about you that motivated me to investigate you. I honestly have never been so grateful to anyone in my life. I believe that all the hardship and suffering I've gone through has been a preparation to bring me to this point. Most of you already know what I mean. If I had not gone through so much hatred, neglect and abandonment, it is very likely that I wouldn't have opened myself up to your teachings. I am a living testimony of the veracity of the Federation's words. For me, you're not only a Facebook group, of course not. You've helped me to channel my true power. Without you, I would never have been able to open my third eye. I no longer feel pain, nor cold. You've saved me in the most profound way that a human being can be saved. Before you, I was nothing. I was nobody. Your teachings have been a blessed gift from heaven. There have been many who have tried to stop me, who have tried to prevent me from bringing the truth to every person within my reach, who have mistreated me, humiliated me, and called me crazy. Those people I have tried to save hated me. I have finally understood that my true family is among you, that those who don't want to follow the true path of salvation cannot be saved. I'm no one without you. I no longer need my wife and children. I no longer need my pretentious work, for the day of ascension has come, where all of us will spiritually depart to the mothership to join those who came before us. The day has come to end the suffering of humanity, of the world we have destroyed, of the society that crushes the innocent. It is time to return home to our cosmic family, as was done with Alpha Centauri. We have been fighting for 4,000 years against the darkness that invades the galactic nations, and it is time to offer our energy to the Council for the maintenance of peace in the universe. I will end this Facebook Live by inviting you to join me on this path. The time has come for all of us to ascend, for planetary liberation, for the triumph of light on Earth. The truth shall set us free. Raise your shouts with me, brothers and sisters. Avada Kedavra!
This is Elma Cole. I was a nurse practitioner within the Luna Colony station of Earth's moon. By the time you receive this, the Luna Colony may already be lost. Proceed with caution. Do not hope for survivors. And please, please, don't let the alien out. I escaped on a single-man spacefaring ship that was docked in an emergency substation. It appears to originate from Earth and is a Wayland Corp vessel. In fact, it could have been the ship that brought the alien here. This cruiser could have belonged to the man we were working on. How is that for coincidence? I should have been heading to my bunk. I had already reached overtime and was ready to be alone. Too many people were dying. Their bodies were refusing the air of terraformed space rather than embracing it. Maybe it was only a matter of time that the angry hand of God finally struck us down. Maybe humans had finally reached too far. He came in complaining of severe chest pain. The doctor was nearing exhaustion and as such was shaky at best. He practically begged me to stick around. He didn't want to be responsible for making a wrong decision or possibly killing someone. I couldn't say no. I stayed to help, and we checked him in. We escorted him to the only room we had left, Operation. Oh, he thought we planned to cut into him. He kept asking if it was really that bad. We had no idea. We promised him it wasn't. We assured him that it was probably gas or some expected complication from long periods spent traveling in space. We were sure we were right, but in the end, he was. We hooked him up to an EKG. Of course, the doctor's first instinct was heart attack or murmur. The results were startling. They created more questions and provided zero answers. While we looked them over, the man started groaning until he was screaming. The doctor and I both stood over him. We had no idea what could be happening. I held onto one arm and the doctor held onto the other. The man writhed underneath us like a child attempting to avoid a needle. His cries were not caused by fear or stubbornness, however. The spacefarer was in significant pain. The doctor ordered me to knock him out, to put him under with some form of anesthesia. I turned to do so, but it was already too late. That's when it happened. His chest cavity exploded. Pieces of his flesh and blood flew across the room. The doctor and I were covered in his entrails and the fluids from within. We looked to each other and then to the open cavity in front of us. We expected it to be vacant of any of his internal organs, considering they had been thrown across the room. But it was not empty. An inhuman creature was protruding from his chest. It was slick, light brown, and like nothing I had ever seen on Earth or in space. An alien. It had a long, slender body that jutted out and coiled within. Small arms with sharp claws hugged its torso, and its head curved forward, eyeless. and devoid of any human features. Worst of all, its mouth hissed at us, open and filled with rows of teeth. Instead of coming from space, the first recorded alien came from inside a man. I stared at it, and I could feel it staring back at me. The doctor tried to attack it. I'm not sure if he acted on instinct or hoped to secure the alien somehow. I watched while he grabbed a scalpel and lunged at the creature. The alien sprung from the open chest and latched onto the doctor's throat. It wrapped the cylindrical part of its body around his neck, and I heard him gasping for air. He tried to strike it with a scalpel, but ended up stabbing his own flesh. I found myself backing away. I knew the protocols. I couldn't let it out into the general populace. I backed further until I was standing outside of the operating room. I heard the doctor's screams for help when I pushed the button and the door lock engaged. He fell to the ground and gurgled while the alien bit further into him, feeding on him, digging deeper and deeper inside. I watched for several moments from the observation tech until someone was behind me. Their voices were stressed and concerned. They asked me what had happened, but I didn't have time to answer. They looked through the window and into the room. They saw the doctor lying on the ground. I couldn't stop them. They disengaged the door lock and ignored my cries. The alien erupted, much larger than before, from the corpse of the doctor and was suddenly on the security guards. I tried to engage the lock again, but one of the men reached out to me. He begged me to take his hand. He was covered in blood. I pulled away and his body straddled the door. I could hear the alien ripping into his flesh and his cries of pain. While I backed away into the halls, the door kept trying to close. The guard's body twitched between them, his eyes empty and staring at me. I ran. I ran until I was in my room, grabbing what I could before someone else decided to initiate a full lockdown. Protocol forced me to leave them, to contain the entity and retreat. I must report the alien so that it can be studied. The amount of people it has to feed on within that station should ensure that it grows to full adulthood. The cameras throughout, owned by the Wayland Corporation, will provide accessible and clear viewing of its evolution and hunting tactics. I, Alma Cole, an artificial person, or synthetic as is humans' preference, will keep my body and memories intact until I return to Earth. I am recording my testimony in case something unexpected occurs in the interim. If I cannot be salvaged, hopefully this transmission can be. This is android and nurse practitioner Elma Cole of the Luna Colony Station. The distance to Earth is only 3 days. I will remain aware and functional until I breach its atmosphere. I cannot wait to return home with the good news.
Ever since I was a boy in Oxford, I have gone hunting with my father. We were true predators. We spent every summer tracking stags, every winter chasing pheasants. I once spent an entire year scrambling through brush trying to catch sight of a giant hare. My father died a wealthy man, but an unfulfilled one. He lacked that spark, that gift, that je ne sais quoi, that desire to seek more than what is offered to us firsthand. And that is why he will not be remembered, and I will become a legend. I am Lord Alan Connell of the Oxford Connells. I doubt anyone here in Africa will know that name, the wealth and prestige associated with it. But they will soon enough. History will make sure of that, for I have stalked the greatest and most dangerous predator known to man. And I dare say I have been hunted by it in return. Alan Connell, the Great White Hunter, has finally met his match, but by God's good graces, not his end. I came to this continent years ago in search of what I hoped would be my greatest trophy to date, but after experiencing the thrill of tracking rhinos and slaying elephants, I still did not feel a great sense of accomplishment. After all, it had all been done before. I needed to do something exceptional. And it's when I had a certain notion. I would hire a young man to be my guide. I would have him take me into the jungles that he would know much better than I. And then I would begin the chase. I, the hunter, and he, the prey. He, of course, would have the upper hand. He knew the trails and the signs of how to return to civilization, such as it is. But I would have the gun, and I would pursue him like any great hunter would. It was an exciting and a dangerous notion, but the thrill of the chase was too intoxicating to pass up. I found a capable and athletic boy named Amari. Soon he would become my quarry, and I his predator. I entered the jungle, trailing just behind young Amari, with a simple Lee Enfield rifle, a canteen of clean water, and my father's brass compass. I waited until we had wandered into the deepest parts of the rainforest. I bided my time until I knew for certain that I was truly lost. I knew we had come from the east, and I could always find my way out again. But when the hunt began, I wanted to have absolutely zero advantage. I wanted this to be my greatest challenge, and my most fabled triumph. Amari spoke little English, and it took me some time to explain the situation he now found himself in. I had to shoot at his feet a few times and waste precious ammunition before he finally grasped what was happening. It was not entirely futile, however. At least the loud and unfamiliar sound of gunfire would keep the jungle's naturally occurring predators away. But unfortunately for me, it had no effect on the unnatural ones. I gave Amari a fair head start. I'm not a monster, after all. What good is the game if I already know where to find it? After a few hours, I packed up camp and followed his trail. It was not long until my mind began playing tricks on me. I continuously felt as if something was watching me, like there were eyes in the trees following my movements. At times I thought perhaps Amari was more capable than I thought, but then I would remember the fear my gunshots had inspired, shake the idea away. But the feeling never subsided. Something was observing me from the jungle canopy. A skilled hunter, watching and waiting for me to fall into its trap. And I'm ashamed to admit that I foolishly did. It used a net. A net! Of all things, I never thought I would have fallen for such a trick. My initial reaction was to believe that it was young Amari's doing. I cried out to him, angry that he had tricked me so. Then I laughed heartedly and began to writhe my way to freedom. That is when I noticed that the netting was not made of some primitive grass or jungle vine, but rather a metal wiring unlike anything I had ever seen. It was at this moment that I dare say this is the first time I truly felt fear. Amari came from the bushes then. He was an angry young man, fearful but obviously enraged by my actions. He took my rifle from my hand and pointed it at my chest. I could not believe it. How unsportsmanlike. I yelled to him. I said, "Bad form, old boy, to shoot a man when he's defenseless." If he had been left to his own devices, I fear that may have been the end of the Connell bloodline and the legacy of the true predator. But then, something strange occurred. Amari's face shifted from determination to disbelief. At first I thought that my words impugning his courage had hit a nerve, and the boy might actually cut me down. But eventually I saw it. A thick, horizontal line of blood seeping through his clothes across his chest. And after a few moments, his torso fell clean away, until it was almost as if his body was hovering in midair, without breast, arms, or head. Eventually, his bottom half hit the ground, and I was staring into empty space. Well, not entirely empty. There was what appeared to be the shape of an unorthodox blade smeared with Amari's blood. Several moments passed before it chose to reveal itself to me. The concealed hunter. It was monstrous, clad in some foreign, strange garb. Advanced, certainly, but also tribal. It had atop its head something like hair bound in thick ropes, similar to that I have seen on the heads of those from the West Indies, and had a strange metallic mask covering its face. There was a red light emitting from the holes where I assumed its eyes would be. It did not speak. It did not act as if it noticed me at all. It took the boy's severed torso in its hands, and as easily as peeling a fruit, ripped away his head. There was a bag on its hip. That is where it stored Amari. Afterwards it finally turned its attention towards me. I was dreadfully afraid, mind you. Who would not be in the face of something so unusual? It leapt to the trees in a single bound, and did something that caused the net I was trapped in to fall to the earth, and I along with it. I scrambled away. I drove my hand into the dirt and thrashed until I was outside of its metallic web. It leapt down from the treetops and tore the net from me. It stood only but a moment as we watched each other in silence. Perhaps it appreciated my skill as much as I did its. Or perhaps it was wondering whether or not my head would make a decent and sizable trophy. Just like young Amari's did.